a flat, unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
The flat is Earth. Got any care, man?
So, does anyone here like weather?
Like weather?
It's a joke. Sorry. I don't think anyone got it.
Obviously not.
This is where Glatt was supposed to come in and help me out, but he didn't.
Hey, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know you were going to do that.
I had to.
I love it. I posted what that's from in the live stream voice text.
Oh.
Jonah Hill, for the audience listening, it's Jonah Hill, the actor, nervous at first date, and he looks over the table as he's reading the menu, and he goes, "So, do you like weather?" Yeah, it's pretty good. So
I think
anyway,
he said that to Ice Cube.
did he?
Yeah.
Is he like training for a date or something, and that's what it is?
They were at like a family function thing, and he was trying to talk to the dad who's Ice Cube.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which makes it so much funnier.
Right.
He's
Man,
so
of course
aggressive.
I like weather. Just kidding. Sorry, what?
I said that's just what makes it funnier. He's saying it to him.
Look at that Ice Cube. Motherfucker, look at this.
Yep.
Looking at. What you looking at, partner? Sorry. You know, I get the feeling Ice Cube doesn't like much weather. Most weather will melt ice cubes.
Oh.
Good point.
Very bad dad joke, but also fact.
Yeah. Non-debatable.
Non-debatable. So, Earth still isn't a globe. Sorry, not sorry.
Hey bro, have you seen lava?
Lava? No.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen like pictures and video, but not personally.
Lava equals globe, man.
The lava equals the globe. Okay. And how's that?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay, let me take a stab at it. So, there's a molten iron core to the fantasy globe Earth, and there's rivers of lava as a result under the crusts of the Earth. And those rivers connect to the surface sometimes as volcanoes. That's what I think the globe people think. At least that's what I thought when I was growing up.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. But I've never seen lava up close, and I'm interested because there's people say that you can get really, really, really close to it. Like put your hand almost right next to that boiling hot lava, and it won't be that hot. Of course, if you touch it, then you're fucked. But they're saying that like the heat it puts out isn't. I don't know what they're saying. Okay.
Isn't it the gases that are toxic?
Yeah, I can imagine the gases are toxic. I mean, yeah, can only imagine that. But it's so funny. People are like, oh, you know, all it takes is one big volcano and we're all fucked. It's like, really? I don't think that's how this place works. Call me crazy. I don't think one rogue volcano is going to end the world. Just, it doesn't even make sense. They're like, oh, it'll fill up the ozone in the atmosphere and it'll suffocate and block out the sun. No, it won't.
Maybe if they all erupt in the same time.
The Yellowstone caldera, man. It's going to take out the whole West Coast.
Nope. I don't care how big your volcano is.
And Mount Rainier might just take out like Seattle, though. That's a possibility.
I mean, some shit can go down, but the world isn't ending because of the way the world was set up. Does that make sense?
No.
They're all like, oh, it could be anything that kills us. Hey, we could die tomorrow. We are a speck of dust in infinite shit.
We don't know what's under the ground, you know?
More ground.
If I could guess, I would say, pressure builds up underground and it's just a release, release of that pressure.
Yeah. I mean, it's heat to build up. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And it just melts, melts the rocks or whatever is under the ground. So that's what lava is, in my opinion.
Yeah, actually, I don't know where it would come from. And, Globers will be like, well, duh, that means it's a molten iron core. No, it doesn't mean that. It could mean so many other things. But, yeah, I don't know what lava is. Well, I know what it is. I just don't know where it comes from. Magma and lava. No idea. And what's funny? We assume we know where it's coming from. Oh, really? Did you dive into one of those lava rivers and followed all the way back to the source? No. So then you don't know where it came from. Simple as that.
Yeah, well, for it to be molten iron core, they have to prove the globe first, then it will make sense. But they have to prove the globe first, then assume what's underground.
You're roboting a little bit, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that was just talking and roboting?
Multi.
Oh, okay, cool. That GIF that you posted of the lava going into the ocean there, cut the shit. Looks like the Earth had Taco Bell last night, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
Could have gone without saying.
It's bad. That's a bad GIF. That just doesn't, it looks disgusting. Looks like a dragon throwing up.
Actually, yeah, it does.
I know. It's like...
Now I can't unsee that. Thanks.
Anytime. Yeah, I guess so. If anybody has proof of where lava comes from, I'd love to see it. Love to talk about it.
I think the weirdest one I've heard for that one is it comes from hell.
Is that right? Is it just
Yeah.
melted souls,
Yeah, it's just a pool of souls.
Oh, shit. Who needs cremation when you can turn into lava? Shit.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about when it comes to lava. That's a spicy meatball. KJ, so you don't like the Mask movie?
No, not really. Like, I liked it when I saw it the first time, but after, like, the 5th or 6th, I'm just like, okay, no. It's stupid.
Yeah. To me, that's what makes it fun. But I agree. Watching it as an adult, I'm just kind of like, whatever. But yeah, when it came out, I was definitely about it.
There was one Jim Carrey movie that I loved, and I can't remember which one.
He's been in lots of movies, tons of them.
No shit, yeah.
JC, Jim Carrey. How about
that's not even his real name.
Wow. That doesn't surprise me.
But I forgot what his real name is, so don't ask.
Okay. Well, it's just not Henry Van Winkle, like Vanilla Ice. No, I was thinking it's fake.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up.
And the way he dances is just really embarrassing for him. Like, he's all style, or he's all feel, no style. Like, he's really feeling it, but it looks horrible. Yeah, Truman.
He was in that,
Yeah.
he was
Go ahead.
in that pet detective movie. I don't know what it's called. Pet detective something.
Yeah, Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura. Yeah, that was good.
In the beginning, when he's delivering a package, and he's like kicking it around and throwing it around before it gets to the guy's door, and the guy, he delivers it, he gets to the door, a guy opens it up and shakes it, and he goes, "Sounds broken." And Jim goes, "I'm sure it was something lovely."
I've never seen that movie.
It's good. It's a good one. Hungry little fella. There you go. It's classic. It's very, very quotable.
Yeah.
And if I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. What's up? Go ahead. Yeah.
And that movie.
Multi-year roboting mad hard. I wonder if you could just go somewhere else.
Okay.
No, I mean, no. So I'm sorry. That sounded horrible. I meant like a coffee shop or something, so that you could have a different connection.
That was good.
I was like, why don't you just get the fuck out of here? You know what I mean? Do us all a favor. Just kidding, Multi-Tom. Just kidding. By the way, I want to know what your name means when you stop roboting.
Oh snap, Michael.
Basically.
Oh shit, what did I start? So salsa for you, man. Salsa.
I thought the earth was globe until it was exposed, and now it seems that it's flat, as it always has been.
We need more Flat Earth parody songs.
I was going to do Michael Jackson Bad. I started writing it. And then I stopped.
Yeah, I got started on, what was it, A Whole New World, and have not finished that.
Ah, yeah. Brand new place for you and Steve. No curvature to show. Don't you know? This world isn't just what you thought. I don't know. Whatever. You'll do better with the lyrics. I can show you the curve. Somewhere past the horizon.
Judges, I'll give that a 4.
Sorry, what?
Your song, man.
My song is not.
I liked it. It was good.
I wish I wrote that song.
What was it, Aladdin?
Yeah, Aladdin, yeah.
Aladdin, right.
A whole new world. I need that drop over distance. Just wanna know, how high do I have to go to see the curve with my own eyes today? Woo wee! I'm not a singer. Can you show me the curve?
That would work.
I mean, so many of the lyrics just work anyway. Like a whole new world, don't you dare close your eyes. 100,000 things to see, hold your breath, it gets better. I'm like a shooting star, I've come so far, I can't go back to where I used to be. Like on the globe.
Right.
It works. But that's the original lyrics.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Especially with New Horizons to pursue. That one's probably my favorite.
Right. It's almost like they wrote it as a Flat Earth song.
Yeah.
Yep. A whole new world. Refraction doesn't bend light. A whole new world. No matter how much you want it. You don't know the Earth's size. Something. I wonder when the next social justice virtue signaling thing is going to come out where like inanimate objects can get pregnant.
What?
You know, like if men can get pregnant, yeah, fuck it. My computer desk is pregnant now. 3 months. You know what I mean? It's just like, what? My north-facing wall is pregnant and my south-facing wall is annoyed. It's just so dumb.
That reminds me of something I never sent you. I'm gonna have to send you.
What about if I identified as disabled? Could I get a pension?
Yes.
That's actually what I was gonna send you. So there's this thing where people excuse me, people think that they should have been born disabled, so they actually disable themselves. Make themselves blind, they cut off their arm, they do all sorts of weird shit
Oh
because they
my
feel like they
god.
should have been born disabled. And there's a literal term for it, and there are several people, I don't know how many by the thousands, actually participate in this.
Wow. That's
Isn't it all dysmorphia? Like, so anorexics, right, are people who think they're too fat, right? I mean, and they're not.
mhm.
So, I mean, why is the line drawn at that? I
So,
don't. I'll never understand that.
so what's the opposite of dysmorphia? You know, I say the people that think they're too skinny, but they're actually obese.
They
What's
have
the
body.
opposite of it?
They have body dysmorphia, right? Like, I mean, so dysmorphia just means like,
Oh, just,
right, like,
just body dysmorphia.
right, they're body dysmorphic, right? So, a person who, I mean, I don't know. It's like seeing themselves one way when they're in fact not, right? Like it's almost like cognitive dissonance in a way, as it pertains to their appearance. So I don't understand why the line's drawn there, right? That's a mental illness, but not in any other aspect. Like you're clearly not disabled. You disable yourself. Like how's that not just a cognitive dissonance between what you are and what you perceive yourself as?
It's a choice to be that cognitively deficient every day. It's like they just want to be rebellious. That's all it is. They want to be different.
Right. It's almost like a form of narcissism, almost, or
Right.
self involvement. Yeah.
Attention getting, masochistic. Fucking yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be a martyr and suffer for no reason.
Right. That's a psychosis for sure. I mean, in my opinion.
I agree, 100%.
It's their parents' fault. They told them they were special.
There's definitely an aspect that's related to that for sure.
Don't let anybody tell you they're better than you, even if they get first place every time.
Right, which is essentially just the parents like telling themselves like, I'm the special one.
Right. I didn't raise no loser. God don't make no junk, but what he do make, I take care of.
Yeah, actually, the children were just an extension of their primary parent, like an extension of the parent's ego.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and if you grew up in a narcissistic family like I did, then, cause big problems.
Rubs off.
But this whole thing about identity, it's about people not comfortable in their own skin. They're somehow divorced from their own body, or alienated might be a better word, alienated from their own body. So I don't know what causes this. I think it partly has to do with belief systems, though.
Yeah, it does. It's confusion. Do I want to toe the line and be the sex I was born, or do I want to do something else? It's just crazy. Don't know. But it doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth, so.
Mm-mm. It has to do with life on top of the earth. Yeah, I think I think people can believe what their body is. Their body will actually conform to what the belief is. Their actual body shape. I know there has to conform to genetics also, but someone's belief system can actually change the shape of their body.
I mean, yeah, placebo effect's a big deal. If you can dream it, you can redeem it.
Man, that cat's really jamming. Oh, that was a while ago. Never mind. Here, I'll put it again.
I was gonna say that's Michael Jackson, and as much plastic surgery as he had, he never turned into a cat.
Do I have to go to the original every time? I want to see. Copy one of these. May 13th, Friday, May 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't realize that. Copy image.
I don't know anybody named Jason, but if I did, I'd stay away from him today. Tell you what.
Huh.
Not funny.
Guess it's good you're not a Templar from the 1300s.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
And that cat's really jamming.
There we go. Look at him go. Yes, yes, yes.
Now the statement lines up with the image.
Somebody hire him. And that's a Gibson Les Paul, by the way.
Yeah.
I think.
Looks. Wait a minute. It has two horns. It's a ES 335 or ES 135. No, I don't know. Maybe not. Could be a newer version. It has a double cutaway though, so it's not a Les Paul.
That cat don't care what kind it is. He's just shredding.
Gibson. Definitely Gibson.
Yeah, for sure. The headstock gives it away. Tip the top of it.
Yep. And also those block inlays.
Yeah,
And
I was gonna say something about that.
And the bridge is a wraparound body kind of bridge.
Oh yeah, I see that. And the gold pickup. Is there just one pickup on that, or looks like it?
I can't tell.
I think there's just one pickup on it.
This go turn through.
I know, dude. Watch it all day. Fucking dream of this cat dancing around like.
Oh shit! Remove it.
What did you do yesterday? Well,
make it go away.
Has he got a Bigsby tram?
What?
Yeah.
Has he got a Bigsby tram on that?
I couldn't tell. I removed it, so I didn't have to look at it anyway. Starting to smell kind of dank around my place, if you know what I mean.
You should check for a skunk.
No way for a skunk to get in here.
That's exactly what I said before I found a family of skunks.
Well, I live on the 8th floor, so good luck. They'll have to have a key. They'll have to have a pass to get in the security door and the elevator. So I don't know. That's not.
You know what? You know what skunk plural is?
Skunks.
Skank.
Skanks.
I knew
It's
that.
not that funny.
I swear my dad's nose was like twice as big as that dude's.
Catman.
Catman, Catman. Cut the shit is Catman. I knew there was something peculiar about you.
Is that you? Cut the shit? Oh,
Yeah.
somebody else posted it.
I think so.
Okay, I got it. I'm all cut up now. Don't.
Look at how the whiskers look like they're coming right out of his eyes. Or the actual eyes.
Yeah.
It's a four-eyed cat-headed demon, I tell you, I saw it. Alrighty, my
I just
bike's all-
realized.
Hmm?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just realized it's Friday the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. That's my announcement.
You know, in those Friday the 13th movies, Jason the Killer, Jason Voorhees, he never went fast. Ever. He was chilling. And
So
he
these
killed
people are
everybody.
Those people are just dumb.
They just can't run from stuff, right? Like, the one thing they can't do in life is run from a murderer.
No, but they sure do have to have curiosity to go investigate the most scariest place. Let's go look.
Exactly. Couple goes off to make out, and they're like, I don't want to make out. I want to go see what's scary.
Yeah.
I want to go, ooh, what's in that shadowy corner?
Yeah, let's investigate, right?
Ooh, did you hear that? No, stop kissing me. I don't want to do that. I want to go get murdered. Or potentially murdered. Wouldn't that be exciting?
Spice up the evening.
Exactly. Got to keep it, you know.
For some, that's just like a regular evening out, I think. I don't know. That's like date night.
That's great.
Come on, honey. What would you rather do tonight? Let's sit at home, eat popcorn, and watch your favorite binge shows, or go down into the dark corners behind the zoo and see if a lion escaped. Now, that would be scary. If something like that escaped, I live right near one of the largest zoos in the country.
Mhm.
Some of their big birds have escaped, though, I think.
You ever been chased by a peacock?
No, but they have these blue herons here, and they're about 4.5 feet tall, and their beak is about 6 inches long, and they can throw their head like a dart.
Yeah, they'll stab you right through the chest bone.
Holy shit. I watch them skewer a freaking squirrels. Literally, squirrel came right out of the hole. This thing went whack, had it in its mouth.
So, like, at our zoo, we have peacocks walking around all over the place with people, you know, and you can't touch them. They won't let you touch. The peacock won't let you touch it. You know, you could try, but it won't happen.
Exactly.
But sometimes they'll chase little kids around. The kids will be freaking the fuck out. You've never seen something so afraid.
I know. That's torture.
And the peacock's like just kind of chilling, not going too fast, kind of like, hey, come here. Hello, what are you doing today? And the kids are like, oh my God, Mom! That's kind of like what I've seen before. Also, I'll never make those noises again.
Yeah, rip headphone users. Good lord.
Sorry.
Now we have it saved for prosperity.
Oh, good.
Someone get that clip and put it in their soundboard. Slow it down to like 10%. Oh, I bet that's badass. Yeah, come on, Glad. You do it, man. I know you have the capability.
Yeah, but I don't want to. So
yeah, I know you don't. It's okay. I don't like people picking projects for me either. Isn't that the stupidest thing? You think you would like gave me a notice? Oh, you got a project for me? Well, guess what? I'm on a schedule. I don't have time.
I don't have time for that. I'm too busy sitting in the same spot all day.
But if I am, that's my schedule. I'm on my schedule, not yours.
Right.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight. People don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the anti-social type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it. No procrastination, trying to cause the masses to awaken. That's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Hello, hello. Where'd everybody go? Hello?
Anybody home?
Your mic's not working, Ricky. No one can hear you.
What's up?
What's up, dude?
What you doing? Besides sitting talking to me.
Looking at pictures of birds, weird birds.
Birds? You like birds? What kind of birds? Birds. Well, I wonder if I can melt through metal with a magnifying glass. I bet I can. To clean the lens though. Ooh, that's a serious lens. It's a major lens here. Figure out even. That's interesting. What do you know? Hmm. So anybody wants to talk, huh?
We're listening to the Rookie Show.
Oh boy, nobody wants to hear that, do they?
Go on, monologue. We all want to hear it.
Oh yeah, sure you do. Sure you want to hear all about my problem. I could get a book like Horton Hears a Who.
Tell us about ice mice on NASA rockets. Ice mice.
That's funny. Pickle juice. Give me. I have to fix the rear tire on my electric scooter today, which is always so much fun because in order to take the tire apart, you have to disconnect the brake and all the sprocket and everything to get all completely apart. It's a pain in the butt.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing, check, check.
Testes. 1, 2, 3.
3, 2, 1.
My name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds a water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat My name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds a water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Happy Friday 13th, guys. Anybody knows like what's the deal with Friday 13th? Jason Voorhees.
Connected
What is
with Freemasons in the 13th century. And they burnt Jacques de Molay, I think. And he cursed the French royal family, and I think it's left over from that.
Like, it's weird. Like here in Spain, we have the same thing, but like nobody knows anything about Friday 13th. Like here in Spain, we have it on Tuesday. So for us, Tuesday 13th is a day of like bad luck. It's weird. Tattoo enthusiast love the number 13 and Friday the 13th. Tattoo collectors.
Yeah, it was the day that Jacques de Molay was executed, basically. He was the head of the Templars in the 13th century. It's a hangover from that.
You say hanged? Hanged?
I said it was a hangover from that. It was Jacques de Molay. He was the head of the Templars, and they burnt him at the stake, I believe. But as they were doing it, the legend says that he cursed the royal family, and that was on Friday the 13th. It stems from that. That's what I read, anyway.
I never heard that before. That's awesome. Something else we can look into now.
Saying that, I've
Thanks.
just looked that up. You know, so that could be, but yeah, that's what that's what Wiki says nowadays. I never knew it was in Wiki before, but yeah.
Wow. Is that photo of you, Nick? Is that up north in England? Do we have a topic for tonight?
It's ladies' night tonight.
Oh man. But is it now?
No, it's a couple of hours, I think. An hour or two, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't get the time difference.
It's
Because
about
it's
2
9
hours
o'clock.
from now.
Cool, nice one, KJ. 2 hours.
What's my role? Like, for example, what role do I play? I mean, am I even allowed? Like, or can I participate or not?
Yeah, they might call on you because you're still quite new. They might ask you a few questions.
What about you?
Are you
You're
a
not
globe
new.
earther?
A globe earther. A globe earther. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
Are you a globe earther?
Lionel.
I am. I am. I can be. I can be one.
He's a flat earther, but he can be.
Oh, got it. Okay.
He might be if it's slow to start. He might be someone to start with, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah, the
hoping
past
that-
few weeks, it's just been very dead.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like girls are gonna attack me. Like,
You'll be fine.
I hope so.
I can't back you up, man. I'm forbidden from talking, so.
I know you would if you could, but that's okay.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hey, dude.
I'm his friend. Friends with me right now. Just came to chill out in here for a bit.
Nice, welcome. Anybody else? Anybody else out there in Europe?
I'm technically in Europe.
I didn't know that. What are you doing here?
We're from Europe.
You're a liar.
We're technically part of the continent of Europe. UK is, isn't it? Even if not, we're officially not.
Oh, you're in. Ah.
Yeah, I mean Wales.
Can I guess your accent? I mean,
I might have given it away then, but
you have something Australian, no?
no.
No. Wait. You have something like you sound like from New Zealand.
No.
I think Canada.
Are you? No. Oh yeah, is that right?
No.
No, you're definitely American.
No.
Okay, let me guess.
French?
No, you're shut up.
German.
I know what you are.
Chinese. Are you Chinese?
I'm a northerner from the north of England, but
Oh yeah, you sound like it now.
No, but your accent is like.
No, he sounds like it now.
Welsh.
I'm Welsh, man. Bloody hell, man, boys.
I can hear it now.
Oh my gosh. What happened to your Welsh accent? Welsh people?
Welsh.
Like.
Welsh.
Oh, sorry.
Welsh sounds cool.
Welsh. Welsh people should
They're
sound.
feeling Welsh.
I'm feeling quite Welsh today.
Oh, that's nice to know. That's very nice to know. But you should have a different accent, man.
He's
Yeah.
not only from South Wales or North.
I'm from
parts of
I'm
Wales.
from a posh place in South Wales. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it now. But you almost sound American. I mean, like, it's amazing.
It's because I'm on year 18 hours a day talking to Americans.
Yeah, huh?
You'll sound American soon, Lionel.
I am South American and I am Spanish.
Oh yeah, you did say, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm from Cuba.
What's that?
I'm from Cuba.
No, you're from Cuba?
Yeah.
Wow. But where are you now in this moment?
I'm in London.
You're in London?
We're both in England, not London. England.
Isn't that like crazy? Yeah.
But yeah, he's from Cuba.
When was the last time you've been there?
A few years ago.
Oh, 2 years? Do you like England? Do you like living in England?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
You're used to it, no?
Yeah.
I have like a love affair with the metro for some reason. Like I just I don't know. I don't understand why. I just find it so fascinating, so cool for some reason. I always feel like I'm in inside of some sort of film, or I don't know. I have like I've been in London I've been in England for a month, and I never so before going to England I didn't have many expectations, but I mean if any of you guys haven't been to England, it's a really nice country. It's something else.
Nah, Wales is better. England's full of English people. That's the problem.
English. And the London accent. The London accent, man. You can't beat the London accent. Come on.
What are you saying, mate? Can't beat the London accent.
No, that's pathetic, man. Get out of here.
That was Essex.
Snowdonia is my favourite place in the UK, which is in Wales, obviously.
Well, speaking of England, look who's joined us.
Logrev!
What's up, boys?
What is that?
Boys and girls, man.
Shut the fuck up, White Knight.
Who's that? Who's talking to me like that?
I am. Know your place, boy.
Are you saying I don't know my place?
Exactly. I'm here to learn you.
All right. I'm happy to learn.
What are you guys talking about?
I don't know if he's going to learn from you, Logres. He's going to need about 30 hours a day.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he wanted to learn. I don't know if he does.
Dude, I love learning, bro. I love learning.
What's the latest thing you've learned?
The latest thing I learned.
He learned the moon landing is fake.
But dude, the last thing I learned, do you really mean it? Like, do you really want me to answer that question?
Yeah.
Because I did learn. I did learn something.
Which was?
Okay, so I joined a server, and I went in. It was just to make this clear. It was a server on philosophy, and I said, yeah, philosophy, right? I mean, where else am I gonna go, right? So I went to a philosophy, and I realized after speaking with the members of the server, at least in that group, that just philosophy, like and I never had a conversation with philosophers before, right? And but I mean, these people were academics. I mean, they seem to have been they were educated and stuff. But it seems like everybody had a different perspective, first of all. And it seems like philosophy, nobody has like a system of philosophy. Like nobody knows how to. Everybody is like speculating basically with philosophy. It's like they use the philosophy as I don't know.
That's because it's subjective, not objective. That server's the opposite of this server. This server is about objective reality. Their server is about subjective reality, just what's in your head or on paper.
That's right. That's right.
So did you learn something from them?
I mean, that's pretty much that. I mean,
He learned their favorite colors.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you see, your favorite color is subjective reality. So it's, it's not like blue is objectively better than red. You just, in your head, it's better than red. They're just two different colors.
So you learnt that philosophy was subjective.
At least that's what
it's self-evident with the word.
No, and don't get me wrong. I do believe in philosophy, but I don't know what these people are doing with philosophy. I mean, they have a server that it's supposed to be about philosophy, and I'm not saying that it's not, but so philosophy is meant to make sense. But
well, they follow some axioms, don't they?
Yeah. Thanks God. Yeah, I mean, like, no, and don't be too sure. I mean, like, some philosophers don't believe in any axioms, but fortunately, some do. There's always somebody like in the group that knows that knows how to make sense. Yeah.
Did those people believe they lived on a planet?
I wouldn't even freaking mention that. I mean, I assume yes, everybody.
You should post a link to it in the live stream voice text. I'd want to have it or DM it to me. I want to go there because I'd like to let them know that the globe is philosophy. Like the heliocentric model is just philosophical. It's not reality. Like black holes and what they tell you stars are, and in fact they're just unverified lights in the sky. It's just philosophical. That's all it is.
Now you're saying that philosophy is subjective, right?
Yeah, it's subjective. It's just in your head or whatever you can write on paper.
Can I ask you a unrelated question? What exactly are stars?
No one knows.
unverified lights in the sky.
No, but I mean, like, what experiments can you run to, learn more about their origin?
What is an experiment?
It's very simple. You'd have to go up to it and touch it to validate any claim about what it is. It sounds like a tall glass to order, and I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that's reality. Like I could tell you that they're glowing unicorns all dancing around each other, but I mean, that's just philosophy. I could tell you it's a ball of gas holding its shape in a vacuum, but that's just philosophy. That also violates the second law of thermodynamics.
I mean, if we can assume that the moon have certain qualities, and if the sun and the moon are different, and they're in the sky, we could assume that the stars have a different quality than the
You can
moon
make
in the
all
sky.
the assumptions you want, but measurements are facts. Measurements are reality. So you focus on Earth's surface, not things above your head. Focus on what you can interact with, what you can measure. You know?
Yeah.
Because that will tell you. Great to philosophize about stars and things above your head, but objective reality and interacting with reality, that's what's going to prove everything. And that's what the measurements do every time.
So what was the name of that other server? The philosophy one? Does anyone have a link to it?
Yeah, I do. It's called the Philosophy Chat. And as far as I know, it's one of the most visited and well-recognized servers about philosophy. Invite members. Let's see. No.
Can you share the link?
Yeah. Share link. Copy.
Thanks.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. Some people are very interesting, but there's let me see 1 second. Let me see. I'm going to try to do this. Let's see if it works. I've sent the link right there. Oh, there we go. The Philosophy Chat. Philosophy Chat.
So that was one thing that you learned. Have you learned anything else?
Not that I'm aware of, to be honest.
Okay, that's cool.
I suppose a better question would be, did you ever learn anything useful? I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't, but I mean, at least right off the bat, off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything that's philosophic, that's useful, that I've ever learned. I can think of plenty of things that have to do with objective reality that I've learned that are useful. I mean, what would you expect to learn? I'd expect to get bored quickly.
Do you mean in a server or in life in general?
Both. I mean, life, regular school, and the server. I like literature class. Don't get me wrong. I like books. I like stories. I like writing and stuff. But talking about philosophy in literature class was mostly boring as hell.
Yeah, everybody has different inclinations, definitely. But philosophy has a usage,
which is
to understand reality,
to rationalize any bullshit any which way you want.
No, it's the opposite. It's just to display what's in your mind. It's not to help you understand reality.
Well, like I'm not sure if you agree with this, but you sound like, for a moment, maybe it's just my feeling, but you sound like reality doesn't exist because if you can't rationalize, or if you cannot make a philosophical conclusion about it, then how can you prove it's real?
By touching it. I mean, you're being too broad. How do I prove what's real?
So you're right. So you're saying that, right. So that as far as I understand philosophy, the purpose of philosophy is to be able to understand what's real and what isn't.
And where did you get that understanding from?
Yeah, didn't you just hear me just say the opposite? I mean, it is literally the opposite. It's subjective reality. Like unicorns. I could draw a picture of a unicorn. I could imagine a unicorn in my mind. This is philosophy. But unicorns don't exist in the realm of objective reality. So it's just all, it's the land of, I mean, it's not necessarily just all make believe. I mean, philosophy is also, making points about how we should regard each other. Like you might have the philosophy that, is like, do unto others as you would want done unto you. So that's not unicorns, obviously, but it's not also, it's not displaying objective reality either. It's still philosophy. It's still just words. Is the thing.
For what I understand, like everybody has a philosophy. Like nobody can escape from not having one. Now the question is there such a thing as the right philosophy, like the true philosophy?
No,
and
there has to be.
And I think that's the quest of philosophy, to find the right philosophy, because everybody has a philosophy.
Well, there can't be
the quest
right
is like,
one, then. It's subjective.
So
It's
do you have
right
a
to the
particularly
individual.
nice one to present us? Not saying
I mean,
you should necessarily.
No, it's a certainly it's a certainly interesting thing to talk about. Not that I am very articulated with my ideas, so I apologize. But okay, so for example, like the most common contradiction that there is out there is whether if reality is real or not.
How is that a contradiction? You can interact with it. If I interact with
how's
something,
that even a question? Like, is reality real or not? Like, it seems like that's a paradox within itself of a question. Like, it doesn't even really make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. But so we assume so there are people there are people that maintain that reality doesn't exist. So definitely they're not. They don't come from. They don't come from an axiom, or from. They don't come from. They don't. I don't know where they come from actually. Like,
So like this is a dream and it's like technically not real or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most importantly, they have no evidence to back up any silly half-baked claim they have about it. So no evidence. Thus it is dismissed.
Exactly. They deny the senses. I mean, to come to that conclusion, you have to basically just deny your senses, deny your capacity to rationalize, and you just have to. I mean, you're basically denying like your gift. I mean, maybe that's just my opinion, but yeah, I mean, you just deny. You throw everything like off the window, and you just like. I mean, and even then, you're actually like assuming a position of it's complete denial from what I understand, what I can see. So yeah, that's one type of philosophy. But yeah, philosophy, in my opinion, is meant to make sense, to define what real, what is not, and to be able to give the best use of your knowledge in order to pursue and to value the highest value, which is life itself. And so anyways, like, for example, I'm just rambling, but going back to the axiom thing, yeah, like reality is, reality under the axiom of identity. If we understand that for example, that things have identity, like for example, A is A, like it cannot be anything other than A. It cannot be anything other than B, or C. It cannot be anything other than A. Then we can assume that, or we can understand that reality is reality, meaning that its quality is that it's real. Like reality is real. That it's the quality of reality.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, dude?
I think he's a bit lost.
Yeah, dude. You don't know
I will
what
admit,
reality
though,
is.
well,
All you know
I
is
think
that
he
you
does
exist.
better than a Glober does. But I just wanted to thank him, though, for talking about philosophy, because I was thinking just last night and this morning and for the last few days about how to bring up the subject of flat Earth to someone that I've recently met that, may not accept the truth so well. And I was thinking about how to explain it to this individual. And you just gave me a new idea as far as how to do that, which is to simply point out that the globe is philosophy, and maybe start with just the topic of, unicorns. They're not real, right? Like, they're not real to you. Like, no, they're not. Like they're just philosophical, right? Unicorns, right? Like, yeah. And philosophy doesn't not necessarily, have anything to do with reality, right? Like, yeah, of course it doesn't. It's like, okay, well, the globe is philosophical. I don't know. Maybe there'd be a way to explain it that way. Flat Earth to someone who's narrow-minded.
Narrow-minded?
Or maybe not narrow-minded, but brainwashed,
You have to be open to learning with zero pride, zero ego. Most people can't do it. I couldn't do it for the longest time with a lot of life lessons. Flat Earth
it's not that you
like fixing a thinking error. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's not that you should have zero ego. You just shouldn't have an overactive ego. So when ego gets to be a problem with people, it's because they have an overactive ego. Like, having no ego is a bad thing, because people with no egos are, street people, heroin junkies on the street.
I think it's a self-esteem issue. I don't think that's ego.
Well, one way or another, they have no ego to, like, keep themselves clean. Like, they have no desire to, look appealing to someone else or smell good.
I guess I don't call that ego. I think ego is boastful. Ego is boastful, and self-confidence isn't so much.
Yeah, second thought, I think maybe you're right about that.
But I had to realize that I had those faults first before I could understand the situation.
And each individual has to do that.
Yep.
So is it possible for someone to have an ego and do something good?
You're roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Try the Bible. Who's got a keyboard from 1987?
That's funny. That was so funny.
Mute your mic, please.
What mic?
You're like, it's not from 87, it's from 89.
Actually, 1970.
Please move that keyboard from the mic.
I got one that doesn't even have a control button.
What? How is that possible?
I'm typing with mind.
It's a joke.
Holy shit.
Ego will be stopping you from figuring a lot of those things out. It's one of the problems with it.
It's just an admission that you were duped by some of the best, and that is A-okay. We all were at one point. But you don't admit that you were duped and the wool was over your eyes. No, sorry. Even you aren't smart enough to see it coming. They're really good at what they do, okay? It's okay to say, gosh, it's really looking like those conspiracy jerks are right about a lot of stuff, especially that flat earth thing. Oh, God forbid I ever go measure it for drop over distance, i.e. earth curvature. So, I don't know where I was going with that. If it's a thinking process fix, is essentially what I mean.
Willful ignorance at this point. That's all it is.
Well, a lot of them, yeah, very willful. And it's got to be, making tumors in their bodies and stuff. Can you imagine, like, now knowing that the Earth is flat and still every day defending the globe? Every single day. Like, that would wear on me, defending that globe after all this. I couldn't do it.
Hey, look, they're determined to live on a globe, okay?
I mean, the only positive side of living in a religion is that you know that at least 80% or even more of world's population think the same way as you. So, I mean, you're gonna not be alone with your belief system. Or at least not ridiculed for saying something opposite. Or for criticizing the religion.
Religion, what's that?
Another form of control.
Yep.
Can I use it to control something?
Control the minds of the masses.
I'm going to give this a shot.
Mastermind.
We're not supposed to talk about shots here.
I don't need any shots, bro.
I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding. I'll be back in a bit. Love you guys and gals.
Okay. Be well.
See you.
Fine, get out. Is that loggy I hear?
No.
It sounds like it.
Some other weirdo English guy.
Is that what you thought? What are you up to?
Thought I'd pop in here and see what was going on.
Been a little slow today.
Not much yet.
It's early Friday.
Jason was yapping away when I jumped in.
I'm glad you jumped in then.
I didn't miss one. Oh.
Ah, silence. No one talk. I'm enjoying my silence.
Hush.
Beep.
You could always
Yeah, I
click that
learned.
little red thing in the bottom right corner.
I'm not talking about
That's a bit
philosophy
extreme, don't you think?
No.
What was that, Leon?
It's the last
Leon?
time I. Yeah, Leon. It's the last time I. Leon.
Leon?
Calm down, rookie.
It's the last time I talk about philosophy. That's it. I'm very offended.
Well, we learned you don't know what philosophy is, so that's good.
What good is it?
No, that's okay. But I will return. I will return.
With what?
Where are you going? You're not
I'm not telling you, man. I'm not telling you.
What?
I'll be back.
Ooh, I like secret.
You're gonna come back with cookies.
I can bring you cookies if you want.
Good man. Rookie, I got a cookie.
Cookie time. So, are you all waiting for ladies' night or what?
No.
No, we're all waiting for you to come.
Waiting for what?
For ladies' night.
No. Are you?
I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought you were also waiting for ladies' night.
No. I don't typically listen to women speak, you know.
No.
Women speaking generally is not a good thing.
Based?
Here we go.
You sound like a white male.
By do what?
Wait.
Nah, Lois is black, bro.
Yeah, I'm on. I'm up, brother.
Tweet.
All right, rookie. What's your breast profile globe?
That isn't something. Sorry. No.
What's your best? What was that? That's all you got?
Rocket Ice Mice he's got.
What's my best what globe? I don't have a globe. Why would I?
Bro,
Are
just
you
Google
asking
it.
my evidence against the globe?
No, your best proof of the globe.
Proof
Know
of
where
the
you
globe?
stand.
There isn't any, is there? How about fisheye lenses? That's a good.
Nice. All right. It's a globe.
Hey, just one curiosity. I was I didn't participate in the conversation, but the other day, I think it was today or yesterday, I can't remember. And somebody was mentioning the fact that rivers only go go south or something. Like I couldn't really understand what they meant by that. They were talking about something like that. Is
They only
it
go south.
No, they obviously go towards the lowest point.
right? Oh, no matter if whether if it's no matter in what direction, right? Obviously.
Well, yeah. Why would direction have anything to do with that?
Yeah, that's right. Well, anyways, like I was just listening to this conversation here in the chat, and somebody was saying like, and I I didn't participate in the conversation. I was just listening, but they were talking about like rivers don't go north, and I'm like,
That's not
okay,
a conversation when nobody's here that was involved.
is that it?
You'll have to let those two make their point again.
Make what point?
Whatever point they were trying to make, but they're not here. So
La-di-da.
What I mean, I can ask a question like in what are your thoughts? Anybody has any thoughts about? Nah, I don't want to ask that question.
go ahead.
Oil. What about what do we know about oil? Do we know anything about oil?
Different ideas out there, but
Yeah.
What specifically did you want to know?
Oh yeah.
Well, because they took. Yeah, I mean, they always talk about. They always say, for example, one day the oil will end, and I don't know who believes that. You know, but
What will end? I couldn't hear it.
It's God's blood.
It's just more fear mongering, push up prices, scare people. That's why they claim that it's made of crushed animals and vegetation and things to make it seem like
Crushed
it's
animals.
like diamonds. Did you know that they burn diamonds to make them appear rare so they can sell them at higher prices?
Don't they control diamonds anyway? To make everybody think that they're scarce when they're not?
Well, the
gold.
scarcity comes in because they're making them scarce on purpose. That's the point that I made.
Right, yeah, they have full control over it. Yeah. But they never go bad, right? Diamonds don't? So, like...
It's just carbon. It's worthless.
Well, yeah, I was going to just compressed carbon.
Shiny, shiny, jangly, jangly. Fools the masses every time.
I always thought glass was just as cute. You know, like crystal and whatever. There's different kinds of stuff that look just as cool.
I know there's
Well, that's just my opinion.
Like diamond encrusted, not blades, but power tools. Some certain power tools to cut through things using the hardness to their advantage.
Yeah, they're melting crushed diamonds into the alloy. Yeah, supposedly it makes it stronger, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, a lot of bits.
Maybe on a drill it would help, but
yeah.
It has to do with the premise
saws,
that
some drills,
your fingernail can scrape and cut against soap and things like that, but certainly not a diamond. And then nothing can scratch a diamond except maybe another one, but probably not.
It's to do with the Mohs hardness.
If you rubbed your finger against a diamond every day, all day long for years, eventually it would wear, right?
No.
I doubt it.
It's to do with the Mohs hardness scale, MOHS.
Yeah, hardness. Yeah.
So it would take another diamond in order to scratch it.
Yeah, or something harder.
So if I took a rock and smashed it on a diamond, it wouldn't break.
The rock would, yeah, not the diamond.
Now I
don't
don't
know if I
know
believe
if
that,
it's a
but I don't
small
know if I've got
diamond
one big enough to
and a
test.
big rock. You know what I mean? A small diamond and a big rock. I don't know. That doesn't seem like.
No, the diamond would break.
No.
It would
Yeah,
shatter,
no.
yes, but it's
at a certain point it would.
scratching in the most scale it has a specific definition. Yeah, it would definitely break.
You have to look at jerry rig everything.
So when we say hardness of a diamond, we're talking about the actual molecules or the crystalline structure of it, not
The
necessarily
structure,
the diamond
exactly.
itself. Okay, I got you.
Rookie, go
that
watch
makes more
Jerry Rig Everything. He does the hardness scale all the time with phones and tablets and that.
Well, I can look it up. I didn't know what it was called, but
So yeah, what did you want to know about oil?
No, that's basically it. I mean, just wanted to see like your thoughts. I honestly believe that it's unlimited, but I of course it's out of
Yeah,
my
I
reach.
don't know. There's ideas out there, but I think it's just another way for them to control us. You know?
Anything that is like popular, I'm like alert, alert, alert. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, if everybody goes into one direction, I'm like alert, alert. I'm like instantly become like question about it. If everybody believes like everybody talks about global warming, is like something tells me that it.
There used to be an old expression, Lionel. People said, "Do you believe everything you see on TV?" Well, now if you say that to these people in here involved in this conversation, they say, "I don't watch TV." So, but yeah, the narrative you're going to find out. Probably not many people around here believe the narrative on TV. You seem to reject it too, but the big ones that they're presenting, you're still believing, which is fine. But
like which one?
3959 radius Earth spheroid flying through space.
Oh, but what do you mean exactly? You mean that I believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, I don't know exactly what you believe, but I'm just saying that you were talking about the narratives, what people thought of the narratives they run on TV. I was just saying not many people are going to believe what's on TV. And a lot of people still believe what's on TV while denying they don't watch TV. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I suppose like what I'm trying to say is that you can't really trust like where most of people seem to be going. Like when they make a general conclusion, most probably it gives me the impression that if you make a little bit of research, it suddenly happens to be false. And I can go on a number of examples, like the oil thing. I mean, I cannot prove that one. Okay.
Yeah, well, the point is they don't really want you going on your own research explorations.
Well, they know you're going to do it as well, which is why they place disinformation and misinformation on purpose. They know that not everyone is going to fall for the government narrative. They know that they're going to be outliers, so they're going to catch the outliers in other narratives. It's very important to always be on the outside looking in, and it takes a while to kind of figure that out inside your own head.
I mean, ultimately, we want to be free, right?
Free of what?
I mean, free of thought, for example. You wanna have I mean, if we live in a conditioned reality. I mean, if the condition of society is what it seems, then you just wanna. It's like you said, you wanna be able to look things from from outside. At least having a perspective of what's happening, and I think that can keep you safe from making decisions that are not good for you.
For example?
Well, for example, like the one thing that we are not even supposed to talk about.
Well, don't talk about it then. Another example.
Well, that's the biggest one I can think of.
Okay, well, just think of another one. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but
maybe education, for example. I've like I'm just I don't know what's wrong with me tonight, guys. Sorry.
So
nothing's wrong with you. Nothing's wrong with you. You're doing a lot of thinking out loud in the live stream that, like, I had the advantage of, well, I don't know if I'd call it the advantage. It was just the way it was. These types of things weren't available when I was researching these things. I was on my own, and I was searching up whatever I could find, books or videos or interviews. But you're doing it in real time, so it's a pretty honest endeavor you're going on, but it's not going to be simple. But yeah, it is pretty valiant of you to be able to do this in real time and make this, journey, I guess you'd call it.
Have to kind of unlearn everything and start from scratch.
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with starting from scratch.
Reevaluate, review, just see what information is out there on each of these topics.
Can I share something personal?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I really find attractive the idea of creating. For example, well, I mean, what we are doing here, it's basically we are, in a sense, creating. No, I mean, we're not creating content in a sense, but I really find attractive the idea of, like, when people get together and they say, for example, hey, let's do this and do that, and they, for example, do a podcast or they start a YouTube video, and they get into it. I'm hoping that in the future, sometime, like soon, I will be able to start some sort of project which involves other people, and yeah, and it's something cool, like the things that we're talking about now.
Well, people used to have, book clubs. They'd all decide on a book, just read the book, and then meet and discuss the book. So I mean, that's kind of, these things existed. It's the same things going on here. I mean, people are just getting together and discussing the books and the observations they've made and things like that. People are just sharing their knowledge. It's the library.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Yeah. Recently I've been thinking about
No, go ahead.
No, nothing. Just I opened a server. I think it was yesterday, and yeah, and I did it. I think I'm gonna. You just give me a good idea. I think I'm gonna just do it about a book, that I personally find interesting.
Find a documentary and get some of your friends all watch the same documentary and have a conversation about it as you're watching it.
Wow, that's cool. What if I don't have any friends?
Well, just advertise your Discord, invite people in, see what they think.
We're your friends.
Hey.
Oh.
I did. That's nice. Whee! Changing channels on TV.
What do you think? You really think you can, huh?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hey man, I'm trying to meditate.
Okay, so I guess you should turn off your speakers.
Has anybody ever um, completely off the topic, okay? Lucid dreamed?
You have to ask everybody.
I think I have once.
Really?
Yeah, it was when I was really, really young, and I remember it pretty vividly. But like, I was on a road, and it was like there was a mountain on one side and like the vast ocean on the other side, and I just remember like turning this street lamp on and off with my mind.
Wow.
Oh wait, hold on.
Uh,
Yeah, lucid dreaming, right?
Right.
That's where you can control your dreams. I thought you were for some reason I was thinking about astral projection or something.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of similar.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
astral projection
maybe
is where you
those.
actually leave your body, right? Float away.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I have not done.
Sure you do.
Yeah, I mean lucid dreaming. So I've never done personally that I remember astral travel.
Say that again.
Yeah, I've never. I've never done an astral travel.
Yeah, but you've lucid dreamed before?
Oh, so many times. Yes.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Are you good at it? Can you do it like on command? Like if you go to sleep and you want to do it, you just.
You know, it's funny. That's a good question. I can't. I can't. There are moments in which there has been moments, for example, 2 years ago, when I was so sure that I was going to lucid dream. I was excited to go and fall asleep, but then it's kind of like it just wears off for some time. Then randomly, I might lucid dream one moment. It's I can tell you that every time it happens, it makes me request. It makes me, oh man, it's a trip. Yeah.
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 That sounds cool though. To be honest with you, I don't really dream at all that much. Like very rarely do I ever dream.
That's I'm sorry. That's because maybe like you don't take the time to ask yourself. But if you really take your time, for example, if you I can assure you that you can surprise yourself when you remember that, holy shit, like oh shit, I was dreaming about that. Fuck.
Since we have some dream analysis enthusiasts in here, what would you call the dream that the masses are enduring, thinking the Earth is a globe? How would you classify that dream?
I don't. Can you like rephrase the question or repeat it?
How would you classify the dream that the masses of Earth are collectively having, that they are living on a spinning water ball? How would you classify that dream?
Programmed. It's a program.
Not you, Clay. I'm asking the dream analysts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Am I the dream analysis here or somebody else?
I was just asking the people who had diverted the conversation from Shape of the Earth, the dream analysis, to what classification of dream are the masses of humanity undergoing right now. I was just kind of trying to get it back on track using your topic.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. Man, we're all having a fever dream right now. I honestly don't know what's going on in the world today.
Well, speak for yourself. Are you the we, Ryan? Rhinoceros? Rhinoceros. Sorry, that's the tough one.
It's Rhinoceros, I believe.
Are you combining yourself in the we of the fever dream?
I am, yeah. I'm classifying myself in there. And maybe not you. I mean, you may know.
So you
exactly
acknowledge it's a dream.
Who's having the fever dream?
I was kind of just making the joke that the world is crazy right now with everything going on, and we're all having a fever dream. But you know,
no, I was asking Godric how they were talking about dream analysis, and I was just asking them how they would qualify or classify the dream that the masses are having here on Earth that we're living on a water ball, flying through space.
Yeah, that's like that. I wouldn't call that a dream.
What would you call it?
A belief.
How about diamonds on Uranus? Is that a dream?
A what?
Diamonds on Uranus.
That would be painful. That'd be a nightmare.
That's a NASA fact.
I don't know.
Are they sparkly?
Very sparkly.
I've just learned that diamonds are breakable. You know, I thought my concept of diamonds was that they were unbreakable. I guess I learned something new today.
I think you can melt diamonds, right? Like at the right heat.
Dude, this world is so crazy. I mean, think about the fact that diamonds can be created naturally. I mean, what else is possible, you know? Like,
can you prove that?
My question would be, where is the proof of diamonds being actually anything special, rather than just people giving it as something special to it, you know?
That's a good question.
Like, it's just like I don't understand people at all regarding material things. Like, I don't
Okay.
see any beauty in sports cars. I don't see any beauty in diamonds or jewelry. I just don't get it.
Okay. No.
Just
This is the thing. Watch. I mean, like the thing is this. It all comes to as humans. We seem to use. We produce and we exchange our goods to one another, right? So we have discovered the use of money. So when you take a look at the quality of what makes, when you look, so for example, you want to use something that represents money, right? So for example, in the case of gold, you're like, why is gold considered such a value? Well, it has the property that it's like difficult to find and that it's like unique and blah blah blah. So diamonds have certain qualities that are not very common.
But
That's why
maybe
they're
it's
considered.
yeah, I understand. But maybe it's just if you look at it a different way, if you look at what kind of people are being used, unfortunately, to gain these diamonds and so forth, and under what type of what is it called? Under what type of conditions?
Labor.
Yeah, that most of it is just total child labor and stuff, and you know, all the big diamonds, for example, that the queen has on her crown, are actually just from Africa, from kids, you know, getting that stuff out. Maybe it's just a perverted Luciferian thing where they just love to wear the things that are just actually, you know, gained by making people suffer and so forth. Maybe
Yeah, a
they
lot of
see the
that
beauty
stuff.
in that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. A lot of that stuff, though, is kind of, it's driven by Leonardo DiCaprio films, Blood Diamond or whatever. But if you want to say, well, the reason a diamond's valuable is because it has special characteristics. Well, what made wampum valuable? Nothing. I mean, maybe some people had access to the shores that they found the shells on, and some people didn't. But it's just something that people had, I tried to get back to the flat earth thing, but I guess since we're going to talk about diamonds, I'll talk about wampum.
What is wampum?
Yeah,
Well, it was like it was like a currency they used. It was like a beaded shell type of thing that supposedly the Indians strung together and used as trade currency.
That's interesting.
Well, something related, just a question related with flat Earth, like, what are the thoughts related with a compass? Like, there is a magnetic field. There is a magnetic field. I mean, just the fact that we can buy a compass in the store, and the needle will point to the north. I mean, isn't that weird?
It's proof of a flat Earth. Yeah. If it was a globe, the needle would have to point through the Earth. We know that doesn't work. As a Boy Scout, so you have to put the needle flat. It's like floating flat, right? So North Pole would be through the Earth, right? So that doesn't work at all, would it? On a globe. On a flat Earth, the north is just north. H flat north. Globe debunked.
Is there an area up in the north that we can reach where the needle starts kind of behaving weird, or does it always point to a particular direction when we get closer to the north? Like, if you were, like, for example, in the northern most region in Russia, to give you an example, or whatever country is up there, that is like the closest area we can get to the North Pole. Like, does
We
ever
don't know.
you don't know, no?
I mean, there's a lot of mixed stories about it. I hear people tell me at South Pole either compasses don't work or they work, and then North Pole they start spinning. I don't know.
Hold on. I think a compass would still work on a globe Earth, technically, and it would work flat Earth
If
too.
you're on a globe and you point the compass flat, the needle points out into space. So it's not pointing north, is it?
It would work either way.
No, I mean,
Just to confirm, your compass is pointing out into space. If it's flat and you were on a sphere. On a flat Earth, it points to the north. Let's say North Pole, give or take. But a sphere, to point north to the North Pole, you have to point it through the ground. Correct?
I mean, it's
so the compass will follow the magnetic field lines, right? And if you've ever seen like a picture of a dipole, right, which is what they say a globe Earth, it acts as kind of like a dipole, then your compass needle, your north, will follow along the path of the magnetic field lines. And so, I mean,
I heard that like magnetic field lines are above your head, right? So then it should point upwards and not north. Correct?
No, like if you're standing on the equator, I guess, and like let's say you're like pointing to the magnetic north, or like you want to see where magnetic north is. I mean, if you're in like, it's kind of hard to explain this without a picture, but technically you are pointing out into space, right?
Correct.
Like
And then if there are lines, if there are magnetic lines above your head, you just point away from the Earth, right? How would you point north unless there was something actually north? This makes sense to me. You can maybe draw it for me.
Bring up a picture of a dipole, and maybe it'll. I don't know. Because all a compass is doing is following those magnetic field lines, which kind of go through. If we're talking about a ball Earth, it would go through, the middle of the, like through the middle of the Earth, and then come out in like large circles on either side. You'd have to bring up a picture. I'm not doing very well trying to explain it, but I think it would still work.
So you're saying there's a magnetic energy source that's going around in a circle around the Earth and through the Earth and back around, and that's what the compass follows. It's following a moving circular movement of energy. Is that what you're saying? Or magnetics?
Not a movement of energy, but yeah, magnetic field.
If it didn't move, then it wouldn't point north, right? If it didn't move, it would just point to the magnetic, supposedly according to you, the magnetic line, right, which is above your head, behind you, in front of you, right? So it wouldn't point north unless it was moving.
I'm not sure I understand.
Besides, you're making the assumption of spherical Earth in the first place.
There's a picture of the globe, and then there's magnetic lines, right, which go around the globe and through the middle and around, right? So, explain to me how the compass would point north, because the magnetic lines are not north; they're all around you, right? Now, if they were moving in a circular fashion, like a merry-go-round, you can claim that it's pointing to a moving.
Am I able to
circular?
post an image in the live stream chat? Do I have permission to do that?
Well, everyone who heard you say dipole has, can find out what you meant by that. We've seen all the diagrams. But the point is, to say that, well, see what a dipole does? That's what's happening on the Earth. That's just, I hate to boil it down to the term, but it's a leap of logic. You're just assuming that the Earth is a sphere in the first place.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I said I was like, I think a compass would still work.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
I was trying to suss it out.
So you have to have so many. You have to have so many more explanations for that. I mean, just based on the compass, without anything else, what's more likely? It's pointing towards the magnetic north on a flat plane, or there's your explanation.
Well, like let me try and explain it a different way. I'm trying to just put in words what I'm imaging in my head. Like if you were to look up at the sky, you would see a bunch of pretty much parallel lines going in one direction, right? And those are the magnetic field lines. So if you were to look up to the sky, you would see the magnetic field lines. If they were visible, they would all be pointing in one direction and they'd be parallel to each other.
Does anything like float up and follow these magnetic lines which are moving in one direction? Like birds or something?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Does anything fly up in the air and then follow these magnetic lines that you claim are moving in one direction?
I keep missing that first part. I'm sorry. One more time.
Maybe like little bits of metal are moving across our skies because they're in the magnetic drift.
No, little bits of metal aren't moving. I don't know this for sure, but the strength of the magnetic field isn't strong enough to like really pick up like, I don't know.
So it's there, but it's not strong enough to pick up metal. But here's my question: how does the needle point north? What is it? Think about it. What is it pointing at?
It is pointing towards the point of magnetic north, which is on the, sort of not directly on the top of the ball Earth, but a little canted to the side.
Where would magnetic north be if you were on the South Pole? Where would that be on the globe?
It would be directly to the ground, right to the ground.
And we know the compass doesn't point to the ground because it doesn't work unless it's floating flat, right?
No, I don't think that's true. Can you say that in a different way? I mean, if you're standing on either one of the poles, like the compass isn't really going to work, right?
I mean, we don't really know. I mean, like that was my question actually, but another point that I wanted to make was
the tip of the compass points horizontal, not down to the Earth, not up in the magnetic sky, just horizontal to the Earth. But how can that?
Because it's stuck in a compass.
Like it has to be flat.
Yes.
The compass has to be flat.
You can kind of hold it. I mean, if you wanted to hold it directly, like down, to the ground, like you're standing and you point it downwards instead of horizontal. Right.
It doesn't work at all that way.
Vertically.
Okay. I don't know. I've never been to the North Pole or the South Pole, so.
What relation, like for example, do we have? I mean, because this is a fact. I mean, like the sun. So on the flat Earth model, the sun goes around the North Pole, right? The sun goes from west.
There is no flat Earth model.
Okay.
We have reality.
What are you getting at? Continue. What are you getting at?
Okay, so isn't it quite a coincidence that the needles point towards towards a point that it's the center of the middle of where the sun like rotates around? Isn't it quite a coincidence? What's the relationship between those two things?
Nothing to do with the sun. Zero. It points to the magnet, which is in the North Pole. Magnetic north.
But you're saying that there's no relationship between those two things? The fact that the needles point towards the center and the sun goes around and around and around and around a center? You're saying that it's not there has to be a relation.
Is there any evidence for that?
He's saying it's a coincidence, but I don't know really where he's going with that. I just makes sense to me.
I was simply asking for evidence that the sun goes around and around. The way everybody's usually projecting it to go on the flat Earth.
So that's questionable.
Well, exactly. So if it's questionable, then it can be used in any type of discussion as to whether it is or isn't doing something on Earth. If you're applying maybe speculation amongst flat earthers, that could be a possibility in a discussion, and it could be challenged as well. But as far as asserting it as a point of view, then I would have to handwave dismiss it as in it's just speculation. It's rough having high standards, but this is how it is with flat Earth. If you're not bringing the goods, there's no evidence. You can't demonstrate what your claim is, and it goes away with everything else that is speculation. Just like the globe, the flat Earth is no different. There's speculations that come up, and people want to stand behind them, but at the same time, you can't stand behind an assertion that has a baseless claim. There's nothing there for its foundation. I mean, it's simple, really. So there's people that have these ideas about what flat Earth is, and then assert, well, the sun's doing this, or the Earth is this way, or magnetic lines, and we are in a state of not knowing. So when you're back and forth with these ideas, it's better to view them as speculation amongst flat earthers versus standing on them as in, I know. So nobody knows that, to be certain. And I mean, we're just being real here, right? Like, we're all being honest about what we know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. We just keeping the focus on how we present our case, or if somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, we have to direct them in the right path and not give them something that is going to make them think that the Earth is something that we can't even provide evidence for. So we have to. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Lynn.
Sorry, that's definitely not my position. I mean, I'm not in a position to debate a glober. Unfortunately, as embarrassing as that may sound, I don't think I'm like. But I know that many of you guys are.
Yeah, but it's actually more simple than you might think. It doesn't really take much to topple some of these intellects. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you've ever heard me talking here with the people, there's only one thing I would ask from a glober. One single thing. And the one single thing that I ask for, I never get. You know what it is?
No.
Curvature. If the claim is that the Earth has measurable curvature, according to the metrics, then they're going to have to demonstrate to me how it's possible. Because the burden of proof lands on those who make the claim. And if they are standing by the claim, I'm not necessarily saying that they made the claim, but if they're standing by it, saying that the Earth is a globe, then I need demonstrable evidence that the Earth is indeed curving at 8 inches per mile squared over the curved surface of the Earth. Now, they have to do this by way of demonstration, either them telling me how to do it or them showing me how it's done. That's it. It's really, you know why it hinges on that, Lionel? Do you know why everything hinges on that one single point that I just told you?
Because it questions. Why?
Because if they can't demonstrate to you how they know that the Earth has measurable curvature, then everything that precedes that, any derivative argument, anything, Coriolis, gravity, cosmos. It doesn't matter where they take you. You can bring them right back to the curvature of the Earth because they need everything. The radius is everything to the cosmology. The radius is how they know that rockets can actually go out into the moon because it actually doesn't. Rockets don't go straight up. They take a parabolic curve so they can go around the Earth a couple of times and then get enough speed so they can leave Earth's gravity. They need the radius so they can know the distance to the planets, to the sun, and to all the stars. The radius is the globe Earth hinges on that very single point. And how do you know that the radius has been measured? That's the question that they need to demonstrate to you. So it is everything essential for basically the entire globe heliocentric cosmology. It can be toppled with one single question. And if they divert the question and say, well, that's fine, but what about gravity? But like, I'm not going to entertain another discussion until you, sir or ma'am, have demonstrated to me how the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Because if you don't know, then everything that precedes that is you don't know. Because that hinges on everything that the cosmology needs, which is the radius, diameter, and the circumference. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So it's as easy as that, Lionel. It's not very difficult. I would like to give you those tools, and you can phrase it any way you like, but it always comes back to they need to demonstrate that to you because that's the burden of proof. The claim lands on those who either stand by the claim or making the claim. So it doesn't matter how smart they are. That has no bearing in the foundation of understanding like what we know the Earth to be. Plus, it's not a science question either. So what is question? Go ahead, Donnell.
So how do they prove the curve of the Earth?
They have to give you a demonstration of how the Earth has curvature at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So really, it's just simple algebra, but over a distance of, and you can pick a distance, right? 15, 20 miles, however much it is. They can go over a body of water, and they can have a friend on the shore of a beach, and you have another friend at another long distance. And, just as a quick demonstration, they can show you maybe a light or a laser or some way that they can measure from the point of origin to the target that there is no obstruction in between those two people. And if it's possible that there's line of sight without obstruction, then what you have is not a globe Earth, but a flat Earth. Because the curvature of the Earth was not detected to be blocking the two people who are doing the line of sight test, which means that if the Earth is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared, as the claim would say, then they can't claim anything else of the Earth of what it's doing. Yeah, go ahead, Lionel.
My question was how that is how you can prove that there is no curvature, but how do they prove? Can they prove the curvature of the Earth with the same tools?
So what I just told you is either gonna tell you if the Earth is curving or it's not.
Right.
So it's gonna produce both answers in that one single demonstration. So if I was to take you to the beach and I told you to stand at a far distance, 15 to 20 miles away from me, and I have a laser or a light or something that you could see by line of sight, and we put it at a certain distance above the ground, and you can see the light from where you're at on the other end. If the Earth was curving, if it had curvature, then you would not be able to see that light. The Earth curvature would be obstructing the light or laser or whatever, right? So that means there's curvature, just like the way the globe would dictate. Now, if the curvature is not there, that means line of sight is truly how we observe the Earth to be. And that means that there is no curvature. So it answers both questions. Is it curving or not? Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Dino, can I just ask you, do you know what cognitive dissonance is? is?
It sounds like it's related. It sounds like it's related with perspective
Now,
and the
the reason
horizon.
I'm asking you is like you said you agree with a lot of flat Earth points.
Okay.
There's still something holding you back. It's like you ask the same questions like almost daily, and it's like you don't want to believe, you don't want to accept that the Earth is flat.
So I've just given you something so easy to demonstrate for yourself, Lionel, and everybody else you encounter, that the Earth is either going to be curving or not. Do you understand? Like, it's that simple. There's no need for complicated theology, complicated calculations, none of that. You can eliminate everything and make it so simple to where if you have curvature, of course, the truth is that the Earth is a globe. If you do not have curvature, then the Earth is not a globe, as the claim would stand. And we don't have to, we don't have to convince you. That has to happen when you're standing in, and check this out. It's not about agree to disagree, because you can't say that in this instance, because there's actually empirical evidence to stand. So you're not arguing with somebody. You're actually going against what we can actually observe and what we can test. So at that point, you're just wrong. You either take the fact that you're wrong and then just reject the fact that you're even going to think about the Earth. You stay stuck in a fantasy thinking the Earth is a globe, or you're going to accept the reality that you've measured and you tested that the Earth is not a globe, and then understand that that's the reality in which you live. It's that simple. You're going to either accept it or you're going to reject it, based upon you want to trust consensus and academia or whatever. But it's that.
Also, Lionel, sorry, Mickey.
No, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if the Earth was indeed a globe, then they wouldn't have to try to prove it. It will be obvious. Everybody will accept it. They won't have to try and fake going to space, going out to space, and satellites, ISS. It will be so obvious. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I would actually use water being level as well as another indicator, but I think this is a bit tangible that gets people's minds thinking and how they can do this test. So, water being level and that being a great way to measure, it's obvious, it's self-evident. But that would be something if they needed a little bit more, which I don't think after measuring the curvature as per the claim, right? The claim stands that the Earth has these metrics that everybody knows about. Well, it's simple. If that's the case, then take the metrics, get an Earth curve calculator online, because there's a whole bunch. Just apply that to the Earth. Go somewhere, go point A to point B, get a friend, test it out. Don't take my word for it. Go do it, and if it measures, globe, then you better tell us how you got that. But it's not going to.
Have you
not going to
performed
measure.
this experiment, Miggy?
Me?
Have you done this before?
That specific one is I haven't done that exact one, but what I have known, for me, is the simple truth that water is level. I have actually a graphic that can demonstrate this. This is what I know to be true, and I'll put it in the live stream voice text. Give me a moment, okay?
Yeah, sure thing.
1 second. All right. Can you see it?
Sorry, 1 second. Live stream voice text, right?
Yeah, it's. Wait, oh, no, I put it in the lobby. 1 second. I'll switch it over. Give me a moment.
So is the water is level experiment, you'd say, the more important one?
Boom. Well, I guess the more important one would be the one where you're actually, for the Glober mindset, right? Because they gotta verify stuff. So what they're doing is because I could show them water's level in this instance, but they're gonna be like, well, we're talking about the entire Earth. So the argument would then, for me, water being level already shows me that I don't need to go any farther for me, because I understand the properties of water. It's gonna do that anywhere you go. The image that I put in the live stream voice text would show that that's the truth, right? Self-evident to everyone. But now the one where people are actually testing the Earth to be, either curved or not, that's for the glober who's really staunch in their position and they can't get out of that mindset. Because some would say, go
I
ahead.
disagree because I think I don't think you should stop just at this, right? I think if it is a experiment that you can perform that would prove a globe Earth, then I think it's also important not just for a globe Earther, but also a flat Earther as well.
Well,
do you agree with me, or like?
Yeah, we wouldn't consider this an experiment to be fully transparent. This right here would just be a measurement test. You're testing to see if the measurement of the metrics actually line up with what they tell you that the metrics of the Earth are. So basically, an experiment is a how-why question. This is a what-is question. So you're not going to apply the scientific method to a what-is question. So basically, what you're doing here is rudimentary. Has nothing to do with something that's super complicated. That I don't know, but the scientist knows. No, you can't do that. This is simple algebra. You just go, and if there's a distance you can measure, do that.
Making an observation, right? So
Well, it's a measurement coupled with an observation. So both.
And for it to be an experiment, you'd have to have like what, hypothesis. You'd have the scientific method or whatever, right?
So it doesn't need to and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to run through the scientific method because it's not a science question.
But you are drawing conclusions purely based off of this observation, right?
No, I didn't. Okay, so once again, it's two things. You're observing the natural known reality, right? That's one. The second one is you're measuring to see if the natural known reality conforms to what you're viewing, line of sight. Do you understand? There's two things. You gotta apply both. It's not one. I can't. For instance, if it was just about observation, me and you would disagree when we go on a plane ride. I'm saying I don't know what you are, globe or flat, but if you would go up in the plane with me, you'd be like, "Well, I see globe," and I'd be like, "Well, I see flat." And how are we going to find out who wins that argument? By who sees the Earth better? Well, I got 20/20 vision. You don't. So, that's not going to work. So we need a way by which we can measure who knows what reality is by peer review and getting everybody in on this so that we can all test this out. This should be very self-evident to you and me and to everybody. So when people...
I 100% agree with. Yeah, everything you just said, I 100% agree with. There has to be some objective standard that we need to go by to make a determination on the shape of the Earth other than our subjective viewing of reality, right?
Yeah, but it's not subjective. I don't know where it's subjective because, here's the deal, right? They are giving us metrics. The metrics of the Earth are given by the claim. Per the claim, and I'm not saying anybody's made the claim. No glober has made it. It's been established. According to them, it's settled, right? There's no bigger Earth involved here. It's not going to be like, well, you're too small to see it. No, that doesn't work. You're going to have to know that you're going to either adhere to the claim or you're going to dismiss it and make up your own cosmology at that point.
So if I went out and I measured, if I went out and I measured a curvature of the Earth, that's not, what did you say, 8 miles per square, something or
8
whatever?
inches per mile square. Yeah, the curvature drop rate, basically.
So if I went out and I measured something, say I measured like 2 inches per mile squared, wouldn't that still prove a round Earth, but instead of it would be much, much larger than what people are saying it is?
No, because they gave us the dimensions, right? They said the Earth, the globe, has a radius of 3,959 miles and circumference of 24,901 miles. So within those parameters, we can work out where the geometric, the physical geometric horizon should be on the globe. And flat earthers have gone out and tested it, and it's not there.
Right.
Well, what if they're wrong? That's what I'm saying.
No, well, okay. So here's where we're at with the whole what if they're wrong? What if the Earth is a bigger ball? That's not up for debate. As in, either you take it or you leave it, kind of thing. The claim is, right, the Earth is of a certain size. The metrics are given. This isn't up for like, well, what if they got it wrong? That doesn't work. That argument is like, that's been used at the beginning of our beginning of the flat Earth movement. This here is what's been settled between those who have been teaching this for as many years as they've been knowing the Earth. Like, you're gonna Google, if you Google it, that's what the metrics you're gonna get. Whether or not that, whether or not that's
on what are. Sorry, go ahead.
one second. Whether or not that's the claim, whether you say I disagree with that, that's great. Now, please tell us how you're going to revamp the cosmology, because you got to start from scratch. This here has been given as in the complete metrics of what they're going to figure out for the formula for. They use it for refraction. They use it for telemetry calculations. Everything. It's useful for every purpose that they want to apply it. The formula for radius.
Sure.
So
I guess it just depends what our end goal is here. Is your end goal to find the truth or just to prove them wrong?
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Because like,
yeah, I get what you're saying, but the thing is, if the Earth is what they claim it is, right? Because they're giving this idea to everyone, so that your consumption of knowledge has been via their institutions of like learning. So they were going to, whatever school you grew up in or knowledge you've attained this, you think the cosmology is what they are telling you it is in one way, shape, or another. You might think it's a bigger ball, but you still think you're in a universe full of stars who are suns and suns that are. So the cosmology is still alive via how they've given it to you, but now you're just revamping it to say something else because you want to keep the dream alive. And that's all right, because if you still want to believe somehow, some way the Earth is what they're claiming it is, but maybe they got it wrong, so you're still going to keep believing it is, that's great. Please continue to believe that. But what we're doing is falsifying the claim that they're making by way of demonstrating to everybody.
I totally get that. I think we kind of were talking past each other a little bit. I wasn't trying to say that like I just want to like keep the globe model alive. I want to find the truth, right? I mean,
Well,
that's
the truth,
truly my end goal.
So if that
somebody wrong.
Well, here's the thing. Well, it's not about proving. It's more about seeing what's self-evident, right? If we're saying that it's self-evident that the Earth isn't curving anywhere, but we have to verify that it's what we say that it is, right? That it's not curving anywhere, and with line of sight we can see people at a far distance. That's the truth. What is not truthful about that? So it's self-evident, right? But now here's this one little claim that's coming up. All right, you saying the Earth is this claim? Let's test it. Oops, it's not that claim. Now what? But it's truthful that it's line of sight. We've always known the Earth to be what we see it. That's truth. You can stand on that. Understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. But there's really, it's kind of like an open and shut case. That's why I want Lionel to understand. When we come at this discussion, it's simple. It's not super complicated. There's no logical inconsistencies. It's very basic. It's fundamental, really.
That's simple.
Yeah, very simple.
Rhinoceros. Mysteries of existence are always going to exist while we're within the existence. I mean, this isn't as I've said, this isn't omniscience 24/7.
I agree. There'll always be something we don't understand, but that doesn't mean everything that's a mystery we can't understand at some point.
Well, the mystery that they tried to give us, the 3959 globe mystery, has been unraveled. So if the goal is to debunk that, that's already been done. And the truth about what we can observe in nature, we know that truth as well.
Sure.
Yeah, like I think that we are in the quest of.
I just don't like the idea that something that makes me uncomfortable is that we debunk the globe Earth model, right? But then we don't why aren't we trying to actually figure out what we're on? Because we say we observe, a flat plane, right? But it could not be a flat plane.
Well,
why don't continue to search for answers? Why just disprove the globe and then stick with only what you can observe?
Here's the thing, man. Nobody's stopping anyone from doing anything. So if that's your end goal and that's what you want to pursue, then you take that on and you shoulder it and you go and do what you got to do, right? But for some people, they're content enough not knowing that it's not what the claim is. So it's that easy. But if you want to have a group where you have people pursuing something else, further, then by all means, I don't think anybody's stopping that. You know what I mean? Like that's, if you're more inquisitive about what else is going on, then live curiously. Get involved with people, talk to them, see what they want to do.
Aren't you, man? I mean, you gotta be curious about what it all really is, right?
I am, but I'm not gonna bring this conversation to what I'm just gonna tell you, but I'm gonna leave it there. I have biblical understanding of what I know the reality to coincide with what I know reality is, known reality. So it's enough for me. So I don't need to discover more than what I know to be true, like as it is now. I don't need to go to. I'll give you a crazy example. I don't need to go to the edge to provide more evidence. For me, I'm content living a good life, knowing that my Creator has given me a mind to cognitively think about things and critically know what's going on in this world. I don't need to pursue the unknown. That to me, I like knowing that the sun and the moon are a mystery. It brings wonder.
I have no problem with that, man. If you're happy with that, that's totally fine, dude. You can live your life, and do whatever. But I don't know. I just, I don't know.
Look at the conversation I put in the chat for you, Ryan.
Yeah, I was starting to read it. Huh.
This is the sort of situation that we're dealing with on a regular basis.
So the why would they lie question is kind of still, I think, still holds a little bit of weight, to be honest with you.
But does it detract, or does the explanation for why change the fact that it's a lie?
I mean, no, could not, but that must mean that it really is a lie. And we have to start thinking about probability here, right?
No.
This amount of people
No.
over this period
See,
of time.
that's fallacious. And it's based on your presumptions about what's actually happening.
Okay.
That's the problem with it.
Are you asking me what the problem?
No, that is the problem with it.
Oh.
The presumptions about what you think would be necessary for this to be the case. You say have. Let me point something out. Answer the number, or ask the question: how many people would have to know 100%, no matter what? They would have to know that the world is flat and they're lying. How many people? What is that number? And you have to answer that question you have to rule out all possibilities of deception at all levels and all compartmentalization, and you would have to deduce how many people would have to know that Earth is flat based on what they have done in life. So the person that's in a manufacturing warehouse making, putting together or making components or fabricating or whatever pieces for a quote unquote satellite, that is not one of the people. You can rule out all of those people. You can rule out probably out of the 170,000 NASA employees, you can rule out 170,000 of them. Minus maybe how many? You have to figure it out and ask the question, who would have to know? Okay? Because statisticians, data scientists, none of those people would have to know. None of them would. So you have to really think critically and deduce who would have to know. And who is that? That would obviously be people like Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, maybe somebody like Yuri Gagarin, but maybe not. Like rule out all of the other ones and boil it down to the absolute list of who would have to know. There's other people that might know, but there's actually a very, very, very small list of people that would have to know.
So a group
I would
that comes
posit
to mind is the
What's
people
that?
interpreting a group of people that I think would have to know would be like the people interpreting the data of like the Mars rover, right? And like sending commands to it to move it, right? If you're just a normal regular guy and you're working on this project, like you're not a billionaire, you're not in any position of political power, and you go to work every day and you're like your job is to, navigate the Mars rover, and you've put in the command, right? And like you saw also the rocket launch, you were there, and then you're interpreting the data of like the ship as it's going to Mars, and like everything makes sense. And then when it lands on Mars, during the landing process, it like you're receiving data and stuff, and then images. Like at that point, you would have to know, right? Could we agree on that one?
No, I would disagree.
Tell me how so?
Because it's just data and anything could be programmed. So really that could be boiled down to 1 to 5 people that would have to know associated with that. But all of the thousands of people that are working with that data would not have to know. They could be deceived.
So the people who like programmed the
I think that it's 100% reasonable. I think that it's 100% reasonable to suggest that the number of people that would have to know is double digits. Double
Really?
digits.
By the way,
Yes.
multi Tom Tom, whoever's talking in the chat, like if you want to talk shit, I mean, come in the voice chat and speak to me like a real person instead of hiding behind your keyboard.
Yeah. Well, that's
Anyway.
not the purpose of this voice chat. Is not to talk crap to each other. I'm trying to provide you information. Don't try not to be distracted by provocateurs.
I appreciate it.
So,
sorry.
I'm trying to provide you rationale to answer your question. Okay, and it stands to reason that a person that claims, or a person that is made the claim about, that they went to the moon, for instance, that is a person that would have to know, most likely. I still reserve the possibility that it's possible that even those people could have been put through a deception and that they wouldn't necessarily have to know, which would limit the number to even a smaller number of people.
I guess, I mean, really anything is possible. Like, I have no idea, but it just.
I'm just asking you to think through it rationally. Critical thinking.
Oh, I have. And I feel like I am. And I feel like they're. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of too outlandish for some reason. But maybe I'm wrong. I could always be wrong.
So, appeal to incredulity isn't a really valid process for discerning what is real. So, again, measurement and observing reality and measuring reality is probably the better technique as opposed to appeal to incredulity. So if you have a bunch of boards of wood, measuring them with a ruler or a measuring tape to be more precise, and then saying, oh, look, they're all 12 foot long. and you just know that as a fact. Oh, look, I see way too far for that claim to be valid, and you just know that for a fact. It just is what it is. All of the other stuff, man, why would he have told me that all my boards are only 3 foot long when I just measured all of them to be 12 foot long? I don't know why he would have lied about that. I mean, it's obviously a lie. Gosh, I'm going to waste. I mean, I could ask. Oh, wait, I can't ask because I don't have access to that person that lied to me anymore, or I never did. I just heard the story of what he said, and I can't ask him. But that guy lied to me. These are 12-foot boards. He said 3 foot. These are 12 foot. I mean, fine. Better for me. The implications are nice. It means I have more than I expected. I'm drawing an analogy here, obviously, but the analogy carries over because you can spend your time thinking about why and the implications, but you should also just simply acknowledge, once you have made the determination that the claim has been falsified, once you see it for yourself, acknowledge that at the very least. And before you move on to asking questions why, make sure that you've acknowledged the simple fact, right? Go through the grieving process. That's why I bring up the analogy of the cheating spouse.
Yeah, when he read the person A, person B, he said, huh. And now 5 minutes later he says, well, it's just too outlandish. Well, go back to the original thing that made you go, huh.
I use the cheating spouse analogy a lot because it's a binary, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking.
Like, I'll give you another one. What if you found out cooties weren't real?
What would I do if I found out cooties weren't real?
Yeah, let's, for instance, pretend that cooties is not euphemistic for some type of organism, right? So it's a facetious question. Because really and truly, cooties is usually understood to be a euphemism for some type of bacteria or contagion, right? But for the sake of my example, the idea of cooties actually does carry over into older ages, whether or not it's young teenager, young adult. The concept carries over and it gets converted from the word cooties to some type of contagion, bacteria, virus, whatever, right? But what if, hypothetically, and of course,
I'm sorry. I'm getting a phone call.
I just want to make sure that I'm being clear that I'm not in any stretch of the imagination trying to oppose the arbiter of truth, which is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the arbiter of truth, of course. Everybody knows this. According to the terms of service and community guidelines of Discord, Wikipedia is the arbiter of truth. So with that in mind, I'm just pretending. But anyway, the concept of cooties. What if you found out that was fake? Outlandish?
I always thought they were friendly little things. I never was worried about a cootie. I just thought they tickled your armpits when they crawled over you.
Yeah, well, cooties in the kindergarten concept, kindergarten, first grade, maybe second grade, or even third grade in grade school, is the concept that if you rub shoulders with a girl, and I mean that quite literally, if you rub shoulders or bump into each other or accidentally brush against one another, that you know
Yeah, you got her cootie.
you'll get cooties, and it's whatever. It's a farcical thing, and it's only tangentially related to bacteria transfer. That's actually not the purpose of the concept of cooties. The concept of cooties is to try to keep the boys and the girls from not doing things with each other. It's an early instilled concept to keep the boys and the girls from messing with each other. Okay, so but whatever the case, like again, I'm just drawing another analogy here. You can call something outlandish, the appeal to incredulity. That's fallacious reasoning.
Well, did the cooties ever stop you from having a girlfriend? Never did
No,
me.
social awkwardness did. at least for the first 20 years of my life. Oh my God, 20 years? Whatever.
Yeah.
I got married at 25. I got three offspring, 3 ken, as it were.
Yeah, I got married quite young the first time at 19, and it was my high school sweetheart and all that silly kind of stuff. And she was gorgeous, prettiest girl in the whole school, and blah blah blah. And she ended up being just a little too pretty. I'd catch her downtown on her 10-speed, hanging out on the boulevard, talking to all these guys and stuff. So we ended up getting divorced. Anyway, so she's never had any children. She can't have kids, I guess. So almost like a blessing. So at least I got to remarry and have a child. Only have 1 kid though.
Gotcha. Well, anyway, these metaphors are. Oh, did he leave?
I don't
know. I think that guy left. Yeah, Rhinos. Yeah, he left, I guess. Oh well. Sorry, I didn't mean to overstep these minutes of.
Yeah, I was going to tell Rhinoceros to stick around for ladies' night, and he bolted.
Oof.
He's probably going to come back. Was he new or something, though?
I suppose.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose we probably should try a little harder to keep the new ones.
Well, I
stick
wasn't
around if we
being
can.
overly aggressive. I was providing him useful rationale.
Right.
There's a deficit of reason.
Deficit of truth seekers too, seems to me.
Maybe so. Well, and it's because of it's related to that claim that I was, not claim, the statement I was making about Wikipedia being the arbiter of truth. That has a lot to do with it. This illusion of arbitration of truth via consensus.
Yeah.
That illusion has messed people's brains up because it has taken them away from reality and into an appeal to this concept of democracy or consensus or majority as the arbitration of what is real.
Right. Yeah, Wikipedia is, I agree with you 100%. It's not where you should be going if you really want to know the truth about anything, really. Yes, maybe I should be saying that, but
yeah, it didn't take them long to slide from when Wikipedia first was started, which I only first remember like in the schools. 2001 is when I remember us being told, don't let students use Wikipedia for a source, or make sure they know Wikipedia is not a valid source. You can use it and go to the bottom where the sources of their supposed sources are and investigate those and see if those are legitimate sources or not. Now it's just like everybody thinks that just is the source, as if that's just totally legitimate. I don't even hear people in the schools saying anymore don't use it. It's in like courses. These online courses refer to Wikipedia as a source. I mean, it's just that whole idea has totally vanished. Almost totally. I mean, I'm sure in like serious academic classes, like at a real, let's say a college prep school that's more serious, or like, at an actual university that's more serious, depending on the professor, they might still hold to that. But like in general, it used to be that was just common knowledge that no teacher would let you use Wikipedia as a source, and I don't know, like it only took maybe 10 years for them to kind of take over, not that long.
I agree.
Well, today Wikipedia can be edited by any idiot. All you have to do is just register, on that platform, and you can edit things.
Yes, but on the other hand, Wikipedia is highly regulated by the. Well, you can figure it out if you look into who it's regulated by.
Yeah, you change it up, and it's not what they want on it. They'll just change it right back. Someone does.
Right. That's right.
The fact checkers.
That's a good euphemism for it.
I think Melty is trying to say something. I don't know if that's P-Drinker.
Is it P-Drinker? Could very well be. Oh, now he's going to be silent.
Well, he doesn't have any roles, right? Or did someone unmute him?
I unmuted.
He was unmuted for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I unmuted him.
He was trying to speak.
I don't want to breathe into the mic, so I muted myself because you rogue unmuted me.
I did rogue unmute you. I make a habit of it, in fact.
I was taking a big hit of fucking weed. I was trying to hold it in. So hello, everybody.
Not surprised.
How you doing?
Okay.
Buddy?
We're going to start ladies' night now, even though we only have a few ladies here, but that's, it's a good time to start it. That way I can...
How much more time before ladies' night starts, Mary Mom?
Well, I mean, it's supposed to have started at the top of the hour, so...
8 minutes ago.
Oh, 8 minutes ago. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, no, that's no problem. I would have been if we were like dying to start. I would have. I was trying to let you guys finish up with that one guy, and then he went away, and then
the torch is yours.
Here, so.
I'll put my lip zipper on.
Okay. Am I allowed to stay if I behave?
No, you got to go home and go to bed.
I don't want to go to bed.
Oh well, then I guess
you don't have to leave, Lionel. Yeah, the men are.
Men are horrible.
I'll just start the event and then I'll give a general introduction, and then hopefully that will answer your questions. If not, let me know, Lionel. No, men are horrible is not the theme of Ladies' Night. Never has.
They are horrible. Period.
What makes you say that, Lionel? We don't agree. What do you mean? Men are just as good as women. There's horrible men, there's horrible women. I'm not saying they're the same. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say one's bad and the other one's not. I don't know. It seems like they have to work together. Why do you say they're horrible?
I have my reasons.
You don't want to share them.
All women are just little angels. Yeah, that's my opinion. They can't. Women can do no wrong because they don't know any better. It's real simple. They just don't know any better, so you just have to forgive them.
God Rockets really tried to get the other topics going here for Ladies' Night. We got like at least 3. We got like at least 3 rabble-rousing topics right there off the bat. Okay, so I tagged the ladies in the voice text. Now I'm going to make an announcement. I started the event. So I just want to put a little F with that, and then I'll be all set with it. I don't know. I don't know if Level Up wants to have that be a topic of why are sometimes men the problem, sometimes women, but I don't know. It seems like we are all both capable of causing problems in a different way. Yeah, I know. Like the main point I just wanted to get across is that there were some people when we started Ladies' Night who thought, who tried, and I think some people do still try to push that, like ladies do it better. That's why we have ladies' night, or whatever. But that was never the point. That was never the point. So we are not trying to say that men are inferior in any way. I have never said that. I don't remember ever saying that, and I've never endorsed anyone else saying it. So there you go. In fact, I think I've gotten after people for trying to use this to disparage, especially since I am the mother of boys, and I would like a future where they are not, I guess, discriminated against is the right word. I don't know, but I have seen a tendency toward that, so I actually try to counteract that whenever I see it. So anyway, I started the event, I made the announcement, and now start Ladies' Night.
It's
May
official.
13th, 2022. It's a beautiful day here where I live. Hopefully it is where you live as well. I mean, most days you can find some beauty in them. I don't know what days aren't beautiful. Even if it's raining, the plants are getting water. That's beautiful. If it's storming, that's even better. You get a light show in the sky at night. If it's snowing, it's very peaceful and calm. I don't know. I mean, what day is not beautiful, Level Up? I mean, we can't always see the beauty, but it's there, right?
Yeah, I think it's any day that you're not in a hospital, it's a pretty good day.
There you go. Yes. If I was in the hospital, and just told I had a fatal disease, or, someone I loved the same, I might not be here saying it's a beautiful day, right? Absolutely. So it is kind of a matter of perspective. Yeah, Tom, I'm still Dandelion in my main account. I used to be Mary Mom for many years, so sometimes I just put the name on because people seem to like it. I don't even know why, just on a whim. So he just asked about the name, so there you go. There's your answer. So yeah, Level Up's here. Glatflobus, aka KJ's here. Hello, KJ.
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How's the server been?
Pretty dead today. Not much going on except that one guy a little bit ago.
We could try to get him back, but the little bit I heard, it didn't make me think like I really wanted to talk to him that much. I don't know. Level Up, do you want me to try to get him back? He believes in the globe.
I didn't hear him, sorry.
He's a rhinoceros? Is that what he was? Rhinoceros something? What was his name? I'm trying to tag a rhinoceros. I'm not seeing anything.
Rhinoceros.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just come back and talk to ladies. There we go. He sounded really grouchy. I mean, maybe we could at least cheer him up. I don't know. I don't think he thinks it's a beautiful day. I guess we could ask him that. I agree, God Rock, with your last statement. Absolutely. Yeah. Don't want to be trapped in one of those. My family already knows they're not getting me into one of those unless I'm unconscious. And even then, I'm like, I don't even want you to take me there if I'm unconscious, but that's the only way you'll get me there. Anyway, yeah. So, what was I going to ask KJ? Oh, God. Remember. Oh, you just said it. Yeah, been quiet in the server. Oh, I know. I was going to say maybe it's because maybe other people are also enjoying better weather. I don't know. I was outside most of the day today, so
other
people might be too. But especially up here in the north where we haven't had good weather for a long time. Just kind of went from very, very cold to very, very warm, which I think it did last year too. I don't know if that's just the way things are now or what. Oh, Multi-Tom says Brian was very sensitive. Okay, well, yeah, I would try my best to be kind to him then, if he did come back. And I'm sure the other ladies would too, because they usually always are. I've never really heard Level Up after anybody at all. I don't know. Have you ever gotten mad at somebody on the live stream, Level Up?
Probably when I was first back in here earlier this year or late last year. The guys were talking about what I would loosely term male entitlement, and I got pretty steamed up.
Oh, okay. So that's why you thought maybe that shouldn't be our topic for tonight.
Yeah, if you really want me to get mad, that would be the topic.
I don't want you to. So there you go.
I don't especially like it either. So
yeah. Yeah. Oh, we have Bumblebee here. So, yeah, you've been here before, I know, but it's been a while since I talked to you. I don't know if you can say hello to us, Bumblebee.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Everyone is sleeping, so I can't talk.
Okay, that's fine. We won't make you talk. If you feel like chiming in at some point, then feel free. But thank you for at least saying hello. It's good to hear your voice. And we have Dang It Darren. He doesn't have any roles. I don't know. Do you think I should unmute him? Level up?
I don't know people as well as you probably do, but it's up to you if you want to try something, and we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, we can always mute him again if we have issues. So, Darren, are you there? Okay, well, if you can hear me, you are now muted on your end, so you are not server muted anymore. So if you wish to speak to us, unmute yourself and let us know. Otherwise, at some point, we'll probably server mute you again. But you are now at Ladies' Night. Oh yeah, I told the guy, Lionel, is going to give a general introduction. Yeah, of what the purpose is. Yeah, or the guidelines. So the Ladies' Night is hosted by the ladies of the server. But that doesn't mean only ladies speak. We speak to usually a priority of newer people that come into the server who might be either still stuck on the fantasy globe or flat earthers. And then generally the people who we ask to kind of take a back seat are the regular kind of flat earther guys who are here often. And they are generally very supportive of us and let the ladies have an evening to run the show, just to give a little different flavor to the live stream. And a lot of times it turns out that newer ladies come in and maybe feel more comfortable talking on Ladies' Night than they might other times. And then various things happen depending on who shows up. That seemed like a good summary?
Works for me. Now,
but I've heard I heard that you've been really kind of holding down the fort here in the past few weeks, which I appreciate. So thank you for doing that.
It gets kind of just me rambling sometimes because I'm like, well, I don't know what to talk about, so usually come up with something. Gospel Bearer is suggesting something, a video, Root of All Evil by probably Alexandra, as a topic tonight. I haven't seen that, so I don't know what it's about, or somebody would have to tell me the gist of it.
I know. I wonder how long it is. I haven't seen it either, so I didn't really like. It's an hour and 19 minutes. Yeah, so it really had to be someone summarizing it.
Yeah, I remember one of her videos from last year about Revelation, which she said some good things and some other things I totally disagreed with, but I'm kind of indifferent on whether it, I don't know whether to expect it to be good or bad. I'm sure she'll have arguments for whatever the topic is. Well, the topic is Root of All Evil, but maybe it's about money. I don't know. Probably not, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they say love of money is the root of all evil, right, or something like that.
Right.
But
It's the love of, not just money. Okay, click on the video and see if it has a description about events leading up to a quantum financial, it is about money, quantum financial reset, as well as its mystical origins. The alchemical process humanity is undergoing led to gold. and why it matters not just for physical reality, but in terms of spiritual implications. Quantum financial reset. I mean, offhand, I would just say what we're seeing of the world's economy, which has been a house of cards for a long time. This has been for several years I forget who it was said, a controlled demolition of life as we know it. So it's happening a little, it's not one giant disaster and then everything changes. They're taking these steps. There was a step taken back in 9/11/01. There was another step taken more recently in 2020. And now there's the, wars and things going on and cryptocurrencies rising and then crashing. Hard to say. I mean, we know that this is all orchestrated, is all I would say, but there's nothing organic or natural about it. It's all planned, is what I would say. I'm guessing she'll come to a similar conclusion.
Yeah, I've never heard anything from this person, so I don't know anything about that person. I was thinking about 9/11 today for some reason. I can't remember why, but I didn't have cable at that time, and I remember, it was like I thought it was something that we really needed to know about what was happening. I remember taking my daughter. I was going to ask her if she remembers this. To the Sears, at the mall to watch what was happening. And after I first heard about it when I was at school teaching during the day, but then it must have been after school or something. I went and picked her up and took her to the Sears. Nowadays, I wouldn't do that if some event happened. I wouldn't take my children to the Sears to see it because now I know that's part of the trauma, right? Because she didn't really care that much. I can't remember her really paying attention. She was very young, I don't remember her really paying that much attention to it. It's kind of oh, why is mom suddenly watching TV? Which she usually doesn't care about the stuff. But anyway, the point is, it led to me thinking, gosh, I don't even think it kind of got people also on this mindset that we have to watch the news. Some important thing's going to happen, right? And we might not be watching when it happens because it so happened that some so-called important thing was happening then. But I was thinking, gosh, has any important thing really happened since then? Not a major trauma-based mind control event like that. I mean, there have been minor events that I don't want people to name them because then I'll have to say whether I think that event really happened or not, and then somebody might scream and yell at me and say, "It definitely happened. People died." I don't want to hear your vote. My vote is nothing ever happens. Anyway. I mean, things happen, people die and bad things happen, but do things happen that really affect what's happening in your life, right now? Not very often, not very often. Does it matter to you if someone did or did not die, 3,000 miles away? Does it really matter to your life that much if nothing's coming around the corner, of your house right this minute? I don't know. Does that sound heartless?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it depends on context. A lot of things. I mean, if there's somebody running around in your country doing certain things that can affect other lives, then we should all be aware that this happens, right? I mean, we'd have to know the world we live in, but on the other hand, everything on the TV is lies, and we have to investigate ourselves. And most of the time, we don't have the time when we're talking. And they're counting on us not having the time. We're all too busy trying to make ends meet and just get through the day. So. But
I remember the exact train of thought that led me to that, actually, because it had to do with the weather I was talking about earlier. Because I was thinking, oh gosh, now all of a sudden we have winter and then we have summer, nothing in between. And then I was thinking, oh yeah, 10 years ago or 20 years ago for sure, but even 10, I know for sure in 2012, people were still saying that if you talked about geoengineering, you were nuts, right? Chemtrails and so on. They're not trying to control the weather. Now it's like geoengineering.org exists. You know, they just say, yeah, we're trying to control it. Isn't that a great idea, guys? So, like, how long does it take? And of course, they admit the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag and so on. That's what led me to think about 9/11, because I don't think they'll be in a hurry to geoengineering.org doesn't exist anymore. It used to. Oh, now you can buy that domain. Maybe I should buy it. How much do you think it would cost? I just looked it up. It's not there anymore. Oh, now level up. Here's a whole nother operation. I should have screenshotted it when it was up there, because that's what Day Asphalt told me. They make you think they're being honest about that stuff. Then they pull it back. That's what they did with JFK with the Oliver Stone movie. They said, oh yeah, magic bullet. That's ridiculous. Lone gunman. Nuts. Obviously something else was here. LBJ, the mafia, Cuba, take your pick. For sure something else was here. That was like the whole 90s. You remember that, right? And then the 2000s were back to, oh no, it's what's his name? Lee Harvey Oswald. You say anything different, you're a complete nut job. So it goes back and forth, doesn't it? It goes back and forth every decade, whether you're a nut job or not. If you actually keep track of whether they're going to think you're a nut job or not, if you express your opinion, then you just learn to say nothing, right? And that's what we see in the world today, with people just who refuse to have an opinion about anything.
And even that is a controlled outcome. I mean, they want to box you in so that no matter which move you make or don't make, they'll get the result they want from enough people that it won't matter if there are outliers, people who don't fall for the programming or whatnot.
Who's squiggly line guy up at the top? Because he said hello to us. I don't know who that is and what we're supposed to call him.
Who's that?
He's above BG, Mr. Squiggly Line Gears. Skid upside down. I guess we could just call him Skid.
What the?
Oh, hello. I was just saying hello to you. Is that what we're supposed to call you, a Skid?
Yeah. Hi. How's it going?
Good. Yeah, I just saw earlier that you said hello to us, so I just was saying hello to you. I don't know if I talked to you before. Are you new, or did you just change your name?
No, I changed my name a lot. I'm not new.
Your name used to be.
I change it like every couple of days, like every 3 or 4 days.
Oh.
Yeah. If you,
Okay.
no, me and you haven't spoken before, no.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're glad you're here. How did you figure out that the Earth was flat?
Critical thinking.
Good. Critical thinking. So, like, can you be more specific? Like, did you have resources that helped you with this critical thinking, or did you just
No, I'm with
reason it
someone
out
where
on
there
your
was a
own?
lot of earthquakes, and like earthquakes sort of lead me down a rabbit hole of thinking on my own without looking into learning resources about how could the Earth be a globe if tectonic plates like move around and they go up and down, they go left and right, and they morph in formation as well over time. And that's one of the most basic concepts of the Earth's crust, that we understand. And that's what we do know, and we acknowledge it. And so that kind of was a couple of years ago, and I let that bother me for about 6 months. And then I went away. I tried to learn a bit about geometry, and I ended up coming to sort of some places like this, and I stopped and just looked at the things that were more within my capacity of understanding, rather than trying to understand complex mathematics that are derived from guesstimations, we'll put it down to. And yeah, just the deductions that I could make were that it is not a globe, that it just actually doesn't make any sense to it be a globe if you align what you are taught in order for you to deduce that it is a globe. So that's what I'll say on it, without specifically getting into any information to draw a reference point from on why I believe the Earth is flat over a globe.
Well, we're glad you're here. Yeah, there's no evidence for this globe. Basically just a psychological construction. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it. I mean, you could call it a psychological operation, I suppose, if you want. But it's just, I like psychological construction because operation people don't like because that makes them think of psyop, which it is, of course. But yeah, it's a psychological construction that people often choose to remain in, either consciously or subconsciously, because it's easier for them to function in society if they accept this psychological construction, even though they've never observed a globe, they've never been to outer space, they've never experienced any motion, they've never seen any curvature. And in fact, if they did what you talked about, yeah, and actually look into the geometry, which, even if it might seem overwhelming at first, it's really not that difficult. I mean, I've seen it explained very simply and clearly in a lot of different places. I think sometimes people add complication to it, often when they're catering to or countering people who wish to make it more complicated or wish to make it look more complicated. But yeah, there's no math behind the globe. There's no science behind the globe. There's just basically, playing on people's desire to fit in and people's desire to fit in with the crowd and not to stand out and so on. And it's worked, really well for quite some time, and it could keep working, for the larger so-called society for, a while longer, who knows? Oh, lumpy gas in a vacuum says he's FE 100%. As FE anyone ever. Wow. That's a huge claim. I don't think I would make that claim. Like, gosh, then they'd really expect me to back that one up. Lumpy gas in a vacuum. Tell us more about how you're as FE as anyone ever. Are you able to unmute? Are you a globe skeptic? You want to know. Sometimes when people first come in, they just are globe skeptics to start with. While we get to know people, these days, oh, you can't unmute. That's unfortunate. Well, some other day, just, like multi Tom said, you talk to him on to get you the flat earth the roll. If you can't talk today, just find someone another day to talk to. If you don't want to do it in the live stream, you can do it like in the interview room. Like if you'd rather do it one-on-one. Bumblebee says, when there is possible war near, life and peace get even more meaningful. Okay, yeah, when there's possible war near, life and peace get even more meaningful. I am thankful each day I get. Just makes me so sad that it might be gone soon. Gosh, is it going to be gone soon? That's news to me. Maybe Bumblebee knows something I don't know. Is anybody else tell me why it's going to be gone soon? Because nobody told me that.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm living in Finland, so I'm concerned.
Okay, well, I like your philosophy there. Thankful each day you get. I think that's a good way to be. Every day's a new day.
You know the situation in Finland?
Why don't you tell me? What's the situation?
Like we live next to Russia, and our leaders are basically now making decisions about joining NATO. So Russia is already saying that it means conflict if we make that decision. Man, it makes me sad.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, if you've got these people you don't know that you ultimately have no control over that are making decisions that would affect you and your family, I can totally understand that. The lumpy gas in a vacuum wants to share an idea of getting between two black swans on Lake Superior. Interesting. I was on Lake Superior last fall. Might go back there this summer. Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Yeah, that's cool. I've been up there to Lutsen and Grand Marais and that Superior Shore right there. Beautiful area. I was looking into going to Isle Royale, which you can either get to from Michigan or from Minnesota, but the boat ride is shorter from Minnesota. I was actually thinking it'd be better off. That was when my children were littler. I thought it'd be better to drive to Minnesota, have a shorter boat ride because now that they're older, I actually think it'd be better to have a shorter drive and longer boat ride. Jim's looking for more pics of Chicago from across Lake Michigan. Yeah, I might be able to get some this summer. I have not dedicated myself to doing that, and now my son wants to take over my E1000 for bird watching, which I'm thinking I'm probably going to let him do it. I think he'll take care of it. Okay, well, if we got anybody else that wants to join the discussion, if you're listening on YouTube or anyone else, we're running the Flat Earth Ladies Night. This is a good time to, if you're new to the topic, it's a good time to get your questions answered. And we won't get angry at you for thinking that you live on a globe. In fact, we enjoy, I don't know, shouldn't say we, I enjoy sometimes talking to some globers that think they live on a globe, especially new people who aren't like professional globers, people who just casually think that because they have been told that and so on. So yeah, I mean, now's a good time to come in. If you haven't joined the server before, you can type discord.gg/flat earth into your web browser. That'll take you here. It's very easy to join Discord. If you haven't done that before, you just, I think when you type that in, then it would prompt you to join Discord. So now that we don't have the comments on YouTube, if there's anyone who's listening that wants to comment, we have a live stream voice text that goes along with the live stream, although you have to get the VC verified role to be able to see that channel. So, oh, good, Ryan's back. Okay, we'll say hi to him after I finish my little spiel here. If you don't have the role and you're in the live stream, although I saw your note, Dog, that you just want to listen, that's perfectly fine as well. But if you do want to speak, you can go up to the VC check-in audio channel, which is above this channel and underneath the lobby. And then you can ping a mod gold or silver in the VC check-in voice text, and someone will give you the VC verified role, which will allow you to see more of the server, including the live stream voice text, which is like the chat goes along with the live stream. So, oh yeah, Ryan Ostris, yeah, we're having ladies' night now. So I didn't hear what you were discussing with the guys earlier. I just came in on the tail end of it. So, are you new to the server, Ryan Ostris? Hello.
Hello, slightly new. I'm really sorry to do this to you, but I actually have to go. I have my fiance just called me.
Not too bad.
I'll come back though.
You better go pick her up. Yeah, definitely come back. We'll be around for a while. Yeah. All right. Yeah, definitely pick her up. That's the priority. All right, we'll talk to you later, Ryan.
Talk to you later.
All right. Well, if he comes back, I don't know if I'll be here when he comes back, but I'm sure somebody will.
I think my very first memory that I can go back to is being in the back of a station wagon, my parents' station wagon. When you're small, you get thrown back in the back of those old station wagons. I was back there, and I remember somebody saying on the radio, that JFK had been assassinated, and that's like my earliest remembrance of my life. And it's just interesting. And now I actually live in Dallas, so I can tell you right now that a single gunman did not kill Kennedy. It was actually impossible. But when you go down to Daily Plaza, they actually have people selling memorabilia, actually making money off of that, off the fact that one person killed Kennedy. And I hate to go down there and tell those people that they're making money off a lie, but I guess they're making money.
Oh no, that guy that runs that museum, he knows. He's very he actually used to be. I don't know if you know who Jim Fetzer is, but it's been a long time since I looked into that stuff. But yeah, it's a whole community of people who study the intricate details of all the holes in their story. And that guy that runs that museum used to be a part of their group, and then he just like some flat earthers that sell out, say, "I'm going back to the globe. Oh, look how popular I am." Same deal with that guy that runs that. Don't feel bad for him. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah. Oh, this guy in the chat has a question. I don't think he's in here, is he? Maybe he's listening on YouTube. Now I got to go back up and find it. Oh yeah, Pre-Curious. He sounds familiar. I feel like we've talked to him before. That name sounds familiar. According to Globe Dimensions. I lost it again. What is distance to geometric horizon? Is it 2 miles? Do you see that?
Yeah. What geometric horizon? According to any definition, the horizon is not an actual physical place. It's an optical place. So to presume there's a geometric horizon is to say that this isn't optical and it is in fact a ball, when that's the point being debated. That's begging the question. So if they're looking for an Earth curve calculator that ignores optical conditions, there's plenty of those online, Earth curve calculator. You just look that up. But they'll tell you that A, it must be a ball, B, because it's a ball, it has a geometric horizon as opposed to an optical one, and C, that there are limits to how far you can see something depending on its height and your height that would be hidden by as going around the curve of the Earth. And many images people have taken see way farther than that, so that can't be true. So it's just a whole rabbit trail of disproven suppositions.
I'll be right back. I have to go check on something. Are you hearing a background of constant Discord notifications, or is that just something going on in my headphones?
Not hearing it. That typically happens if you're listening on YouTube. You can hear those things, and nobody else can hear them. But I don't hear them right now.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm just glad it's not bothering anyone else. All right, I'll be right back.
Alrighty, so I guess I'll have to think of something for a little bit. Lumpy gave the 1.225 times square root of the observer height in feet. Of course, you have to consider the height of the object that's supposedly over the curve, whether it's tall enough to see part of it or all of it or none of it. But the problem, again, is that the horizon is not a geometric place. It's an optical limit. And you can increase the optical limit with either a telescope or increasing your height above sea level. But that's about it. And there's still going to be a limit. You still can't see forever. And you can't, if you're looking for a geometric horizon, you can't invoke refraction to explain those things we see too far, because that just shoots your argument in the foot from the start, because you're saying that there is a limit, a geometric limit that you can't zoom in on and see things again that have gone past it because you'd be looking through the earth or the ocean. So it's incompatible to believe in a geometric horizon and also invoke refraction to explain why we see so far. The question isn't how we can see so far. The question is why. And again, you can't use a refraction to explain away the Earth curve calculator. Trying to look at the chat. Yep. Horizon is optical only. That's the problem. They have to first convince us that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. And how they prove such a thing, which is why on some of the channels they keep harping the question, show us how you found the radius. And we mean a vertical radius because a flat circle can have a radius. Every circle has a radius. But for a sphere to have a radius, you need a three-dimensional radius. You need one that can go vertically as well as horizontally. So no such thing has been measured. It's not possible. And they can say that they've gone around the Earth and found the dimensions of the circumference, but that doesn't tell you that the Earth is a ball, and only that it's a circle. And the claims that anyone's done that have been very questionable. And the real one that needs to be done is pole-to-pole circumnavigation. That's the only way you're going to answer the question. And nobody's done that. Supposedly somebody was going to try and it got called off a year or two ago. But to my knowledge, nobody's done it. And when people tell you they've gone to the South Pole, what they mean is they've gone to the outer banks of some ice shelves in Antarctica if they had a ton of money and permits and got through all the bureaucratic nightmare to get there. And they put a pole in the snow and some flags and said, here you are at the South Pole, and you believe it, because how are you going to prove them wrong? And they know that. Take them a few miles inland, and they're tired of the cold, and they're like, yep, we're at the South Pole. And then they go back and say, see, I proved it. I was at the South Pole. There's all kinds of problems with the claim of a geometric horizon, so no point in asking what that is when it's not a geometric place. How do you measure to a non-geometric place? Here's somebody's mic open up. Might have been an accident.
Hey, how you doing? Happy ladies.
Thank you.
Are you in another chat? Are you reading another chat?
I'm looking at Livestream voice text.
Oh, okay. I was just saying hi. Happy ladies' night to all the flat earth ladies. Feels weird talking to you ladies in public.
Why is that? Why is it weird?
I don't know. I wish I was funny. Yeah. I had a conversation with Dad the other day. He took to celestial navigation those 3 questions that QE puts up. Is navigation done between the relationship between the sky and the surface, and do navigators establish an elevation angle, and can you get an elevation angle off of a curved baseline? And those closed-ended questions, he answered them right away. He did get when we talked about gas pressure requiring containment, he begged the question with gravity, and he knew what he was doing, but he refused to move. But anyway, if you got a lady out there, y'all remember to pray for them. Pray for your sisters, widows, and orphans.
Amen. But yeah, gravity. If gravity is a container, why doesn't that work on Earth? Why doesn't gravity start becoming a container until you get out to so high up that most people can't go, and it just doesn't doesn't follow that if I'll put it put it another way, we know that gas pressure requires a container, something to press on. It's part of the formula. It's what we observe all the time. The gas doesn't have a shape, so there is no atmosphere, air sphere. It's an oxymoron. So something must be containing the air, especially if there were space, which is a near vacuum with such low pressure difference or extreme pressure difference that any gas under pressure, which the atmosphere is, would have dissipated immediately and never formed gas pressure. So the problem is that they have to solve is, if gravity is a container, why can't I just use gravity for the tires on my car? Why do I need tires? Why do they need rubber? If gravity is going to contain it, why doesn't it contain the air and tires? Why do you need to put propane in a tank? Why doesn't gravity keep it down on a puddle on the ground? Gases dissipate. That's what they do. Therefore, gravity is not containing gases. And to beg the question on the largest possible scale of the air all over the earth is an extraordinary claim that needs extraordinary evidence, and there's been none given other than waving the wild card of gravity, which nobody can explain anyway. They can describe things, some things falling, some things go up, and gases, like I said, go in every direction. So that's a description of observations. That's not an explanation of anything. And to call something gravity is begging the question. And they can't even make up their minds whether it's mass attracting mass or curvature of space-time, which is another oxymoron, because you can't bend a concept. Time is a concept and space is emptiness. How do you bend that? And how would you travel it? You can't. So gravity is not an answer. It's a hand wave dismissal, and a really weak one at that.
Precurious is here now. I don't know if you wanted to tell us if there was more context to your question about the geometric horizon, Precurious, or did you get that answered?
Seem to be on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the answer. I just don't know how that specific formula was reached, but I mean, I get it.
Oh, we have different explanations written out. I can try to find them for you. Just some different memes, and maybe I'll come up with the right one. Yeah, there it is. At least that's one of them. I mean, there's different ways to derive the same thing. I mean, there's different methods. Some people use the Pythagorean theorem and so on. Have you been in the server before, or are you new?
Oh, yes, I have.
I thought your name seemed familiar.
Yeah. They usually talk about my accent. They say I have an accent, but I don't know. Apparently it's a big deal when I come on here.
Oh. What accent do you think that you have?
I don't know. I don't think I have it. They say I have it. Every time I say something, they like, oh man, you got an accent. It tends to come out when I drink. I don't know if that has to do with it, but
everyone's got an accent if you're not from the place where that person is from. Although even in the same region, I mean, around here, there's all kinds of different accents. We don't have just one accent where I live, but
yeah, I went through a trip out mine once, and somebody remarked on my accent. I'm like, what? What accent?
Yeah, I was giving Crypto a hard time about that because I noticed whenever I watch some kind of British type show where they have like often like kind of Agatha Christie dramatizations. Whenever they have an American on there, like their American accent is just so appalling. It's so because they always criticize our fake British accents. Like I don't know if you ever heard a British person doing a fake American. They're so bad. I said like, why can't you guys just hire a real American to do it? But I mean, it's the same reason why we had Dick Van Dyke playing Mary Poppins, right? We had to.
That's the
Dick
one
Van
everybody
Dyke in there.
holds up as the worst British accent ever. Now, I know there's some actors that I was surprised to learn they weren't British or weren't American, because they did such a good, hearing them talk when they're not being an
Can do
actor.
it.
Yeah, there's people who can do a really good job of pretty much any accent and sound authentic.
Yeah. But the general way that just the typical person does it is just so flat. I mean, and there are some Americans that sound that way that are just kind of almost speaking in monotone, just very brash and flat. I don't know. It sounds like a frat boy or something. I don't know how to describe it, but the character they're playing wouldn't have the kind of accent that they're putting this American as having. Basically, is the thing. But if you don't live in the country, you don't know about these nuances.
I was in a bad accident about 11 years ago. Suffered a brain injury, and when I was recovering, still in the hospital, I was speaking. It was just coming out naturally, but I was speaking with a British accent. I don't know why I've never. I don't know why that was, but just my voice was coming out with a strong British accent. And it went away after 3 or 4 days, but it was there.
I've heard of that for some people on some documentaries. They said some people it was permanent, and British accents or French, or all sorts of things, and nobody knows why it happens.
I don't know, maybe an out-of-body experience kind of thing. You think you're in somebody else's body. Who knows?
I would tend to think more in terms, since it's a result of an injury, that it has something to do with how little we really understand about how the brain does what it does. And if certain parts are injured, that it can, they generally here's a vision center, here's a language center, but that it isn't just confined to those centers. Hold on just a second. My cuckoo clock went off. But the thing is that it isn't that simple. And if a connection is lost to a language center, then the brain tries to reconstruct from some other part, like a memory of some British movies or something. I don't know what it does. Maybe it just tries to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, because immediately after the accident, I was conscious already, but I was trying to talk to people, and it was just coming out all gibberish. Words were coming out, but it was all gibberish. You couldn't interpret it or understand it. It was just like hodgepodge. It was nothing. It was just random sounds coming out of my mouth. But then that went away, and then the English accent came on.
Wow.
And eventually, that went away.
Give us your best attempt.
So there was a process that your brain went through in recovering.
Yeah. Yeah, mind is resilient.
None of that was permanent. I mean, it's a bad thing to have an injury to your brain regardless, but I'm glad you recovered.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, it messed me up pretty good, but I won't bring it up on here.
And you don't want to get old ladies like me talking about physical problems. We'll go on and on and on. So the more older you get, the more you go, well, I had this problem now, and I had to see the doctor about that. And
I bring it up. It took my arm away. I'm an amputee now because of that. But,
oh, wow.
Yeah, I survived, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. So that's tough, though.
And I don't know. I kind of think I don't know, but it could have been God giving me a second chance, because back then, if I had died, there's no way I would have made it, into heaven. I believed in, back then I believed in alien. I mean, I certainly believed in the globe, but I believed in aliens and all that shit. I thought Jesus was an alien kind of thing, all these pagan ideas, and I was doomed for hell for sure. So I'm glad I got a second chance.
Some people call that 2x4 counseling, where God hits you with a 2x4 to get your attention.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
nice to hear.
Sometimes it takes a whack in the head to get woke up to the truth, and I mean, after that, I came flat.
Awesome.
Oh, that's what kind of woke you up to seeing the lie of the globe? I mean, how did that happen?
Great testimony, man. Thank you.
I don't know if he's still trying to talk because he's lighting up now, but now we're not hearing anything, right? Are you guys hearing anything?
No.
Did the man claim it was a motorcycle crash?
He's talking, but we don't hear him. Maybe.
I see my little avatar
there it
lighting
is.
up, but I'm not saying anything. It's lighting up on its own.
Okay, it must be a mic sensitivity thing.
Somebody's on a treadmill.
So how did that then lead to you realizing the truth about the flat Earth? I mean, how did you come across that?
I mean, there's no definite answer, but kind of what I'm kind of leading to is what happened to me. It was very traumatic, and it left me internally angered. And I didn't know it at the time, but I think I was mad at God, for what had happened to me, and because of my resentment for God, I ended up just eliminating God by believing in other concepts, all the pagan stuff, and dismissing God's existence, all in itself, and then just digging deeper into these ideas of aliens and all this stuff. That's how I found the truth, by researching the lie is how I discovered that it is a lie. Aliens, how old did they say this universe is, and aliens still aren't here? Well, then where are they? Well, there's a reason they're not here, is because they don't exist. They keep peddling us these stories, and the government is hiding them and whatnot, but they just don't exist.
And the idea that aliens, if they existed, would come however unimaginable distance to just kind of hang in the shadows and, steal cattle and probe people and put them back and give them some new age message. I mean, if you came all that way, the only people who would believe that they would not want to be known would be Star Trek devotees who would say, Prime Directive. Well, no, that's fiction. I'm pretty sure if the aliens had the technology, if they existed and came all this way, that they aren't going to just draw crop circles,
Yeah. Anunnaki, as they call them.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different, greys and reptilians and all sorts of things. Mostly, I think David Icke was responsible for popularizing a lot of those terms.
I own 3 of his books, thick dictionary-sized books, and I read them all front to back.
Wow.
And that was several years ago, but yeah, I still own the books. I don't want them, but I have them.
Okay, somebody named Skygazer sent me a message. Once unmuted, I'm not able to do that. A gold or mod, I think, would have to do that. I don't know who that is.
I have a long history with Skygazer Level Up, so I could unmute him. I'm not going to guarantee him he'll stay unmuted, but if you haven't had a Skygazer experience, I mean, you might even enjoy it. You never know.
This doesn't sound good. What am I being set up for?
You never know. You never know what's going to happen.
Lunatic says don't do it.
Skygazer here, you never know what's going to happen. Yep, absolutely. So, Skygazer, I'd like you to introduce you to Level Up. How are you?
Well, I mean, you're setting the stage real high there, my lady. So you know what?
I'm sorry. Did I color your opinion of Skygazer?
Am I interrupting? Is this the ladies' night?
Yes, it is.
Oh yikes! Okay, so then I'll shut up and I'll stay back on mute.
I would be impressed with Skygazer if you showed self-restraint and muted yourself. Yeah, impressive. Yeah, look, Level Up. Skygazer has progressed since the last time I saw him. There you go. That's the
Okay.
newsflash.
I want to hear what
Imperator. Oh.
I want to hear what
Hey.
Skygazer has to say. I'm all ears.
Jim, you
I'm
will
all
get
ears now.
Skygazer, don't forget to come back. Skygazer, don't forget to come back
Hey,
after
take
Ladies'
one.
Night to tell Jim how it is.
I'm all ears unless we have to wait for QE or something like that later on this evening or tomorrow or whatever. I don't know.
Well, we're going to talk to We're going to see if Imperator wants to talk to us. Central Banker told us that Imperator is here. And we also have Ildiko. We should say hi to Ildiko since she's up there right next to Imperator. Hello, Ildiko. Good to see you.
Hey, take one. I guess the Christians can be described as foreign to this world. If you want to find that real aliens, look no further than people being conformed to the image of the Lord Jesus Christ.
I'm going to say hello in the middle of that.
Hi. Good
Hi.
to see you.
Yes. I don't mean to interrupt the flow of the... This is an interesting conversation you're having this evening.
Well, if the globe is popular consensus, then all the quote-unquote truthers are aliens. Flat earthers.
Of course, in context, we're talking about space aliens. So context is everything.
Yeah, I did want to say to Precurious, I don't want to get too far down this road. I'll go back to Imperator, but I do want to say, like, gosh, I don't think you'd be like horribly punished for believing in aliens. I mean, they pushed that down everybody's throat from like day one. Like, if you didn't know any better, I don't know that you'd be like horribly punished. You didn't know any better, like, you know. Because I wouldn't blame people for thinking it, you know, because they would definitely want people to think that in the mainstream, especially starting with because it's become like, it's kind of like we were talking about the cycles before, where like things are unauthorized topics for a while, and then they get pushed, and then they're unauthorized again, then they get pushed. It's like, woo, this is a dangerous topic, but it's still okay to talk about it, you know. And because we got a show now, the Ancient Aliens, we got an official show about it, so now you can talk about this edgy topic. You know, it's like they lure people into this stuff, you know, by first forbidding it, then allowing it, then forbidding it, then allowing it. So I wouldn't like be mad at anybody for being fooled by it. I mean, I don't know. It's not like you're going around trying to fool other people, you know, consciously or anything. But anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Practically everything that we've been taught is a lie. So
yeah,
nobody's getting to heaven then. Nobody. Because we're all duped. Every one of us.
Maybe that's why they lie, to keep us out of heaven.
You can't keep us out of heaven, darling. It's our destiny.
I'll see if I can unmute this Imperator. We'll see what happens. Oh, Imperator. Are you there? I unmuted you. He might not know he's unmuted. Hello?
Yeah, but I won't be speaking for about 10 minutes. I'm just a listener for a bit.
Okay, well, if you want to mute yourself, then you'll be able to unmute when you're able to speak. So yeah, if you're ready to speak, you know, let us know if you have any questions about Flat Earth. Also, it's, you know, for your own convenience as well as ours. Imperator or anyone else who's new to the server, if you get the VC verified role by having a simple and short interview in the VC check-in audio channel, which is above this channel below the lobby, you can, whenever you're ready to do that, ping a mod, gold, or silver in the VC check-in voice text, because then you'll be able to actually see the chat that's going along with this live stream, as well as unmute yourself if you so choose. But it's not an obligation to talk just by getting the VC verified role. You can still keep yourself muted if you wish. No one's ever forced to talk.
Well, Miss Mary,
But it does
I
allow
think
you to see more of the server and so on, and participate more if you so choose. Yes, Skygazer, what is it you would like to say?
I think I would like to present. I think this might be an interesting question, kind of a topic to debate for the Women's Night. Is what do you think about that whole story where, NASA announced that the woman behind the first black hole image, Katie Bowman, and it was a 29-year-old woman, allegedly, computer scientist, who was able to capture the first picture of a black hole. So what's the kind of what's your community? What's their take on that?
It's been a while since I read about that, but it's my understanding that she didn't take a photograph. What she got was a bunch of data from an instrument of some sort and interpreted as something that you could put into a visible image. And you could make that from anything. I mean, I've seen GIFs where they show that it's the end of a cigarette or something like that. Looks exactly the same. So I have zero confidence that that's an actual picture of a black hole. I don't, if that's the case, it was just data. I may be thinking of something different, but seems to me that if they tell us a black hole by nature is something that not even light can escape from, and that's why they call it that, then how are you supposed to take a picture?
I have met this person in real life, by the way, this Katie Bowman person. I have interacted with them. She was on a conference at Radboud University in Netherlands, specifically for this black hole discovery announcement. And I'm just going to say that she's not the brain behind that research. She's just like I don't know if it has been mentioned, but it's like a public persona, an image, and she's not really an expert and did not pretend to be that when I was interacting with her. Neither am I. So just putting that out. It's just like a theater. The people which did the research, the supposed research, they're just using her as this leader figure.
But I would just add to that real quick is that I work in the technology industry, so that is very common that you have kind of a front person, the developer, let's say the person who designs and develops and programs the website isn't necessarily the front person. Very common practice. But I think that within the industry this is very much known, but to the public, it's you can make this guy a front guy or this woman like a front woman. But I just wanted to ask, because to me it seemed like some kind of NASA attraction model where they were saying hey, this is the epic woman who discovered the black hole, so surely that should attract more women to kind of
and STEM and all that. Yeah. But the thing is, it doesn't, in the end, doesn't prove anything. Doesn't impress anybody who would have a brain enough to go into that kind of work. But like we said, if it's a black hole, no light can escape, so you can't take a picture of it. All you can take is a picture of other stuff around it, and suddenly there's a void, and you're calling the void a black hole because reasons. I mean, the whole thing is a house of cards of math and theoretical physics, which is metaphysics, which is not so much physics as it is imagination. So I'm not terribly impressed by the thing.
a few months ago. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll go after you get done.
Well, I'll just say, I would be, because in the industry that I'm in the technology industry, financial technology industry, if you're given more responsibility, that usually comes with a significant salary raise. So you're getting paid more. So there's a cost risk analysis that needs to be made. And when I'm seeing this, I'm thinking that, well, yeah, if you're like the face of the discovery of the first black hole image, which, we all can understand as complete scam operation. So you're like the face of a scam. So it's not a promotion in the traditional sense. It's really,
right. I mean, we don't care. We know it's a scam, and so I don't have I've given my thoughts about it as far as it's just another publicity stunt. It doesn't make any practical difference to anybody. Even if it were true, it wouldn't make any practical difference. I mean, what's the point? You could go back and back and back and say, why are we doing space exploration, so-called, when we can't feed people? We can't, the economy's a shambles. So, blowing money on that stuff is totally irresponsible, regardless of what they may or may not be doing with it. I mean, they're just robbing the poor to pay the rich. So,
yeah.
enough about
I guess
that.
I would just say that, well, it's kind of a worrisome sign that, well, if like a woman that's might be seen as your peer is now elevated to the point of, this is like the leader of the scam, then
And I don't care. We all know that.
Yeah, well, that's the right attitude. Yeah, but
yeah,
there might be young women out there that are led astray, right?
Well, the thing is that getting girls encouraged in schools to get into STEM has been going on regardless of anything in NASA. Nobody does that because they saw somebody on TV. I mean, it just doesn't. I never knew anybody who was motivated by some spokesperson from NASA to go into science and technology. They go into it because a local face-to-face teacher or somebody like that encouraged them, saw they had some aptitude, and pushed them down that road. Now, they might have some tiny value in getting society to accept this, but going back to one of the questions somebody was thinking about bringing up earlier when Ladies' Night first started, that comes and goes. I mean, there's going to be prejudice against women in technology. There's going to be pushback the other way. And so it comes and goes. And I don't see any value in discussing or appealing to anything that NASA does other than give us back our money, So did any other ball earthers come in while we were talking? Is Mary Mom still here? Able to talk?
Oh, well, what happened to the guy who said he met Katie? Where's that guy?
I don't know.
Oh, Imperator. Yeah, I wanted to hear more from Imperator. Yeah. So, Imperator, what is your position about this Earth where we live? Do you think it's a globe?
I have no idea what it is. I just know it's so I have a very conspiratorial worldview, and I believe in secret societies manipulating media and the news and politics, basically everything. So I see the symbolism in different areas of education, and I noticed a lot of it in this whole globe Earth, flat Earth thing. So it makes me think that there is deception in play here. And I decided to investigate, but I haven't really found anything convincing so far.
It's interesting when I got through with 13, 14, 15 months of this thing that we've been consumed by the last 26 months. When I got done looking into that and I made conclusions that it took me about 5 or 6 videos and some critical thinking in my mind and looking at lasers and radar and law perspective and vanishing point. And I was pretty much sold on the fact that we don't live on a spinning watery ball. So it took me about 5 or 6, 7 hours of actual critical thinking to figure out that my lifetime of indoctrination into this globe, this spinning watery ball, was all BS. And so I changed really quickly. So I know people have different egos and reputations to protect. Their levels of cognitive dissonance, are stronger with some people than others. But when I found out I was lied about what we've been experiencing in the last 26 months, it took me absolutely no time to see that we live on a flat horizontal plane. And I just, it was very simple. And I learn more numbers and things like that every day. And so, I appreciate people that look into it and that are questionable of their indoctrination. But it's for me, it was very, very simple after I learned about the other crap I was lied to about. But thanks.
Others, I think it's naive to think otherwise. That even if you just look at history and how governments do what they do, and the dross rises to the surface, so to speak, the people who should never be trusted with power are the ones who crave it and the ones who get it. And most people just want to be left alone, so they don't do anything about it. If they could, that's questionable anyway. But so the worst kind of people are the ones that claw their way to the top, and we get the results of it. I mean, to trust those people with that kind of ambition and lack of moral centers would be foolhardy. On the other hand, you can't live in paranoid fear all the time, and we can at least comfort ourselves with the thought that these are fewer in number. The ones at the top are few in number compared to world population, but they depend on armies of what I think it was Marx termed useful idiots to do their work. And the problem is, yes, they're useful idiots. They aren't that bright. They make terrible mistakes. They shoot themselves in the foot. They're their own worst enemies. And there are some evil geniuses behind it all, but they depend on these armies of minions to carry things out because they never touch anything themselves. That's how they do that. They make sure that their hands, their fingerprints aren't on anything. And so that's always going to be their weakness. They're so keen on staying aloof from it all that they have to have someone else do their dirty work, and those someone else's aren't that bright, if it's any comfort.
Yeah, all you have to do is look at Musk, Gates, Soros, Bezos, and actually listen to them talk. They are not very bright at all. We actually have a world run by psychopaths who we never see and never vote for. They have clowns run their affairs for them, and the clowns govern over the sheep. And that's basically what we have. And then we have a few that are considered conspiracy nuts, like those listening here. And that's basically what it is. Those of us listening here who see the flat earth or the horizontal plane truth that we live on, I have basically said, I'm not going to live in a box. I'm not going to live in a cage. I'm going to fly away from all the lies, and I'm going to think for myself. And one thing I've learned in the last 2 years is that it's a shame that so many people let other people think for them. And it's just a shame that happens, because we've basically given up the ability to think critically for ourselves, and we turn on the TV and they think for us, or we go to Yahoo or Google and they think for us. And it's just very, very disturbing to me that I fell for it all, even though I was a political conservative. I fell for it all for a long time. And you got to come to a situation where you look yourself in the mirror. Don't look at your forehead or your cheekbones. Look yourself directly in the eyes and just say, I've been lied to my entire life about anything of significance. And I'm not going to believe the lies anymore. And the rest of my life, I'm going to pursue truths and seek knowledge,
Right.
and which will lead to truth. Yep. Thanks.
The problem is then that a lot of people who have opened their eyes to earth shape think that they have learned all there is to know about deception, and they can be deceived too. And that's you should never. It's a biblical proverb about those who claim. I'm getting the word mixed up, but pride grows before a fall, but those who think they stand. It's about being self-confident and thinking that you've finally reached the pinnacle of truth in the flat Earth community, and yet I've seen so many people get into flat Earth and jump from the frying pan to the fire into all sorts of other lies. For example, usually on the spiritual end of things, and the way we can tell their lies is because the powers that be that we keep going on and on about how evil they are, that's their religion. Why would anybody turn to their religion, the religion of the people who are running the place and running into the ground? Why would they want to agree with them on spiritual things? And people don't know, flat earthers don't know a lot of time the spiritual basis of a lot of things that they believe too. And they will recognize, on one hand, the occult nature of the whole heliocentric system, and then turn to that very occult religion on other things, such as, we believe that there's a magical magnetic mountain at the center of the earth because an old religious book told us so. All sorts of other things, and some flat earthers are atheists, some believe in evolution. I don't know how, but they do. And so the danger is we can't think that because we woke up to flat earth that somehow or other we can't be fooled anymore, because it can happen more easily to someone who thinks they're already awake than it can to someone who's just closed their mind to everything. I mean, those who, get overconfident, this is the problem. This is
exactly. Way to go, Jim. Way to go, Paula.
I think it's very important to always remember Romans 1:22. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And I think we should always remember that if we think we got it all, well, we're a fool.
I have a question to some of the more well-versed people here regarding the flat Earth theory. So maybe it's a simple one, but what do you think about Elon Musk's satellites, Starlink system, which you can observe on schedule on the night sky? How does this fit? I mean, what's the mechanism behind this scheduled appearance?
Well, they can put things in the sky that aren't necessarily satellites in Earth orbit, because first you have to assume Earth is a ball and that things can orbit around it because of some gravitational pull, which is a massive amount of begging the question. But you can put satellites on helium balloons with solar panels that does the same thing. You can put aircraft way up that aren't as big as we're told they are, but they're a closer distance, so they can tell you it's a big thing that's far away. Even the ISS, though, supposedly is about the size of a football field, and 200. How many miles up? 20. I forget how many miles, but you shouldn't be able to see a football field from that distance.
255.
Yeah. Yeah. The point being that you shouldn't be able to see it. And yet I have seen an object, and I even got a blurry picture of it with my B900 watching the schedule, and saw the thing coming and managed to get a shot of it and watched it go off into the east and turn kind of reddish with the haze. And so there's a thing up there. You know when it's going to be there. But what's on that thing? Do you know it's actually a spacecraft? It could be something else powered to move that fast across the sky, why is it so
shouldn't it be
bright?
visible? You mentioned it can't. It shouldn't be visible.
Well, the thing is that it's also as bright as any other star in the sky, right? So how is it that bright? How is the ISS or any other satellite that bright, that consistently bright across the whole sky, even though it supposedly doesn't emit light of its own? The lights are on the inside unless they go out for a spacewalk, in which case they're not going to have that bright of a light or they wouldn't be able to see what they're doing. So the fact that it's that bright, that it moves that fast and, and doesn't change its brightness, that's a big red flag to me. I don't think there's anything in quote unquote space at all. There are things in the sky, but that doesn't prove how high up in the sky or whether there's people on them or anything.
Satellites do change brightness depending on the position in the sky, though. I've seen it with my own eyes that they change brightness.
Level Up, can I say
Paula's
something
main
real
point.
quick?
There's like
Paula's
3
main
people.
point. Sorry.
I'm just asking if
Yeah.
I can say something because it's ladies' night. Is it okay?
I mean, yeah, it's a matter of usually what we try to do is have ball earthers ask the ladies questions and the ladies answer.
Yeah, I just wanted to just quickly say something really short. The thing that the guy who asked about the Starlight or Starlink satellite needs to ask himself is, if there's supposed to be over 6,000 active satellites right now, why are they never reflecting any sunlight, and why you can't see them passing in front of the moon or anything like that? Why don't you see satellites passing upwards from the horizon? Why do you? If you can send me a picture of these 6,000, or at least some other satellites that do the same thing as these weird Starlink things, then then maybe you can even question this. But there's actually nothing to question about because it's inconsistent again. Like, we have all this treasure in space, all these supposed satellites, but the only thing you can see are these weird Starlink things that also disappeared at some point. So yeah, it's just pretty weird.
And when I was just going to say, when you consider that they have undersea cables, they have all sorts of cell towers, and they even have buoys in the ocean that have repeaters on them and things. If you were looking to invest to put some kind of communication thing in place, would you take ground-based technology we already have, such as undersea cables, or B, the incredible risk of putting it on top of an explosive device to try to get it into orbit? It may or may not get there. It may not work when it gets there. That's an extreme risk that nobody in their right mind would take, in my opinion.
I think most of us would probably say that a airplane, and I've heard a Boeing 747 is approximately the size of the fake ISS, that the airplanes fly at 40,000 feet. That's about 7 to 8 miles up. And I think most of us have a hard time seeing that airplane even during the day when it's 8 miles up. So let's take that exact same size or close to exact same object and put it up 20, 25 times higher up. And whether it's 225 miles or 255 miles, that is approximately 20 to 25 times higher up than a plane that's approximately the same size that we have even a difficult time seeing the plane. And I'm supposed to be able to see that ISS up there at 225 or 250 miles.
But
that's absolutely nonsense.
Right. I mean, we've already said this, that you shouldn't be able to see it at that distance. And plus, even if it was up there and there's people on it, the only satellites you ever see from there are the ones they're allegedly deploying. And nobody saw the ISS get built. There were no progress reports on anybody. How did they, what were the stages? You can find documents saying that they did it, but no actual recordings, pictures, videos of anybody putting together this space station. It just was suddenly there. So there's so many questions about it. And why are we, it's like discussing what kind of houses people lived in Narnia. I mean, first you have to explain it. It would be like, discussing Star Trek technology. It's fiction. Why are we discussing it? Why are we talking about, the farther we can go is say there's lights in the sky. Some of them are man-made. They are not what they're supposed to be because they're too bright or they're too far away. We shouldn't see them. So communications devices, as far as I can tell by any evidence, are ground-based or balloon-based or airplane-based and not quote-unquote satellites orbiting a presupposed ball, held down by, falling all around the curvature of the Earth without really much in the way of propulsion to keep it going. Yes, supposedly they have solar panels. We all know how well those work on Earth. As far as, just there's so many questions that you can raise about all these claims, and very, very few, really none, are provable. So why are we talking about
they exactly?
The
You mentioned it could be balloons, but for the balloons to get to that height, they would burst.
What
and
height?
with that speed, low Earth orbit, like around
nobody's saying
440 kilometers.
Listen, nobody's saying there are balloons in low Earth orbit. Nothing is in low Earth orbit.
No,
the balloons are high, but they're not in orbit.
It's 120,000 feet to 180,000 feet, if not a little bit higher than that. And so it is not orbit, it's not low Earth orbit. That is crap. They go up 120,000 feet to 180,000 feet. If you can even Google who, the biggest helium buyer or the biggest helium buyer in the USA, you get NASA. NASA's got a $25 billion budget. The Department of Defense has an $800 billion budget. And NASA is the biggest helium buyer in the entire country. Now, what did they do that for? These helium balloons are the size of a football field, 100 yards by 50 yards. That's a lot of helium, and that's what you see up there if you see anything. We got to get away from this fact that what we are told is the truth. We got to get away from that because people will lie for money.
Exactly. And then there's the rocket launches themselves. There's hundreds and hundreds of pictures of rockets going in a giant arc out over the ocean. They're not going straight up. They're not, and if you presuppose Earth is spinning, it still doesn't make sense. They curve way too low in orbit and height. And Musk's rockets are laughable, especially the ones that supposedly land. They come back and they're pointing toward Earth, and then they flip over and point the hot side down and come straight down on these platforms. Those have been ripped apart by I don't know how many people. They're just laughable. And some of them, they even forget that flames don't have a shadow. And yet in some of the pictures from SpaceX, you can see the shadow of the rocket coming down, and there's the flame also has a shadow. That's absolutely impossible. So this is all careless, floppy CGI. I'm not convinced that any rocket has gone into anything like Earth orbit. First, they'd have to prove that they got there. There are never any continuous feeds.
It's kind of like those true crime novels that we've all been trained to love, which is that the killer always leaves a greeting card, let's say. And who did this better than NASA during the Elon Musk, like that epic launch where he, had the double rockets flying into space and coming back down, and everybody saw that there was like a mouse, literally a mouse climbing around.
Yeah, you can see it crawling around. Yeah.
Yeah. So so that's a Disney reference, and then you look at the trail of money, and you understand that Elon Musk actually is connected to Disney, So, like, what are we even talking about? It's like clear.
I know.
It's
That's
clear that Disney is just expanding because they did the same thing with Hannah Montana. That was like their attempt to interpret and enter like human reality, and they did so somewhat successfully. But with Elon Musk, it's even more successful because they're doing it on a next level. So
yeah, and it's one of those big lie things. You tell a big enough lie, and people will believe it because they think nobody would tell that big of a lie.
And that's why you had Elon Musk going on national TV, going like explaining to everyone. And Elon Musk is saying there to everyone, he goes, well, because everyone noticed it. So everyone noticed it. It looks like trash. Like we thought the technology would be better. So he's asked the question, well, it looks really fake. And then his answer is, well, it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah, and that brings us back also to the alleged lunar landers that are made of curtain rods and paper mache, and who in their right mind would design something like that to go in space? And where did they put all the stuff they had to bring, especially to the surface where they've got extreme temperature differences? And
no, I mean, I think
the thing is, even if they stayed in the light all the time, which they would have to do if they went when the moon is lit up at all, it's always the same face toward the Earth. Then it's always going to be direct sunlight with no atmosphere. How does that? I'm not going to go down there right now. But the thing is that the lighting isn't right. The homeless tweaker shelter that they've got on the chat here is just laughable. There was no room for these two guys in all their space gear and oxygen and water and food and doing something about their waste, their diapers or whatever they wear, plus their cameras, their gear, and all this calculator powered thing that supposedly guided them there. And then the takeoff with the camera that panned to watch. The whole thing from start to finish is fake, fake, fake. And now they tell us they can't go back. And the reason they can't go back, because A, they were never there before, and B, they can't get away with that level of fakery anymore because you're not looking at it through a little tiny black and white TV.
They destroyed the technology, right?
Yeah, can't get it back, can't go through the Van Allen belts. Gosh, that wasn't a problem. It's a good thing we didn't know about that in '69. So the whole thing is laughable. So talking about space absolutely is like talking about Star Trek. It's no different. And if we're all about truth here, we're not going to sit here and talk about fiction all day. We talk about, okay, show me the curve, show me gas pressure without a container, and don't point to the begging the question atmosphere. And show me Earth motion, that we're spinning, that the water sticks to a ball on the scale of oceans. I mean, you can take any drop of water and make it hang upside down from your finger or something, but doing that with an entire ocean is another extraordinary claim. And so we need to, when we're doing Flat Earth talks, we need to stick to Earth and not Narnia, not Star Trek, not Hollywood, and talk about, show me the measurements for the curve, show me how you can have any gas pressure without a container, and show me how this magical gravity holds oceans stick to the Earth, but not, butterflies or anything like that. And why do some things go up, some things go down, some things go sideways like gases? Those are the things we can check here on Earth ourselves. And we get into anything else, we're getting into a fictional discussion.
Most of the things you listed have a really clear answer, I think.
Such as, take one. Take Earth.
Let's quit assuming the things we're trying to.
Let's take one. The bit of how an ocean can stick to a spinning ball and a butterfly is somehow not affected by it. So what's exactly the problem here? Like, what's the problem that you see with this? Can you explain?
Is gravity? Well, let me answer because I'm supposed to answer. So the problem is that if gravity has to be strong enough to hold billions and trillions of gallons of water because of all that mass, then anything lighter is going to be just pinned to the surface. Because it even has less mass, it's going to be pinned down if gravity has to pull that strong. Now, the problem is you'll say gravity is a weak force, which supposedly it is, but yet it holds oceans down. And if you say it's mass attracting mass, the Earth is much more massive, and it doesn't. That idea was abandoned and replaced and superseded by bendy space-time over 100 years ago. So you can't say that it's because of mass differences that the butterfly can fly and the water is being held down, because mass doesn't attract mass. So if you're using bendy space-time, how does that account for the butterfly flying but the water being stuck to the Earth?
Because they're both in motion in the same plane.
Motion. And motion keeps them that way? Motion keeps the oceans on the surface?
Yeah, motion. The water in the ocean is part of the same system. The same system. So the molecules of water in the ocean.
Molecules.
Yeah, the molecules
We're talking
of water.
about the because water evaporates. Water molecules go straight up in the air.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is water, like the individual molecules and as well as the whole collective of the entire ocean on the planet, the global ocean, that is part of this.
What? Can you explain that? Explain that to the people who don't understand.
Okay. So I'm gonna start from the beginning. So according to the current model, Earth being a massive object.
So it's a model. It's a hypothesis, right?
Right. He's doing Narnia right now.
I'm just explaining for people who can't exactly put from where I'm starting. So the model is mass bends space. And everything travels.
Hold on. Hey, Skygazer, let me take care of it, okay?
Everything travels through space at the speed of light, and depending on the curvature of space, which is space-time in a way, different things will travel with different velocity in that.
Okay, so hold on, please. Did you hear what I just said at like 5 minutes ago?
That's what I'm responding to. That's what I'm responding to.
Well, the thing is, you cannot bend a concept. And you cannot bend the emptiness of space. Space is emptiness. What is being bent? Exactly. What is space made of that you can bend it?
This is like what exactly do you expect as an answer? Because space, as in space, is not the space that you have in your mind. We're speaking about the dimensions of.
What is space made of?
Nothing. Like if you just take empty space.
Stop there. Nothing. How do you bend nothing?
Because you have a system of space and of time.
No, hold on. Stop. You told me that space is made of nothing. How do you bend nothing?
Because you have time in this. You have time.
Hold on. Time is a different thing than space.
No, they're connected. They're always connected. You cannot separate them. Space and time are connected.
Stop. Time is a perception of events, of a sequence.
That's just in your mind. We're speaking about.
It is not a physical thing.
As a property.
Are you listening to anything I'm saying, or are you just going to talk?
No, I'm asking you questions within the scientific model that we currently have. I'm not saying I believe in this model. I'm not saying I believe in it. I'm presenting the model as it is, and I'm expecting an answer to it. Because
see, the problem is you're going to build a house of cards. And I'm questioning the platform you're building them on, because there's no point in building the house of cards if the foundation doesn't work. So the foundation here, as you have presented it, is that there's a thing called space and a thing called time and that they're somehow physical things that can be bent. And I have yet to hear you explain how it is that anyone can measure or observe or test this hypothesis or this guess, this claim that space and time are physical things that are related, and how you would bend them. You have to first prove the premises of your argument, which is space and time are physical things. It's impossible.
They don't have to be physical things.
Yes, they do if you're going to bend them. You can't bend ideas. You can't bend concepts. You can't bend nothing.
Bending, you're using too much human concepts, like concepts from your daily life, to apply to something which is really abstract.
No. I understand abstraction. I understand abstraction, but we're talking science here. You're telling me about the shape of the Earth based upon something that isn't even physical?
No, I'm talking about the butterfly and the water things from the point of view of the current model that is accepted.
I don't care who accepts a model. I don't care who believes in Star Trek. What I'm asking you is if you start your argument with a premise of something that is bendable but doesn't exist in reality because it's abstract ideas, we can't even go any farther than that. Why would I waste my time?
Because it's not a problem of the model, it's a problem of you understanding it. I can honestly tell that you cannot understand the model. You just don't understand it.
I understand a lot of things about Star Trek.
Human perception with...
I understand concepts that are imaginary. I can think of, imaginary fictional stories. But the thing is, if we're talking about the physical ground we stand on, we have to do physical tests and physical observations. And you cannot do that with concepts and abstractions. Those are not scientific things. Okay? You have to show me that you can bend time and space. And you can't.
We can measure the differences with...
Differences of what? Ideas?
Of time. Based on different places in the universe, we can measure the difference in time. And we measure that difference in time by measuring the atomic vibrations, which are something quite concrete and physical.
Because something vibrates at a different speed in a different situation, does that mean time itself is changing? Or just the clock, which is physical and vibrating? You're talking about a physical clock.
We can say that there is a difference at of the speed at which things run.
Right. So there's a physical thing that runs at a different speed depending on where it is. What does that have to do with time? Time is a concept. Time
because
is immaterial.
Space and time are related. That's how that.
No. Look, I'm stopping you because you're asking me to start with your premise that you can take a concept or an imaginary thing or an abstraction and make that into something physical. You can't bridge that gap. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to a well-developed argument on quicksand. That's the problem.
I gave you a physical example with the atomic vibrations.
Atomic vibrations are physical things that vibrate. What does that have to do with time itself?
Because time...
Now look, if my clock runs slower, I've got this cuckoo clock on the wall. It runs faster or slower depending on the humidity because it's made of wood. Does that mean time is speeding up and slowing down?
That's a completely different mechanism for a clock. No, it is. It's a mechanical clock which is dependent on gears inside.
Now look, what about the atomic clock? So a crystal is vibrating or something like that, or not necessarily a crystal, but an atomic particle gives off, vibrates at a certain frequency. It's a physical thing. That atom is a physical thing.
If the environment in which those atoms are
physical
identical.
Things, right. So you're telling me that physical things called atoms are vibrating. That's a physical phenomenon that something vibrates.
Yep.
Okay. That has absolutely nothing to do with a concept or a perception known as time. Time itself does not change depending on your clock vibration.
Your perception of time is different from universal time, which is also relative.
Yeah, time is a concept.
Only in your head. That's what I'm trying to explain. You're applying the human concept of time on the argument of space and time.
What's in somebody's head is what you're proposing, is that somehow a clock, a physical thing, is equated with the speeding up or slowing down of time. But I don't care how your clock vibrates, what vibrates, or whether it's vibration or a pendulum. I don't care the physical way in which it does a regular repetition of movement. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is that you have a physical thing that can speed up and slow down, but that does not mean time is changing its speed.
It is not irrelevant because of one very important thing.
Yeah, I'm done. It's top of the hour, and Mary Mom said that we can stop at the top of the hour because her connection's bad, and I'm not going to sit here and talk about somebody's concepts and let them go on for half an hour about explaining to me that my ideas in my head when I'm the only one trying to get you to get things out of your head and onto the physical world where we can discuss it and examine it.
You're just spinning in circles and avoiding my questions.
That's what you're doing, actually. You're using time and space reifications for your spinning water ball in a vacuum that you can't even measure curvature on the surface for, so it's pretty silly.
Right, which is why he immediately, when I said, show me Earth curve, he went into time and space. And I'm like,
no, I specifically focused on the butterfly and the oceans thing. I didn't mention anything about
that
curvature.
Was already on the change subject that you did when I said, show me Earth curve, and you immediately went into this gravity thing. I didn't ask for gravity. I asked for show me Earth curve.
You asked one example from the lists of things you listed, and I picked the butterfly and water thing.
And before I could even finish saying show me Earth curve, you went on to something else. You picked your own topic, and I said,
I haven't heard that if you said that. I haven't heard that line if you've said that.
Well, I did say it. Somebody can play back the recording and prove it to you.
Like I said, I haven't heard it. I'm not saying you didn't say it. If you've said it, I haven't heard it.
All right. Well,
let me say this. I was observing this conversation. I thought it was somewhat respectful from both sides. I think it needs some kind of replay for the history of the ages to have the actual truth of the conversation come out. But
yeah, that's what I was just saying. Is somebody can play back the recording?
I want to show respect to the man who comes in here as the underdog, kind of floating the idea of there being some kind of globular time zone related philosophy that's actually applicable. I think that needs to be appreciated. But
I want to make something clear, which feels like it's not clear here.
What I appreciate is when somebody is asked a very specific question and they're making a claim about the Earth shape or what we're standing on, because this is all about whether this Earth is flat. And the first thing I want to start with is show me the curve, and we talk about other things that can never be proved that are all abstract by admission, by both sides are abstract. I'm not going to spend my time doing that. And this was supposed to be ladies' night, but we're supposed to sit here and listen to lectures on what we don't understand and I don't know in my own head, and you keep talking over me. If I had any mod powers, I'd mute you. But I'm done anyway. I don't know who can shut off ladies' night because I don't have the power to do that. But I'm done. You guys have a nice night.
Well,
okay, so now that the person who speaks over all the time while claiming that I speak over them is gone, I wanted to say before anyone else continues, because I'm trying to express it for a while, that I'm not defending either side. I was asking highly specific questions, and instead, I see someone who clearly does not understand.
Your questions are a bit non sequitur is the thing. If you want to say that we're on a spinning globe, the first thing you should do is measure the surface curvature of that globe to demonstrate that that's what it is. If you're going to go into reifications about bendy space and time, warping water to the surface of this thing that you haven't even shown is curving or is a globe in the first place, then, well, it's pointless.
And you don't know what a concept is, dude.
No,
we do
we're not
know. We
talking
do.
about
We do know what
concepts.
a
We're
concept
talking
is.
about reality. That's the thing. You want to say that in reality we got this spinning globe with satellites, orbiting it and so forth. It requires gravity. It requires the bending and warping of space-time. Okay, but those are all further down the line from proving that you got this globe in the first place. Measure the drop.
Strangely silent when that question's asked. Wow.
What they're saying is if the pretense is faulty, everything that is built upon the pretense can be disregarded entirely.
Yeah.
Yep. And just chanting your religious doctrine in here isn't getting you very far. You don't have anything to back it up with. So where's that obstruction at 1.22 miles? Where is it? Imperator, where's the obstruction at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above sea level? Where is it?
What? I didn't follow anything which was said in the past 30 seconds.
Well, he's just asking you for your Earth curve. Where is it? That's the first thing we need. We don't want to talk about magical spinny boxes in a vacuum in low Earth orbit before we've been shown that this thing is even the globe that it would need to be for that to happen.
What part of the... I have never looked into the Earth curve thing because I haven't. Isn't clear. I said it for like the third time now.
Yeah. So Earth is supposed to be a ball. That's the first step one. It's supposed to be a ball. It needs to measure a ball. It's a geometric shape that's being claimed.
Yeah, you got ahead of yourself. Go back to step one.
Why would anything demand a bullshit? I mean, why would I need to prove? Why would I need to prove that the shape is
a prerequisite of your Starlink satellite story? You don't get that?
Not the satellite story, about the water and the butterfly stuff. Why?
Yeah, it's a prerequisite for gravity. It's a prerequisite in that whole paradigm that you're invoking. It's the very first part of it.
Earth. Yeah, every picture that your CGI pictures that you cream on every night, yeah, those ones, none of those are real. Where's your actual curvature, a measured curvature?
Yeah, bro, it's like your Windows background where it says it's like the Earth, and it's showing you like a bold picture of the Earth. That's not real. You know, that's Steve Jobs engineer type level engineering. It's a LARP. It's a LARP. Are you a LARPer?
So is the whole debunking process here based on the fact that curvature cannot be found, and by definition everything else must be false? Is that the thought process?
Do you think it's possible that you're on a spinning globe that does not curve somehow?
What?
Do you think it's possible that you live on a ball that for some reason does not curve?
No, I don't know about that.
You don't know what a ball is?
Listen, is there any kind of ball or sphere, like a baseball or a soccer ball or a football? I mean, not a football. Yeah, football in your country. Any kind of ball like that doesn't measure curvature?
No.
Right.
Uh-oh.
So, again, I ask, is the whole debunking of that part of what we discussed like 10 minutes ago based on the fact that no curvature can be found, and thus everything there is fake?
Listen, we don't have to debunk something that hasn't been proven to be true in the first place.
And the thing is your ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So that's the process here. That's the thought process.
Your ball is dependent on the curvature of Earth. If you don't have that, you don't have a ball, and therefore you don't have the rest of the stuff that you're invoking that would need a ball.
But he's also asking the right question. He's asking, yes, the reality is, yeah, the whole idea is it could be a ball.
Well, let's check the surface and see if it's curving like a ball.
No, it can't be. It couldn't be a ball.
No, it could be.
It isn't.
But,
it isn't.
No, all evidence points towards it not being so. So that's why it's like
There's no chance you have two choices. It's either a flat level plane, or it's a ball. You don't have an in-between choice. Sorry.
Yeah, but they don't want to claim the ball word,
Well, that's their claim. They're the ones with the positive claim, not us. Why do they come in here trying to switch the claim first thing? They run away from their own claim.
Well, because I think it's very simple. It's because like a ball earther doesn't sound too cool. But if you're like, oh, I'm a spherical, I believe in the sphere, bro.
It's the same thing.
That sounds kind of cool because then you're kind of tapping into the math. You're kind of going next level. But the reality is, it's a ball. It's a ball, bro. You believe in a ball.
It's the same
thing.
You
believe the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, that can't be proven in reality.
Yeah, and that sounds much more silly. Like, you believe,
I guess I'll just answer
the Earth
his
is a
question.
ball?
Okay, since one person here also answered my question earlier by saying yes.
Yeah, yes. Without the curvature, all of the rest of that paradigm falls apart. And
yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yes.
Thanks. I have another question now. Why
didn't you want to know why, though?
No, I understand the logical process. I was just asking.
Could you tell us why? Just reiterate. Why is that so important?
Because
what else does that affect?
What?
What else does the rate of curvature or the size of said ball? What else does that affect in your paradigm?
Well, it builds up on that.
So, are you basically are you asking a question like why would they lie? Is that
Hold
your
on,
question?
I don't need any help, Skygazer. Hold on. No, what else does it affect in your paradigm? Means distances, sizes, relationships, everything else is off then.
Yeah, everything builds on that. That's what I said. So if you remove the first tile, everything falls apart. That's what I was asking.
Okay, good.
You got it.
No ball, then no ball Earth. It doesn't curvature doesn't appear in nature anywhere ever. No one's ever experienced it. No one builds on it. No one uses it for anything. Unless you have a counter to that claim, to my claim just now, is that there's no proof of any of this curvature anywhere.
Spiderwebs are kind of circular.
Someone was saying if I had asked what's the purpose of hiding this. Yeah, that was my next question. What's the ultimate goal of confusing the population about this?
So you're asking us what's in the mind of liars.
What's in the mind of the psychopathic elite? Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
How would you think that we would know this?
I mean, what's your best theories?
Any more than you? Oh, we have thousands of them, but this isn't the speculation server.
Okay, so there's like is there not a mainly acknowledged one?
If you're like a detective and you're interested in evidence, motive is besides the point when you have evidence on the floor. You have evidence all over, thousands and thousands of proofs every day by flat earthers going out doing actual real observations in real time on the real surface.
Yeah, I'm not asking about that. I'm not looking to use motive. I'm not looking to use motive.
You interrupted me. So stop doing that. It's not polite. So I wasn't done yet. So anyway, thousands upon thousands of observations by flat earthers doing observations with real technical data of where they are, what they're doing, how high, all the conditions, everything. Can you say the same for your globe Earth? Where, when, and how was the curvature proven to be true in the first place?
I interrupted you because I was saying it motive. I'm not using it as a proof of something. I'm asking just out of curiosity, and I didn't know it wasn't the speculation server. That's what I was going to say.
Well, aren't you? Would I be wrong to assume that and forgive me for intruding, but could it be that you guys are following like two different types of how do you say isolating?
No, I'm not following anything. Stop. Gee whiz. I'm not fucking following anything. What are you talking about? Get out of it. So anyway, Yeah, your globe is dead. We have proof. We have proof here, and you're just going to walk by and look for a motive. Sounds suspicious to me. If you're really concerned and curious, I would think, and if you wanted to learn about this, you would ask, "Where's the evidence?"
As I said, the motive was just out of curiosity and not because I'm looking for a.
Okay.
That's cool, man. That's fucking cool.
Listen. I'll give you an answer. They're hiding land from you and your descendants.
Well, allegedly.
Can I be
Nobody
heard
knows.
okay? Can I be heard okay?
Yes, Larry.
Thank you very much. So for the guy who said nobody knows, go to Google Earth, right, at the North Pole, right, and tell me, on which molecule of water does Santa Claus live? Because I thought we had 2 poles on the globe Earth model, right? So where's the missing North Pole?
No,
They're hiding land.
we're on board, bro. I'm way beyond your ass. So the reality is,
easy there, Buckaroo.
I traverse very close. You know, I won't say that I actually went there to the North Pole coordinates, but to claim that those are identical, that those are equal opposites, no, you can't do that. You can't say that. They're gonna be completely different experiences. So that's part of, you know, the reality is that you have to understand that the explorers in the early 1900s that claimed to go to the North Pole, a lot of them also claimed to go to the South Pole. So which take are you going to take as truth, you know? I think it was Amundsen. Amundsen tried to go to both poles. So which one do you actually trust?
Did I say anything about trusting anything? What I was saying was that there used to be land at the North Pole, right, where Santa Claus lives, and now they're passing it off like there is no North Pole.
Bro, why are you talking about Santa Claus? What are you doing, man?
Bro,
nobody's talking about Santa Claus. If you're traversing to the North Pole, you're talking about killing young seals. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, nobody's talking about seals. What are you talking about? We're talking about hidden resources.
Okay, so you're talking about Santa Claus. So let's trust you.
Bro, I've never told people that Santa Claus lives in North Pole. They told you that Santa Claus lives in North Pole. So when I say where does Santa Claus lives, I didn't fucking tell you that. I've never told anybody Santa Claus lives in North Pole.
Go on with the
they
story.
Told
then.
you.
Go on.
I will if you shut your mouth, bro. Bro, shut your mouth. So, they told you that Santa Claus lives at the North Pole. I'm telling you to go look on Google Earth and tell me where. Because it's nothing but water up there. So somebody has to be lying somewhere, right? Is there 2 pole caps or is there not?
I think maybe Elon Musk has the answer. Do you think that Elon Musk might have the answer or no?
Why would he have the answer?
This dude is completely retarded, Ray.
Because he's got Starlink satellites surveilling the whole globe Earth, right?
Probably once he puts his crack pipe down and has his slobber nurses come and help him out of bed.
Well, we are assuming that the flat Earth is true, right? So
we're not assuming it. We know that it is.
Bro, we're not assuming anything, man.
It's measurably flat, so it's not an assumption.
So
it's the other way around. It's globers who make the assumption that
monitor
the
the
Earth
Earth.
is what?
If there are satellites or whatever they are that are traversing around, and there is hidden land. I don't know whether those satellites would be going over the hidden land.
But it's a friendly move, right? Because Elon Musk, he's the king savior, and he's sending all of these satellites around us, and you can literally observe. So that's the funny thing about Elon Musk when it comes to flat Earth versus globe Earth, is the coalition. Everybody will recognize that. No, there's literally like star-like entities flowing over, your head. So no, but that's totally cool. That's just Iron Man entering into our reality, so we have to accept it. And Elon Musk is a good person. Never mind the fact that Elon Musk was mentioned in an ancient fucking 1930 Bernard von Braun, NASA founder type novel, where they were talking about how the founder of Mars would be called the Elon.
So he's a good person. You mean a corporation?
Let's
right?
just forget
Good
that.
corporation, huh? He's a good corporation. I got it.
No, let's just forget that. We have to erase that from our memory. That it's the same as Tesla.
Do you think those public figures that are on your TV screen are real? I mean, are they really who they say they are and doing what they're saying they're doing? Anyone?
They're definitely real representatives of their brand.
And are they really doing? Are any of them doing what they're telling you they're doing? I don't care, from the president on down to your local.
Well, what's your take? What's your hot take? I want to hear your.
They're on your screen. They're not telling the truth. That's my take. When are they lying? When they open their mouth. First off, that's the first take. Then you determine how much of a lie they're doing or what the lie consists of after the fact. But you start out, they're lying. That's why they're on your screen telling you shit. Well, we just got to accept it. Accept chips in the brain. Yep. Send your brain into cyberspace because you're just a measly little human. You're not worth anything. You're just a speck of dust. Yeah, believe them. The ones on the TV screen.
Then you can go to Mars.
Let me tell you, anybody on this panel or listening anywhere you're listening, if you're believing this any kind of narrative that's coming out of the mainstream media from any source, you're truly deceived. If you're using that, any part of that paradigm, to set up a causal relationship or kind of like what's really going on, you're deceived. You're lost.
I better turn CNN off then, because they're telling me a whole bunch of stuff about a whole bunch of stuff, and thanks for letting me know, because that I always thought it was the real thing, but I guess it's a comedy news network, which I always knew that, so I'm just giving you a hard time. Thanks.
That's okay.
Oh, you're right, because I was a big subscriber to CNN. So
you guys,
I love CNN big time. I love Anthony whatchamacallit. So I think we should all just follow CNN.
So You like going along with liars, huh? Just listen to the liars. Let them lull you back to sleep, huh?
Well, I mean, I love sleep. I'm not gonna lie. You know, people need to go to sleep.
That's good because you're watching CNN. Good, yeah.
Well,
Awesome.
you gotta go to sleep. So how do you go to sleep? What's your sleep medicine?
Well, I don't use CNN.
Well, what do you use then?
I still use sheep. You know, I don't know what anybody else does, but I always tell people that, you know, CNN is CNN, but Fox News is CNN light. So if you want to get, you know, a little bit less alcohol in your beer, just watch a little less propaganda in your news. Just watch Fox News, but it's still propaganda.
I like to count the bendy space time around my room.
No, I need a maximum amount of space in my veins. So what's the? Because I think it's what do you watch? What do you watch if you need a maximum blood into your veins?
Okay, so you're boring as fuck, mate. Shut the fuck up.
Does that require gravity?
Ask Imperator.
What's the question?
Does something require gravity? I can't remember what.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah, what was that thing that required gravity? What was that?
Oh yeah, nothing.
They say
I think it was called absolute fatness, absolute obesity. I think that's what required pure gravity. But that's from a NASA scientist, so you know it's.
Hey, without gravity, we'd all go floating off into space. Didn't your second grade teacher tell you that?
Oh, I know it requires gravity. The science fiction story of the globe Earth.
I think one thing that a lot of flat earthers fail to realize is the gravity is each sold separately, void where prohibited. You know, participating stores may vary. You know, so just to keep that in mind.
Then there's the racial component, right? Where
It's kind of a regional thing, I guess.
Yeah, there's a racial component where people don't realize that in Ukraine, people understood racism as like a fat big boy component.
Right.
And people didn't accept that, and then you know now we're starting to learn that. But I think we need, because now then we learned that like Hong Kong, after the Hong Kong Revolution, we kind of became more elucidated, and we started to learn that, well, actually racism was more about fatness. So
I thought racism was letting equal genders go in races.
What? No,
like, you know,
what are you talking about?
Like the man
What
is
is
on a
this guy
women's
talking
swimming
about?
team.
No, it's always no. So if you read the original text, if you're
I don't
like
know
actually
what's up with
educated,
these new flat earth. These it's a fad, I think. People pretending to be flat earthers.
Hey, Skygrade, can you give me 5 good reasons why the Earth is flat? Please.
Escozo?
Can I be heard?
Okay, you want to talk
Yes, sir,
Italian,
Larry,
or
with
you want to
you.
talk like what language do you want to talk?
Can I be heard?
Well, it's not up to me, bro. It's up to the fucking.
The answer would be yes if you heard him. Did you hear him, Skygazer?
Skygazer.
What?
How about
I
now?
was
Can you understand?
I was never his freaking like Aurelius of the situation. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, can you give me 5 reasons why the Earth's flat?
Okay, number 1. Water does a curve.
Number 2, please.
Number 2, give me one proof that the Earth is in fact a ball.
Number 3. Number 3.
I'm not hearing the responses. I don't know what's happening.
You're supposed to give 5 answers, bro. What am I supposed to respond to your answers and interrupt you after I ask you a question?
Okay, number 3, prove that the moon is in fact 266 miles away, as the normal story states.
Bro, what are you talking about?
What the hell is going on?
You're absolutely clueless, aren't you?
You're supposed to be giving reasons for the flat Earth, my friend. Please give us 5 reasons that the Earth is flat. Give us 5 reasons, please.
I think he's demonstrated at this point that he cannot do that.
Okay, so
I changed his roles.
If you go visit the
Thank you,
ice
Larry.
lake in Iceland, you're not going to be.
I think he's Googling. Googling his answers.
He said 266 miles.
Yeah, I know.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Don't
And
forget.
how did he get his roles? That's my question. That's the bigger question.
Yeah, exactly. What? Like,
It
Wasn't
was
was
some
that
crazy infiltrate type stuff right there.
We're going to do some research. We're going to find out who gave him them roles, and then we're going to demote them by 3 roles.
wasn't that Stargazer?
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all, why? I mean, y'all are taking his roles now. He's been here for like almost what seems like as long as I have.
Well, maybe
Did you
he's
hear
just,
the last interaction?
maybe he's just slightly diminished
The
because
last
he doesn't.
interaction is the same as all of them. I don't. I'm just wondering if
It sounded like
remembers.
yeah. Sorry, interaction with the Glober. It sounded like.
What do you want to know, bro? Just fucking ask the question. Like, what's the vibe?
5 different reasons that the Earth is not.
What?
5 different reasons the Earth is flat. Either that or why it's not a globe. Give us 5 of those, please.
No,
One at a time.
I think maybe you misunderstood the question there, old sir.
Yo,
I think that we are on the same we're in the same argumentation vibe. But what's your real question?
I misunderstood. Shut up. Did I misunderstand, room? Well, thanks for the fucking backup. Oh. No, I did not. That's right.
Okay, so you need another younger man to help you understand whether or not you misunderstood the question. Is that?
If I were here right now, I would whoop your little ass. Anyway, so let's get back to the questions, you little pussy.
Yeah. So let's go back to the questions. Ask the questions, man.
Give us one reason the Earth is flat. You already gave us one. You said because water is level. Bingo, ding, 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 ding. You scored 1 point. Now you need to score 4 more, or we're taking all your flat Earth rolls away and throwing them in the garbage. Do you get it?
Okay, well, I wish those roles had some kind of value. Like
they do if you can back them up.
I wish you had some value, bro. I really do.
No, but ask your questions. Ask your questions, man.
I already did. We just need 4 more answers.
Well, ask your questions there, good sir. How old are you?
One more reason.
How old are you?
The question was already asked. Why are you going to a red herring or something? Logical fallacy.
Way older and wiser than you. I got a college education, 3.59 grade point average in college, by the way. And I think that you are probably elementary grade educated. So let's please move on.
Actually, I'm underwater. I'm underwater grade.
You are underwater right now. It sounds like because you.
No, I'm underwater grade level education. So I never my education never exceeded the surface of the ocean.
Does anybody object to me kicking this guy out of here?
Oh, he's a troll.
I don't know. He hasn't said anything coherent the whole time I've listened to him. I don't know what his deal is.
He said his education was something to do with surfing underneath water because he was a surfer boy.
Skygazer, when did you become a flat earther?
Just a trolling. He's just a troll.
Bro, I was responding to your comments, son. What are you talking about?
You heard me. You're a troll. Under the bridge, troll.
No, you're a
Skygazer. When did you become a flat earther?
When did I become a flat earther? Probably.
Yeah.
And how?
6 years ago. Legitimately.
What made you come to flat Earth? What was the key defining factor?
Key defining factor was disputing the moon landing.
No, but was it a video you watched? Was it something somebody said to you that clicked?
It doesn't really pertain directly to what the Earth is, though, does it? I mean, it kind of does, but I mean, you would think that you would go with something more direct than that.
Well, I'll answer your question. It was the question of when I saw the interview of Neil Armstrong and his Goonies when they were going like. So that's what it is. But ban me if you want.
I can see how that would lead to suspicion about what they're saying the Earth is, but it's not enough to draw necessarily a conclusion that it's not a globe.
Well, it's cool. If you want to ban me, you can ban me. That's really cool.
It's not about banning you. It's about you come in here acting like you're a flat earther. We just want evidence that you can actually call yourself a flat earther because you know the arguments.
No, I'm sorry. That's probably my bad.
That's the problem.
No. That's probably my bad. The reality is, I've been visiting this channel back and forth for like 5 years. So
then why haven't you learned something by now then?
Well, that's a fucking good question, man. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think we all have something to learn, but.
Well, you said the thing that brought you to flat Earth was the Neil Armstrong thing, and then you tried to say how far away the moon was according to the heliocentric model, and you said 266 miles. Which, I mean, even helios who know nothing about the flat Earth and barely know anything about the heliocentric model know that it's 238,000 miles, allegedly.
Well, okay, maybe I missed the fucking numbers, man. I apologize. I thought it was like, wasn't it like 230 miles or something like that? Like, that's maybe only
238,000 miles?
No, like the moon. Like we're talking about the distance of the moon from the Earth. Isn't it 280 miles?
1,000 miles. That's 30 Earth sizes away.
What's with the moon?
Well,
by
then
the
I fucked up.
Is it like a sphere? Is it the disc?
These are alleged heliocentric model numbers.
I fucked up big time, and I need to be banned, and I need to be removed from the channel. It's over. It's over for me. It's over.
You're punished. You get the comedy role. That's for goddamn sure.
I think maybe you should stay after that.
No, don't laugh. Don't laugh.
That was
It's very
very
serious thing.
funny.
It's very serious.
It's ironic that your name is Skygazer too.
Game over.
No,
Game over.
it's literally not ironic. It's not
know.
ironic. It's anti-ironic because
You should hang your head in shame, Skygazer.
I find it funny that the only thing you do understand is that you should probably be banned.
bro, that is funny. That is funny, but
If we can
it's
see
true.
you do the walk of the flat Earth
It
walk
is
of shame,
true,
that means
but-
you got to
Hang
walk
on.
around the globe. You have to walk around the globe 5 times with your head hanging down low.
No, but it also means you know what the
asking for
Skygazer
forgiveness.
does. The sky. No, you don't understand. The Skygazer of the palace. You don't know your history, man. The Skygazer of the palace actually destroys. With the Skygazer has like laser sights that's able to obliterate gargoyles.
God damn.
Yeah, obliterate. That's a real word. That's a real word.
It is?
And
Obliterate.
Does the Skygazer... Wait,
Sounds like obliterate and liberate at the same time.
Obliterate.
but it's okay. It's okay. If you want to ban me, it's okay. It's okay.
No, it's
Yeah,
okay.
because you'll just come back next week with a new name and a new icon logo, right?
Well, fuck you!
We're-
I never asked
See,
for
he
that.
can't even
I
get
never asked
banned now, even if he tries. We're just gonna side with Elijah because we like Elijah. We trust Elijah.
This guy's a fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like an epic name, like an epic
Right.
N-word. Everybody loves an epic N-word, right? So
I don't know.
what?
Maybe
What?
not. All the Skygazers
Hey,
were
what?
priests, or I think all the
Hey.
Skygazers were priests.
But you love the N-words? Is that what we're saying?
Why are we letting him get away with
Yeah,
this?
I do like N-word. No, that one.
That's a big no, especially when it comes to Elijah. I'm not going to stand for any of that.
It's self-referential jokes, bro.
Let Elijah ban him now. Then.
Well, much love, and see you in 2 weeks, my friend.
I called it.
Yeah, he did.
Jesus.
Well, they
I wonder if they sit around figuring like, let's pick this name or let's pick that name. Well, that would be a good icon logo.
They do waste our time in here quite a bit, don't they?
Jesus.
I do remember that. I do remember that 1967 Star Trek episode when Spock was talking to Kirk, and they were talking about the space-time continuum and how they could go back to Earth in 1969. So you might have something to that. We can't. Gene Roddenberry was way ahead of his time. So what can I say?
I would love to hear a conversation between the Skygazer and the pea drinker. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, where only those two are in an arena setting, and they can't turn off their audio, and they can't mute the other person. They're forced to listen to each other. That would be great. Bring a whole new meaning to the arena, wouldn't it?
Happy Friday the 13th.
I know. I
Yeah,
feel
that's
lucky.
right.
I feel lucky today.
I'm not a Knights Templar, so I'm feeling pretty good about myself as well. Execute Order 66.
I was saying it earlier. Be thankful that you're not a Templar in the 1300s. Yeah.
Have any of you guys seen recently? I just saw this recently, but I guess it's been out for a long time. That NASA has something at the Cape Canaveral in Florida, and it's called the Crawler. And it's a machine that's like this giant platform army tank thing that costs millions and millions of dollars to carry the rocket ship like 200 or 300 yards from where it's at in the building to the launch site.
They couldn't
Yeah,
have paid like all the strongmen to get together.
NASA spends $66 million per day to not explore space. That's all we got to know.
Yeah, let's just use that 66 number every time now. Might as well. It'll be 66 million anyway soon, right? It's inevitable.
Wait a minute. Then how do you explain they found diamonds on Uranus? How else would they find the diamonds on Uranus if they didn't go into space? Explain.
No, that was
Deep
Trixie.
spelunking.
That was Trixie down the street at the little, that little dance club thing. Yeah.
I think you have it wrong, Godric. I think it's Jupiter rains diamonds and Uranus smells like farts.
Yeah, that. How can they find that out if they didn't go into space, right?
They analyzed 1 pixel of illumination and determined that.
Boy, isn't that stuff great?
Dude, spectroscopy whatever is a thing.
Too bad they'll never go there. No one will ever go there.
Don't make me go there.
Where no one has gone before or will ever go.
Why weren't we notified it went past 66 million? Oh, shoot. Now it's already past it.
Spectroscopy is a real thing.
That's not what Trixie said. Your $2 million per hour going to good use.
No, but seriously, anybody seen the Crawler? Anyone?
Is that a 50s sci-fi one?
I'm gonna have to post a video on it, dude. It's crazy ridiculous, dude. So they got like 10 people on the ground. Imagine the way the wheels are set up on an army tank, right? A little bit like with the metal like around the outside part, and it's just like rolling, right? So they even say that they have to stop because the runway that they're going from where they're building is at to the launch pad. They say the road curves a little bit, so they have to make a jet. Dude, it's ridiculous, dude.
Wow.
The Crawler, dude. It's so funny, dude.
The thing that they're rolling around those things on, right?
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, like
the amount of people.
They used to move the shuttles around on them, right? I remember that.
Yeah. They just upgraded their new Crawler, and the team who's working on it talking about it, they have like regular shirts on, like beards, and they just look like kind of like punk rockers.
Punk rockers working on the Crawler, great.
Yeah, like the amount of time, effort, and energy and money they put into that Crawler just to move this shuttle like a couple hundred feet, but yet this thing's just doing crazy aerodynamic type of stuff, going 25 times faster than a bullet in space. But they need all that just to move it a little way. Well, why are they even moving it? Why don't they just launch it from where they have it resting? So funny.
Yeah, well, you got to have a spectacle.
Yeah, I know.
Want to show them going down the runway for 2.5 hours at 1.5 mile per hour. They're gonna love that.
Yeah.
Think who's in charge, like running this whole scenario? What kind of numpty they must
be? Charles in charge. You know what I mean?
Some little weasel behind a curtain like the wizard in The Wizard of Oz. Right. Some little nerdy kid telling all these people that's moving all this industrial might around just from this little nerd. Sounds familiar, huh?
It's funny because all the industrial things they have are actually functioning things, but they probably cost more than the real thing would because they're like movie props.
So, did we end up banning Starman, or is he welcome back?
I think his name is Sky Vodka.
Because he made me laugh.
Dude, this chick came on a couple nights ago, and she just started talking, and like right away, I was like, boom, 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 like 30 inconsistencies in like 5 minutes, right? So I just started asking her very subtle questions. And then finally, the last question I asked her, I wasn't putting her on blast, but they were like loaded questions. And she knew what I was doing. And she's like, oh, well, I got to go now. She dipped out. So funny.
Look, I don't want to ban anybody, but at the same time, I don't want nobody pretending to be a flat earther. I could ask any other flat earther in here 5 questions, and it would be like bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
And the fact that he knew that water didn't bend, I mean, all he had to do was watch like one episode of Pancho Pete to know that.
The funny thing is that if you are in that position where like you're like, okay, I gotta Google 5 flat Earth facts, like what would they say? And you Google it, you're not gonna get the Google answers because Google will thwart you. You know what I mean? So you actually have to have spent some time actually watching these. You have to do more. If any Globers are listening, they want to infiltrate. You guys are gonna actually have to do more research than just a few key punchlines. Like you don't have to spend hours watching this stuff and understanding it, or just memorizing it and then come in. So you guys got to put more effort
What's
into
more
it.
worrying is that who gave him those roles? You know, it's got to be a mod, right?
Well, can you buy them on Nitro?
No idea. Have to pay for it.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
So Professor Earl hasn't been here, as far as I know, in a while. But even though hasn't been here, rusty on the subject, maybe he's been doing other things with his life. Shout out to Professor, or just Earl now. Sorry, he changed his name, Dr. Earl. But yeah, shout out to that guy. But if I were to ask him 5 evidences, like he would have just named them off like one after another. I know he would have.
You know what's crazy? Sometimes, there's about 30, 40 people in here and nobody says anything. Very quiet,
You guys did hear what I just said, right? About Earl?
Yep.
The Canadian, Mr. Maple Syrup himself.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen him in a while, but I guarantee if he came up in here, he would know the answers. So I just don't like pretenders. Like if you're a Globie, be a Globie, whatever. If that dude, maybe he's, I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know. That's why I didn't ban him. Maybe he's been here for a long time and there's something that I'm unaware of.
Right.
But it didn't seem like to me that like any of us would want him to like answer flat earth questions if a new person came in. But I don't mind him hanging around. I don't mind him talking. But if someone new comes in, he should
Yep.
probably zip it. He should probably zip it. That's my opinion.
Well, especially earlier he was white knighting for Mr. Imperator there, and he was a walking contradiction.
And with these pretend flat earthers, what happens is like, they go on the deep man, they talk about flat earth when they come in initially, and they go off into other things, try to make flat earth look stupid.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong about the guy, and I'm open to that. If anybody has anything that they would like to share, I would definitely be open to that. But I got here when what's her name? Scavenger, Truth Scavenger. What's her name? Anyway, the ladies' night. I got here right before it ended, and I heard them talking, and like he kept butting in and talking over the only lady that I heard tonight. So I was like, "What's going on?" And then he said something about him being a brave man, and I was like, "What?" Like this guy's a glibber. He's not a brave man. How does that make him a brave man? And I didn't understand what was going on. So maybe I don't know something, but going off of my basic gut instinct, I don't know if that dude should have a flatter tank.
No, they're all weasels, they have no backbone, have no integrity, if you're a liar, you don't have one truth in your body, it. You know what I'm trying to say? They like they punch below the belt. They know where I'm going.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think he's ready to talk to QE. Maybe he needs to do a little more flat Earth research.
But just one evidence for the globe will shut down this server. So please step forward. Present your evidence. Collect the Nobel Prize.
I'll put all my money on space time. That's all we got.
That imperator guy, he couldn't understand what a concept is.
But seriously, try to debunk space time. Go ahead. Go ahead and falsify that one.
Space-time only exists in the mind. It's an idea, a thought that somebody made up. Not tangible, can't be proven. It's in the science fiction realm.
And that's why it's had such a long life. But it's over.
It's amazing that people, these guys on a pedestal, things up pedestal. They give them Nobel prizes and give them like $1 million, and they'll be remembered forever in science textbooks. But when you scrutinize it, it's complete bullshit. Be under the microscope and doesn't hold up to water. And the reason the Globers don't come here anymore is because they have no arguments left. The Globe has been debunked thoroughly, and they have no answers. Everything has been debunked point by point. They can't say gravity. They can't say refraction. They can't say Coriolis.
What's going on in here? Don't talk at once now.
What up, rookie? It's been silent for like 5 minutes. We just had a more than a moment of silence for the globe.
Okay, it's a fucking show.
What? Who's the show?
Okay, 1973.
What about 1973?
No, I'm saying Rookie 1973 is chill.
Ah,
yeah, we're good.
He says some stupid shit, you know?
What, bro? Why are you going off on rookie for no reason?
I have reason.
Do you have reason in this moment, or are you bringing up old stuff?
No, just earlier today, you know, said some stupid.
What are you talking about?
Well, do you guys want to take it elsewhere and work out the problems? Is it a resolvable issue?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't either. I was not on this server most of the day. I was on another server. Were you on earlier, Rookie?
Yeah, I was in for a little bit during ladies' night.
Ah. How?
But I don't think I said anything. But okay.
How was ladies' night? I missed it. I guess it was short and sweet tonight.
It was kind of weird, but yeah, it was short.
Rookie, earlier today, right, you said people go up in rockets. True or false?
I said that today. People go up in rockets.
You said there are things out there in space that you said the ISS could be real.
And
you're a shill. Space is fake, mate.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a fucking shill. That's what I'm saying.
Cool, thanks.
They could be out there on balloons. Just because someone says there's something out there doesn't mean they're claiming there's outer space. And it definitely doesn't mean they're a shill. We know there's balloons out there with technology just like the satellites have. So I don't get it.
Sonny, I know there are drones out there, right? For example, like the Boeing X-37B, you know, which can stay up there for like more than 2 years at a time. What he said, he specifically said there are people inside the rocket that go up, and there are things up there are real. He didn't say balloons or whatever. He meant.
Things, but wait a minute. But things out there, that statement is very vague.
How is it vague when he said there are people inside rockets that go up into the sky?
Well, they show video of them getting on board.
Yeah, that's filmed elsewhere. They're not inside the rocket when it's blasted
Yeah,
off.
that's a
They film.
possibility. Just like Capricorn 1. Yeah, exactly. They could slide down. They could not be going in. That's true. We don't have verification of them going in.
What I'm saying is that they film the astronauts like walking into the chamber or whatever. That's filmed elsewhere. Completely different to where the actual rockets are.
Yeah,
Is,
technically, you're right. Technically, we don't know where that location is. That's true.
And it's like a movie. They splice it together, and they people who watch it thinks it's like one place. It's they're going inside the rocket. Very easy to fake.
Well, yeah, just watch the movie Capricorn 1. I don't understand why they even let that movie be released.
Yeah, and that's crazy because it was filmed in the 70s, about 10 years after the moon landings. That's crazy.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was like 78. That's funny. I don't even remember. I don't even remember watching it back then. I don't even remember it.
Funnily enough, O.J. Simpson was really good in that movie.
Really good is a relative term when you're referring to O.J. Simpson's acting abilities.
Exactly. I think his acting in Capricorn 1 was better than his acting in The Trial.
What a weird thing that was, right? That whole...
Yeah, it really was. It was very strange. The whole race through LA and with his friend. Very odd.
Yeah, this Kato Kalin character, and yeah, it was all very
Never get to
interesting.
the bottom of those. Never get to the bottom of it. Just like a lot of other things, very strange things, like that missing girl in Colorado.
Yeah. Are you talking about Jean Bonnet?
Yeah. I think these are clues about the pedophile ring, actually.
Quite possibly. Do you think the O.J. Simpson trial is in some way, shape, or form tied to that, or do you think he just stepped out of line and had to be publicly shamed in some way, shape, or form?
Wait a minute. I didn't think O.J. Simpson had anything to do with the other.
Right. That's why I was asking. So you're just referring to the Jean Bonnet thing?
Just, as far as strange things, strange occurrences, things that we'll never get to the bottom of. That's basically why I brought it up.
Gotcha.
Because I don't think we'll ever know really what happened with OJ. I think I have a pretty good idea, just like the rest of us do. But those things, especially disappearances of that are televised that heavily. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like the like the case of the Madeline. I can't remember.
Oh,
Madeline McCann.
down in Caribbean that disappeared, or the one off the cruise ship, or the death in Grenada or something. The girl that was in one of these places in the Caribbean. That's another one.
Madeline McCann was abducted from Portugal.
Oh, that's right.
Portugal,
Yeah, Madeline McCain, and
the artist's renditions of the possible suspects involved and who they look like. Oh wow!
I almost forgot about all that.
Brenda's in chat, wants to be unmuted.
Oh really? Is Brenda gonna tell us about shoes?
Or the Three Horizons.
Oh, Three
There's
Horizons.
actually 5.
Good
Yeah, I
job. You
always like.
scared Brenda away.
I always like to refer to the people, that like when people try to say that the horizon is behind the oil rigs and also simultaneously obscuring the front of the oil rigs. I just like to coin that as quantum horizon, where it's simultaneously two things at one time. It's like a horizon superposition. Shit. Sorry.
Which proves that the Globers have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, the basic claim, not from our side, is that the horizon is basically a calculation away. It's like whatever that calculation is, that is the distance to the physical obstruction. It's a physical obstruction from it's blocking your line of sight of all the other land beyond it. That's what they claim the horizon is on a ball. So when they start talking about refraction and all this goofy shit, it's like, but bottom line is there's no obstruction where there should be. Like I don't know what light bending around corners has to do with anything. I don't even want to entertain that. There's supposed to be obstruction. There's not. I'm here. The end. Don't let me ruin the party.
It's just started, but
Yeah, the party died about 25 minutes ago. We're trying to rekindle it.
Well, you had your chance. You had a live one, Brenda, hanging by a shoelace.
I didn't realize it. By the time somebody mentioned it, she was gone. Yeah, I'm just in the middle of doing a bunch of shit. So that's why I'm struggling. How's it going, AI? I don't think I've heard you today.
I've been busy.
Nice.
Dang.
First,
He gave it a week after.
Nathan's explaining the homework that Brenda was supposed to be doing, which we could be talking about now with Brenda. But rather than that, somebody had to flex their sauce on Brenda the other day, give him post-traumatic stress disorder. That, coupled with not being unmuted within 3 seconds, was clearly too much for one human in one lifetime to take the abuse of. And just had to, leave all social media and go shoe shopping. Brenda, I promise I'll let the big bad mute you. You can come back. Bring all the shoes with you.
Yep.
Anyway, for those that don't know, that's a running gag because Brenda is on record saying a shoe is a natural phenomena. Hypothesis, it's a shoe.
Okay, so can we agree that Earth takes the shape of its container?
Only if it's a shoebox.
Now what?
What's the container?
I don't know what the container is. All I know is the Earth takes the shape of it.
Okay, where do we go from here? Where do we go from there, man? Earth takes the shape of its container. What comes next?
You agree?
I don't know. I haven't seen Earth's container, so I can neither confirm nor deny.
But we can scale it down, right? So when you put sand into a glass, it takes the shape of the glass, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if I was to put sand in the glass in Australia, America, and Great Britain, it would all take the shape of the container across that place, correct?
No argument here.
Okay, so as long as we agree that Earth takes the shape of its container, then we can get started.
All right. Like I said before, where do we go from here? We just left the starting line. What's the first curve?
Well, the curves everywhere.
Everywhere and nowhere all at the same time?
I'm saying there's many places that the Earth deviates from planarity in a smooth fashion.
Yeah, we have hills, valleys, footprints in the sand.
Well, that was fun. See, we're going to have to do another session of mandatory how to deal with high-profile Globers training. Anyway, I do have the answer to the shape of the container that holds the Earth that takes the shape of the container, and the correct answer is Earth shape. Now that we got that out of the way, what's next?
Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come.
All right, so who muted Brenda the other day? Oh. So when you mute a high-profile Glober, it's for operant conditioning training, not for permanent silencing. Otherwise, they lose heart and leave, and we got to wait like 1.23 years for them to return. When we could have been getting, minutes, hours, days worth of content. Oh, how did Lady Day go? Is it a zinger?
I don't know. I was gone for like 4 hours. Just came back a little while ago.
I was nursing a headache. Got a little bit of heat stroke today.
Yeah, it was like 80 degrees here where I was. It was probably closer to like 85. It's going to get even hotter. I'm looking for pictures, long distance photography of cities in the distance. That one is, where's that one? What city? I don't even know if that tells me what city this is. No data. Damn. Jambalaya sounds good. Dang, I could eat some of that jambalaya right about now.
Man, I could eat a Brenda sandwich if there was a Brenda around an hour live for public consumption of
You mean a
global
crayon?
inspiration.
You mean a crayon sandwich, don't you?
Well, I mean, if you follow that axiom, you are what you eat,
I
to
like
its logical
pace.
conclusion, then yes, Brenda would be made of crayons.
Okay.
I'll take Where Are the Globers for 10,000, Alex.
With still no globe proof in sight, will they have time?
Ballers run away about.
They were doing it in Texas.
Winter Rain, I remember you on. I remember you on. I remember Winter Rain on ODD Live way back when. Yeah, and several different places actually.
Sorry?
Attention, if you're calling for globe proof, you've reached the wrong number. Please try your number and dial again. Check your number and dial again.
You have reached a number that has been discontinued or is no longer in service.
If you hear that sound, you have pressed the self-destruct button. Leave your building
B
immediately.
Or the B button.
Hello, where is the bell? Just
We beat her. We beat her. We gonged up. And she rang.
Oh yeah.
I also fixed a little bit more of the sound, so it sounds much better.
Can you get my left shoulder with that tone, please? Yeah, I think the moderator sent trolls in here to test us. I really do. That's what I'm thinking. See who catches on and who doesn't.
You mean they made the moderators into trolls?
No, the moderators are sending trolls in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, why would they do such a thing?
They're helping us.
Oh, kind of like our government does.
No, they're actually helping us so we can better detect phonies.
They're all phony, though, aren't they?
Phonies, LARPers, like fake flat earthers.
Bruh.
And then they come in and and then they come in and white knight for them when we catch them. They're like, "No, he's been here a long time." I don't know, man. I could be wrong. You know, honestly, I really could be. I've been wrong before, and it's only speculation.
I think he's just a bit off. Maybe not a LARPer.
Okay.
Who are we talking about?
We're
Guy
talking about. Yeah.
Oh, the Sky guy. Okay. I mean, he was pretty obvious, right?
This guy.
Sky Gazer.
Yeah. Yeah, if he's pretty I mean, it was pretty obvious. He had no clue about what we were talking about in here, which is actually kind of sad.
Well, if he really is that nonchalant, just doesn't really care, just I don't know about everything, then I don't know. I mean, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Mm.
But what interests me is like if there truly are agents that come on here. Uh-oh. Then what they would be doing is in reality developing characters to go against flat earthers.
Right. Think sorry.
So this is what I think is going on. There's actually workshops. They're in these sweatshops brainstorming on how to go against us. Yeah. Shocking, I know.
Yeah, maybe it's about the division. Who knows? Or spreading misinformation. What was that weird thing that he was talking about at the end? Like, I didn't understand anything about that. Because of his name or something, he talked about some weird story.
Who did?
The
Skygazer?
Yeah.
All he says is weird stuff.
That's pretty wild. I know. It goes
Just an
into all
out
these.
there dude.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, maybe the guy's a paraplegic or something, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, some people are diminished in different ways. So, some people are truly diminished and they come to, and they would sound a lot like somebody being an agent would sound like if the character being developed was just go in there and sound like a dunce. That was some timing, man. Oh.
Probably like drunk and high. Probably drunk and high every time he comes on here. It's probably just one of the things he does.
Could be. Okay, take 5 shots before we go on the Flat Earth server. Johnny, you over there. I saw you only had 3. Catch up.
So, we know that there are definitely shields on YouTube, right? Do you guys think they themselves actually realized the true nature of their reality, and they just get paid and that's why they just keep on with the program? Or do you think they're literally that stupid?
No, I think they see us, excuse me, as an adversary because I think whatever they believe or don't believe, their paycheck is involved. And I think they see that what we're doing eventually is going to cause them to lose money. Be out of business, possibly.
It's going to unravel what they're doing. That's why we get shadow banned and censored.
Ridiculed.
We're muted.
That's why when Stargazer starts talking about, isn't Elon Musk great? He's a good person. Makes you just want to feel sorry for Elon Musk, don't it?
Yeah, he does derail every conversation to something irrelevant.
Pretty weird. I mean, if you went back and analyzed those little snippets of those conversations, it sounds very strange. When you're kind of in it and paying attention, sometimes you don't catch how weird it sounds.
He's always trying to drag it to something non sequitur, and it does make the topic sound stupid. I don't know if it's intentional or whatever, but
yeah, I don't know. So, agents, if you're out there, you might want to switch it up a little bit because your dumb flat earther role, it's already been spotted. What was that?
FBI, open up!
Hey, Justin. Are you okay?
Yes, he is killing with us.
I heard a knock on the door and it said FBI, open up. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, the FBI showed up here.
Hi, Mike.
What the fuck?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Is it like you got swatted kind of thing?
No.
Okay.
It's literally the sound.
Okay, it was pretty realistic there.
It was realistic, yes. I told you I fixed it, and it sounds so much better. Like you're listening to it in your own house.
Yeah, I was about to look. I'm like, was that down the hall or so?
I completely fixed it last night. Everything. So yeah,
It's not very loud.
it sounds like that.
I like it.
Oh. But yeah, how's everyone going? I don't see too many Globers in here.
Yeah, it's been tough times.
None. Fresh out of Globers.
Oh, there is one down in Chill Chat.
We've resorted to attacking each other.
Yeah.
A
Octane
fellow flat
and-
earther paid me earlier today for arguing with them. Pretty weird. You see,
Did you feel guilty?
KJV something. They were in here earlier saying some weird stuff.
She?
Yeah.
She's in biblical right now.
Okay.
I have no idea why she's in there alone. Yeah, she was kind of going off on me too on a picture. Like if you put a filter on this picture, then you see the evil beings.
Yeah, so she was saying some stuff like that.
Oh yeah, those are fun.
I programmed that so that it sees dolphins. I'll just take that filter and take the code and program it so that when you look at a picture with the filter on it, it shows you dolphins.
So she was saying some real weird stuff like that to me earlier, and I was going back and forth with her.
Right.
And for some reason,
told her not to push her stuff onto other people.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going, but for some reason she paid me for saying that. She's like, "You're a central banker. You don't need the money, but what's your PayPal address?" I was like, I gave it to her. I was like, "This is probably going to be a phishing scam," but no, she actually PayPal'd me some money for some reason. Strange.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a first.
I don't know about that, man.
Did you make you feel like a prostitute?
Or I don't know, maybe just to buy my attention, because I was
hope
kind
you
of
gave him not like good information. I mean, I don't know how that actually works because. Wow, I don't know. Whatever. She may be doing some of the Stevie stuff. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. All I have to do is give her an email address, and then I got like the PayPal notice from their official PayPal email. I was like, okay, it looks legit. And I started a new PayPal that wasn't connected to any banks or anything, so that like even if she was trying to do something, she just accessed an account that wouldn't go anywhere, and it was legit. I was like, well, that's that's strange. Yeah, I've got the money in my bank now.
Can we ask how much? What's the payment?
Oh, it's just like $100, but still.
Jeez.
What? Wow.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know. Just pay me to listen, I guess.
Oh my goodness! Wow, you guys are chumps. They're clearly in it together. And then when she asks you guys, you're going to actually fall for it, thinking you're going to get $100 as well. Chumps.
I'm going to go down and see if she'll.
Well, we'll just start arguing with her and just be like, no, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. It's completely non sequitur. And then she'll just, I don't know, maybe she'll pay you to listen. Well, that's what happens.
Look, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. That's going to be exploiting her. And then I'll have to slap the crap out of you.
Yeah, she's a little bit, eccentric.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Is this like the reader where they pay you to read to them? We need Father Earth there today.
No, this is like the hour where we could have been talking to Brenda and getting some juicy content. That's what this is.
Nope.
Somebody screwed up.
Get Brenda
Anyway.
back in here.
You guys don't even realize that Brenda actually
You got
has a
some
force.
apologizing.
Brenda has a force named after
Well,
Brenda.
tough shit.
Do you guys have a force named after you?
Sounded like
No, I
Kiwi
didn't
was
think
over
so.
at my house, didn't it?
You need to turn it up a little.
That's right. Brenda's a celebrity. Is going to go down in the annals of science as a force. So, I mean, better get on Brenda's good side while you can.
Are you pronouncing that wrong? It's farce.
A comedy force.
Now, see, the
No,
problem is
you-
y'all think I'm joking, and I'm being serious.
You're serious?
Yeah,
No,
you don't know
that's-
about the Brenda force?
That's really
Man, you need to
scary.
get learned.
Now you're really
You need to
scaring me.
get good.
I'm still confused.
Brenda She-Wolf?
All right, pay attention, Holmeses. Differential vectors, right? Force vectors. The common claim is that things with gravity are pulled to the center of the Earth. That's nonsense. That nonsense because the center of the Earth isn't even the center of the Earth's mass. It's definitely not the center of the gravitational mass. That would be the barycenter because it's a complex system which includes the moon. But that's irrelevant to the Brenda force for now. So what is actually the case is that in their claim, the Earth is rotating, which creates centrifugal force, which quote unquote throws things out, which gravity quote unquote counteracts that, pulling them in, right? The only problem is that supposedly in their concept, gravity pulls to the center of the Earth, but the problem is that centrifugal force isn't outwards from the center of the Earth, it's outwards from the center of the axis of rotation. This means that any differential part of the globe, you would have a different vector than straight down and straight up, meaning plumb lines would be all over the place. Right? So this idea that plumb lines hang to the center of Earth is just ridiculous. Yet you'll see them model certain, let's just call them observations, based on an ideal model of the curve of the Earth with the center being at the radial center, right? And they'll say, oh, I measured plumb lines because I took a theodolite here and a theodolite there and got a differential of an angle, did some math on a piece of paper, mapped it from where I am on the Earth to the center, and assumed that plumb lines go vertical and straight through the Earth to the center point, which is false based on what I just explained to you is the Brenda force. So you can see how convoluted this stuff gets real quick. But of course, as usual, Globers just present an ideal model as if it somehow answers all questions, even though it's much more complex. But it's irrelevant because it usually works to fool any kind of normie Glober. So when a normie Glober hears a regular Glober say, I did this math, charting these quote unquote plumb lines to the center of the Earth based on the math of a circle to the radial center, versus all those other factors which actually would exist in the real world if the Earth was actually a globe. Yeah, so next time somebody tells you gravity pulls things to the center of the Earth, you laugh at them. Yeah, so that force theretofore had not been named, and Brenda is famous for the quote, Science is naming things. Therefore, in Brenda's honor, back in the days of the heated debates where we actually had Globers engaging, we honorarily named this force, yet theretofore unnamed, in Brenda's honor, the Brenda Force. And now you know the story.
So yeah, I just bought a Nikon P900 today, and I want to look for a spot somewhere that I can get in between two black swans, and then try to show that the images are also parallel. I want to design some kind of a water level. What do you think of that idea? And try to make double the distance for if I can get up on Lake Superior or something, because I'm kind of close there. I'm kind of excited about it with the stand today. I'll present the image somehow, but I'm working on it. Say that would double the distance, wouldn't it, of the missing curve?
I don't know. I want to say there's somebody that made a gimbal for two cameras to be on a rod that balances them, and they took an ultra wide photo or stereographic photo. I can't remember. Sounds familiar.
I haven't heard about that. I hadn't heard about that. I figured it was a way to, like, there was an image to my front and then 180, and maybe get lucky and find something with the islands, and maybe able to get close-ups on the islands, showing that you should see the shore, and hopefully there's water beyond it at some point. At any rate, that's tonight. I'm going to work on it, or maybe put things up, the image, and showing the water beyond it. I could design a machine, but I don't know if I want to buy another Nikon. Design a machine a way to hold two cameras, but that's a pretty good idea too. It'd have to be able to verify that the angles hadn't changed when you turn the camera around in some way.
Why would you want to stay?
I'm just asking.
It's 9 o'clock. We should go. Okay. That way I can go to bed.
Wait, how do you disprove landmines?
No, I said I could eat some dinner. You already had some dinner, Mr. Holmes. Oh, son, are you okay to sit in the back? Seems like there's not much room for a buster in there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bud. Oh, man. That's right. I got a big 6-foot level in the back of my truck, man. With that, I can measure the whole Earth. So, guys, I'm making a new server. I'm making a new server. What the server is called is Open Mic. It's just a society where people just keep their mics open all the time. But it's only for the committed.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate this place. I really do. It's comforting to know that people can think and stuff. You can't be a closed listening cut off from everybody who might be able to understand it, which is kind of what the real world is to me. So thanks.
Well, we'll keep it going as long as we can.
I don't like to talk too much because it's too easy to get in the weeds, and I want to keep the point on the fact that no humans has ever directly measured Earth curve in all of human history. That's an important thing to consider for anybody who believes there's curve, because a sphere needs curve, and we're not measuring anything anywhere, and no one ever has.
Well, see, that's kind of a tough one. It is and it isn't, because you can definitely go out and measure some Earth that's curved, right? Like there's some right here. Oh, there's some right there. The problem is extrapolating that out to a concept in your mind that it continues all the way around the Earth.
Well, let me add then, over water, there's no curve. And horizon to horizon are parallel, which is impossible on the model because there needs to be a hump. And the hump needs to grow the further distance you look. From point to point, there would be a hump between them 2 points. It's really bad for the globe. The globe is done. There's really no debate, really. It's a done deal, dude. Geometry needs to follow form, and over water, it needs to be curving at a rate exponential.
Yeah. So, you ready for the new rebuttal?
Man, are you a Glober? Yeah, let's talk.
Am I a Glober? Not good.
I don't know you. I want to hear what you have to say.
AI, you're such a big Glober, bro.
Oh, I don't know, dude. I literally, but when he sounded kind of globery, but I'm just saying you're speaking for them, the new rebuttal. I apologize. I read that wrong.
Well, you see, when the Glober superstars are either too scared or have recently suffered a post-traumatic stress event, like being muted for more than 5 minutes, and they need to, inter themselves into a hospital to recuperate and drink lattes for a few months before they can come out in public again. It's my job to fill in their ludicrous arguments so that the audience understands how stupid it is.
Yeah, like Baldwin. Are you good at this? Let's try it. Yeah, man, it might be fun. We can try a Baldwin.
So anyway, the way the rebuttal goes, that's evolved, which is by Janik in his latest iteration. Okay, so since we already outlaid the Brenda force, right, which is a variable vector of gravity, right, and we've already shown that the center of mass of gravity, quote unquote, is not the center of the Earth. It's either at the barycenter or at various locations along the substrate based on uneven distribution of mass within the.
I see. So they say the sun is wiggling or something. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. So some spots are rocks and some spots are dirt, right? And some spots are dinosaur pee. So there's various densities underneath, right? And because of the varying density, there's varying gravity. And because of the varying gravity, there's varying surface effects. What I mean by that is that you can go out into the ocean and parts of the ocean will be flat, parts of them will be sloping up, parts of them will be sloping down, other parts will be wiggly, other parts will be concave. And so at any given time on the Earth, you have no idea what the shape of the Earth is under your feet because of the variable gravity, right?
Holy
so
Lord.
Of course, if you measure it here, it's flat, and if you measure it over there, it's curved, and if you measure it over there, it's zigzag.
Oh, I had not heard this yet. This is a joy.
Hey, AI, don't forget to factor in potential meteors that hit the Earth too and could throw off its axis every once in a while when shit hits the fan, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that one.
Oh my God. That's creative thinking, typical Glober behavior.
Yeah, it's like every time Godzilla takes a dump at a different part in the ocean, that makes the surface of the ocean water like turn flat or curvy.
Jesus. It's incredible.
Sometimes the only way you can win, if you're in an actual physical fight with them is like the Rocky Balboa. Let them hit you and hit you and hit you and hit you till they wear out. You know what I mean? And then you can get them.
Well, normally it's respawns happen, like I'd have to bring up begging the question because if it's a sphere, it needs to curve. And that's, we go there, and then next would be molten iron core spinning. Any evidence that molten iron can generate magnetism, and it'd be I don't know what
Here's
I'd
a
do.
really good tip. Never ask them a question. Never ask them a question that you haven't already thoroughly researched. Okay? That's the number one thing right there. Be like a lawyer, dude. You gotta be.
I don't
Give
know.
them
They
enough
just
rope to
usually
hang
respawn.
themselves. That's the only way, really, to do it. You know.
Usually the flow happens and things are said, and then enough of them can't be verified, and too much wiggling and too many tactics are what are happening. But it's a flow normally. So
Try
I'm
to
pretty
just
good with
watch
them.
a bunch of court cases and just mimic what the DA and the defense lawyers do back and forth. Because when they don't talk back and forth, like one will go for a while, and if one says something that's objectable, they'll object and da da da. If you could treat it like that, you have a much better chance.
Well, they're almost always useless. There's no real chance to be had with the individual. What it is the audience, and you make them squirm with their claims and with their ideas. And we'd have to get into, is there gravity? And he'd believe there is, and I'd ask for, the experiment to verify the theory. And we'd have to, come to an impasse at that point. There's a lot of things going on with that claim, a lot of big
Yeah, and a lot of them are just masochists too. You know, what I mean, they love the sight of an accident and they slow down for it. You know, so you gotta watch out for the looky loos come and go. You know.
Right. I had a bad girlfriend. You know what? We drove by an accident. I told her, don't look, don't look. And then she told me her head was cut off. I was like, you fucker, man. Why'd you tell me that? And it's a true
She's
story.
taking selfies and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right, by it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You guys are the best. I swear.
I'm so bad at I have to stop at the scene of an accident, pick up an old flare or something just for a memory of it. You know.
Right.
A
I mean,
little
one
handful
of
of
them things.
broken glass. You know what I mean?
It was really, literally right by Prince's place on Highway 5 in Chanhassen, in Minnesota, right by his
That's
Purple
right.
House. I
The
swear
Twin
that's where it
City.
was. Yeah, I'm Minneapolis, St. Paul, but I'm up north down Detroit Lakes. I love it up here. Peaceful.
You should
Quiet,
check the time of the
positive.
sunset on May 25th, May 25th, May 25th, 2020.
Okay, why? Curious.
Just check the time of the sunset and just remember that number. I'm not going to say anything else.
All right, I'll have a look. It sparked my interest. Yep. Yeah, as a machinist and tool and die maker, I do have some things to add about the geometry and things like that. It gets covered really in detail. It was after a comment that I brought up baseline on Nathan Oakley's show. They went from curved adjacent to curved baseline because, to be really specific, is important. It helps the audience too. Some people will get, kind of wondering what, too many times that they start wondering what words may mean and they don't get into it. But the baseline is really what we're talking about anyway. And by the way, they need a 90, and if it's curving, you have to make two triangles to make a 90, and they haven't brought that up as the needed component in the anti-flat Earth circles. You need two 90s to be able to use SOHCAHTOA. They're claiming they're using SOHCAHTOA. They're wrong. They don't even know right angle trade at all. They're totally
Just remember, quite often, if it's not a flat Earth platform and it's a global platform that they're debating on, you're not gonna see it, but there's gonna be a sign that lights up that says "Audience applaud," and you're not gonna understand what's going on because the audience sees the sign. You know what I mean?
I totally don't bother going there. These are the worst group of people. Like when I would be in YouTube chat, I could give them 10 minutes of their crap and I would just shut them off and I wouldn't ever see what they say again. I stuck around for Ackenvirus for a minute, hoping, I don't know what to think of him, but it's just no point with these people like Trillion and Bendy and these people, man. What the heck? What I think it is they're kind of like social outcasts and they like to just troll. So they just say stuff to get a response and they like having the attention. That's what I think it is mostly. And they're also just totally dumb.
Yeah. It could be for a number of reasons. It's just all theoretical, but the fact is that they keep doing that. So. But if every single person on Earth was a flat earther, we wouldn't have anything to talk about,
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, but my patience level for it is. But I really only debated a little while and a few times here, and I think each time the person bailed.
Sometimes the best thing is just throw yourself into the lines and try to debate the most knowledgeable Glover and just get your ass handed to you supposedly and just keep coming back and coming back, Because then that's the best thing sometimes it happens. You'll be like, that'll never happen to me again.
They can't go any direction. anything
Well, they go in all
say,
directions at once.
I know, but I've been around for a minute and I learned pretty well. But there's nothing they can verify about the globe claims. Not a single
It's
thing.
not about verifying, though. It's about how well articulate how articulate they are in their argument, mostly. You know.
No. You make them
Well,
they have to use logical fallacy when they make claims.
there you go.
So then you have to point that out. There's only that option for them. That's all they have. They don't have evidence. It's so
Well,
easy to
their
point out
options
when
are
they
once
use
they
the
get proven
sophistry.
wrong, they'll leave the server and
Well,
come
that's
back
not true.
under a
That's
different
false.
name with a different argument.
The theoretical stuff,
Yo,
but again, it's not
listen,
back
hold
to the
on, homie.
physical and what actually is, not mathematics, which is
Listen,
abstract.
it's false. It's false that they have no evidence. They have evidence of some things. The problem is that the way that they
That
put
there
the
is a
evidence
light in the sky?
into their logic, the way that they put the
What
evidence
evidence
into
do
their
they have?
logic. For example,
Okay, is there Coriolis? Is there a vacuum up there? Is there any way to know that the lights in the sky are? Love you. Okay? I apologize. You got
Caught
it.
on yet?
Yeah.
Okay, let people finish their sentences, dude, for real.
You got it.
Okay, so I'm going to start speaking, and you're not going to speak. Follow me?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. All I was saying is, for example, here's a formal logical fallacy, right?
Yep.
If the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth is a globe. Now, that's a formal logical fallacy. However, there is evidence that boats disappear from the bottom up. That's the evidence. But that alone isn't self-evident of anything. That's why they need to form the logic string to make a conclusion. However, this is a erroneous logic. It doesn't prove the conclusion. They have to prove the if portion first, and that's what they're always missing, is that. Right? You can't borrow a conclusion from one logical fallacy, right? And then take that conclusion and input it as the premise of your next logical fallacy and assume it's proven.
Yeah, they have to use everything direction they go. They have nothing to say except for the part that you said they see the thing disappear from the bottom up. They do have that, but that can happen on a flat surface too, and that can be proven with a camera and a coin. Am I interrupting you? I'm trying not. I didn't mean to. I thought there was time.
You're good. You're good, bro.
Okay. It definitely can happen on a flat surface. Trying to get that through to people has been the toughest thing because I do mostly in person, face to face with a lot of service people. They usually, unless it's a gas station and busy, but a variety of service people that are kind of obligated to a minute, you know.
Yeah. All right, friends. Well, I'm going to bed. Enjoy the night. If some high-profile Glober comes on, entertain it. Get some good, juicy content.
Yeah.
Try to compose yourselves. All right, I'm out.
Hey, thanks, and I apologize if I apologize. I like this place, so I don't want to get in any trouble.
You're only allowed one apology per week.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Yeah, see ya. Yeah, as in Wolf Pup, I went out and bought a bow because I used to shoot bow all the time, and the arrow was going to fly straight over a flat surf. Well, roughly flat anyway. Didn't really measure curve over there. I won't have to worry about what degree off west or east I'm shooting to account for Coriolis, as the Earth would move under in a second reference frame from the first, which means the first is not the first. They're not the same. That's the claim. So there would need to be a consideration for what angle off of west or east I am, because that would change the rate the Earth would be spinning, but that's not what's happening because there's no way to witness the claim Coriolis. The overs, you guys are just I don't even know how you can think there is something that isn't something at the same time. A dog knows better. The dog knows if it has the bone or does not have the bone.
So what's
Oh man,
Stoned got to say?
We got someone.
New guy, Stoned.
That's awesome. You guys are
Yeah.
cool. That's my favorite. You guys, especially on this one.
These are the most precious times in this server.
Amen. I'll be very disciplined. I will. This is an important thing. Big
I agree.
deal, man.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Very.
Well, Stoned ain't speaking up, so.
It's sometimes, I want to be here and on sometimes, but I don't want to take my microphone off because I just get shy, really. And I'm just sitting here in my room alone. So why be shy, really? And just try to be part of the conversation in some way.
Yeah, let's get it popping off. Come on,
Yeah.
Stoned.
Yeah, I totally acknowledge what he's doing because I do it too. Sometimes I don't want to. Well, maybe he's doing something different, but that's sometimes why I don't come on the mic because I'm shy and I don't think I have much to add. That's my head space. I'm saying.
I mean, there are times where I'd rather be listening for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not get on with QE and doing anything or Miggy. They're focused and they know what's up and they know what to do at each move. They're solid as it gets. I would be in no way getting involved at this point.
Yeah, there's not much need to elbow in when one of those guys are going.
Yeah. It's a lesson. Every time it's a lesson. I'm paying attention more to the reactions and the dynamics and the direction of yeah. Yeah, because Huey is not rude until he's being lied to. And I don't like being lied to either. You know?
It's annoying.
And he'll call him out right away, dude. And he'll be done with it. And it's right to be done because it's when you're dealing with something that's not even honest. I mean, how do you get a liar just admit they're lying? They're going to lie about lying. You know?
Dude,
It's that
he
bad.
tars and feathers people too. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. There's no
That's
way
always
it's
really funny.
Yeah, yeah. I bought a bow, man, guys. Swear to God. Singer, PS3, I think. Look at it. I used to shoot bow all the time when I was a kid, 12 years old.
Hey, Lumpy,
Yeah,
you ever
PS3.
heard of that group called Digital Underground?
Like, is it music you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah. That way back in the day, like 90s or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your name just makes me think of that. The lumpy
Oh, well, my
dance
name.
is your chance to have gas in the vacuum. Come on to me, baby. Do the lumpty lump.
Right. I literally got the name from listening to a show with QE. QE said they
Not
believe one.
theoretically.
No, literally from his show. I haven't been able to tell him yet. But what he said was they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. I blew up because that's the craziest thing to believe in life. And I made my name that. Prior to that, it was Jerry's Kid because I'm a fan of the Grateful Dead.
That's cool.
Yeah, I just love
That's
the
right.
Dead kids. They just were just an adventurous group, I guess.
I've seen vacuum next to not vacuums in space next to gas pressure, but I think that's what do you call it? When Kevin Spacey's eating a bunch of beans.
I was going to challenge that. Hey, as a machinist, this is an experience that's working. Is building valves. These things, man, I need some really tight precision. A lot of money goes into them, and they're not even holding apart to the torque value of anything anywhere near even like negative third power. They're not even to the first power probably. And they need, and if it isn't fitting right, the steel can be torn apart. So like, imagine tearing apart steel with your hands, man. as a machinist, I got to think of pressures and shit. So I do that for 30 years, and yeah, is what it is. But to keep a vacuum or to keep air pressure separate and equalized, it generates exponential forces like an earthquake or something like it. 8 to 9 is a big difference, you know. It's exponential. It's far. It's I've been around it for a minute, building different things.
Do you work with O-rings?
Yeah, owing grooves, different things like sometimes go in bores and blocks, or yeah.
My girlfriend's wanted me to marry her for the past 6 years, so right now she's working with no rings.
They tell you to keep the spokes good. That's a good idea. That was one of the things my dad told me.
Yeah. Hey, but if you married a paraplegic girl, you never have to buy her a ring. You know what I
mean? Wow.
I'm just saying.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to be able to still have this. I'm really glad that like it hasn't went total tyrannical with the speech stuff. I didn't know we'd have this long. Really good that we are. I mean, we're not hurting nobody.
You talking about the Discord?
Yeah, all this this particular topic is spooky because I feel like it could be shut down and it could be squashed much more, because like when I looked into Google for definitions and stuff, like just recently they changed. You can't find gas pressure needs a container. I should have faced screened that at the time or something, but I can't find that nowhere. You know, they've changed a lot of definitions. I'm talking.
Well, they have really good lawyers working for them. You got to read the fine print. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm really grateful, and that's a really good thing, and it's a vulnerable thing because there wouldn't be enough community support for this particular topic to be shut down. I don't think there wouldn't be enough. There wouldn't be enough mainstream, and it would be no mainstream support. I'm really grateful that this is here because it's really healthy for people to know truth, and we're doing what we can, right? And
I think as long as the numbers on this thing don't get too high, they'll never shut it off. Once it reaches a certain amount of people, then they will, just because the numbers that they have already are like, okay, once it reaches a certain number, we have to shut this off. But until then, we'll monitor it. And you know what I mean? It's all algorithm and numbers for them. Got to crunch the numbers.
Yeah, I agree. And I hope there's a lot of like, what do you say, ghost watchers? Like, if say you run Linux.
There is for sure.
Yeah, that's
There's
what I'm
so
hoping
many.
For a lot.
Oh, it's so pathetic.
It's funny though. Sometimes some of them are funny. Some of them piss me off, but
that's pathetic. Anybody like taking notes on us or spying on us personally or whatever the fuck people do these days, you guys are the most abject fucking losers I've ever even heard of. I couldn't make up how pathetic you are.
Oh,
dude, I'm kind of flattered by what they do. No pun intended. You know,
no way, dude.
Nobody pays attention to me like that. You know.
So you want a fiery piece of dog poop paying attention to you?
No, but I mean, every once in a while, it's flattering to have somebody look at you when you walk down the street. You know what I mean? You know, you just got your hair done and like nobody looks at you. Every once in a while, somebody whistles at you or something. Like you don't want nothing to do with the person, but sometimes in your sick, or my sick little conscience, like, oh, I still kind of look good. You know what I mean?
I don't know a lot about you, but how often do you get your hair done?
I'm speaking through my girlfriend's perspective. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I don't think.
Let me give you one example that happened in the past like 4 years, right? In the whole 4 years, we've never me and my chick have never gone in a store, and any person's ever came up and been staring, and then I'm like, why do you keep staring at us, thinking he's checking my chick? Because that happens all the time, and the person's totally into me, right? Well, it happened to be a gay dude, and so he kept staring at us, and finally I'm like, can I help you? And he's like, oh, hi, you look like, he wasn't even tripping on my girlfriend, and he's like, da-da-da, and I was like, oh, and I ran out to the car, and we started the car and left, and as I was driving away, I was like, I felt like grossed out at the time, but for a second, then I was like, you know what, babe? I'm a little flattered. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I
ran from a gay guy?
look good, you know? You know what I mean? I look good. Somebody at least tried to hit on me and not you. Like, it made me feel good.
That's a good thing. You need to take that. That's good stuff. Quality.
You know?
You can use it later for self-esteem.
Yeah, right?
Hey, no shame in the game, man. When any sex, even and by the way, there's only male and female. Either one, if they're attracted to you, that says something about you, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen to me often. So when it did, at first I was freaked out, but then I started thinking about it. I was like, kind of boasting her. I was like, see, like sometimes people check me out, not you, babe. You know what I mean? You're not the hot one here all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what, guys? I think since I've started, it's really slowed down with people willing to come here that want to defend the globe. They're just having too much trouble, I think.
There's no way
I think
that
it
they
comes in
continue.
waves.
Yeah,
It comes in waves.
I don't know. I think it's at a
that's
turning
it.
point, guys. I really do think it's at a turning point.
Well, you get them drunk like college kids and stuff. There's a lot of that. You know.
Yeah,
I
I'm just
still hear
seeing a
some of
lot
that.
less crazy ass trolls. I think we're running the server so well that like it is only the either the quality conversations or the unfortunately quality trolls that we get.
Yeah.
Hey, Glad, recently, I'm sorry, go ahead, Lumpy.
Oh, all I wanted to say is that currently Matthew Learns is my favorite. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he's Oh yeah, card taste. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say did you get a notification recently? They said like a server that you belong to about something about Tartaria had been banned and like warning and all this stuff. And I hadn't even been I hadn't even been part of a server, and I got a notification like that. I was like, what the hell?
No, yeah, I know some folks. Hang on a sec. Who have experienced a similar thing. I was not a part of that server, so I didn't get a notification, but I've heard about it.
I must have been arbitrarily a part of it without realizing it. Sometimes I click. I'm really careful about what I click on, but in the beginning I was like, "Oh, they want me to be part of the server. Okay, cool." Like click, and I didn't realize. Now I'm kind of starting to realize, but I didn't know what server it was. So I unsubscribed from every server except for this one. And then somebody hit me up the other day, like, "Why'd you leave our server?" I was like, "I don't know. I was just trying to like get out of whatever possibility that was that I was in."
Right.
This is literally the only community I've ever been involved with in life, except for community gardening, but that was different in church. But this is an important thing, and there's a need for the information to be available. And I thank you guys for letting me speak at all.
Lumpy, you're part of the 2-man wolf pack now. Prepare for the hand cut.
Yeah, you're very gracious, Lumpy, and that's appreciated. I speak for everybody.
Yeah.
I know I can do that on that one.
Yeah, I really appreciate the mic, and I always respect it the best I possibly can. Yeah, this is an important thing, man, and I think there's, I mean, the numbers aren't that great, but it's the truth, and it's I don't know. I wish there was more people.
I think it's just going to happen the way it's going to happen. The people I have a belief here that there's people who were meant to wake up and people who weren't. Now, I don't have any evidence of that. That resonates with me.
Yeah.
So you're saying, Glad, that you don't think if somebody wears a cross around their neck, it's going to help them wake up to it?
Wake up to what the cross is?
No, to the flat earth or any.
Oh.
I'm just joking.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get into that talk.
I know. That's why I know you hate going there. But tell me this though: if one of somebody you really look up to and admire died by a gunshot, would you call yourself a bulletson or a gunson and wear like a bullet or a gun around your neck? I mean, I'm just saying though.
It's just weird, yeah. All that is super weird.
Probably.
You know what I mean? Like,
it's
listen. If if one of my family members got shot with a specific kind of gun, it would be then like me going out and getting a little replica gun of that and wearing it around my neck. That's the same thing as Christians wearing a cross.
Yeah.
And then
is it weird wearing magic underwear?
Well,
no, I support magic underwear. It depends on the trick, though. There's some magic underwear that can really fuck your life up.
Yeah, I think the magic underwear is weird too.
I thought underwears were magic when I was a little kid.
You can make your underwear magic.
Dude, I haven't worn underwear for over 2 years.
How's
bro.
that work?
I don't know. It involves something like Eye of Newt and horsehair, and I don't know.
No, bro, that gives you that makes you itch, bro. Get it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be back and forth for a sec, fellas and ladies. I got some stuff to do. Did ladies night not pop off or what?
No, it was just one of the ladies. But maybe there was two, but I wasn't here the whole time. But she held it down. She was, yep, it happened.
Oh, I came in late.
Okay,
I only heard the end of it.
Hey, Glad, let me ask you something real quick. I like the logo you got. My chick just bought me the biggest brand new iPad with all kinds of different brushes and stuff, so I can make logos like real quick now. But did you get that one I sent you that I drew?
Yeah, that's awesome, brother. My logo that I have, I just found it on Google. I googled flat Earth PNG or flat Earth logo or FE logo, and there's so much shit out there. I just stole someone's design on that one. It looks super cool, but and that's also not very hard to make, by the way. So that's cool, man. Yeah, if you got some apps, KJ actually is really good at that too. She's very proficient at that, and she's making some art all the time. And she just came out with a new one. Hopefully she's listening and she can post that in the live stream voice text. But yeah, so
remember how you wanted that picture of Hawkins? Was one I sent you with the joint in his mouth sufficient? Was that sufficient or no?
Yeah, dude, that was beyond.
Okay, cool. Okay.
If you can translate that, if you could translate that work to like on the iPad and shit, that's gonna be cash money. That'll be cash for sure.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, once I start making memes on the iPad, they're gonna be way better.
I have a question. You guys remember when Flat Earth basically killed Hawkins? It started buzzing around the community. How is this guy still alive? He has a LS. And then all of a sudden he's dead. Do you remember that, guys? Were you around and kind of key to that at the time?
Not personally, because I wasn't a flat earther till like the very end of 2017, early 2018.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then you wouldn't have been there for it. It was one of them things where like the community was really buzzing, and because it was just bonkers.
Well, he was a popular person, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but another how do you say, an absurd claim by NASA, or just something that's again bombastic that somebody would have that disease and live that long.
Just think about this. Think about this. That dude couldn't even wipe his own butt or even turn in bed. How is he going to tell you about outer space? He hasn't looked through a telescope in like decades and decades, right? So, like, why would you? I wouldn't even accept advice on him on what type of milk to use, like in the morning for my latte, let alone like about astrophysics. It's so funny, But people hailed him like he was some type of genius god.
Yeah, it's the media that did it, but I think it was a joke the whole time, because like nobody knew what he was saying. You couldn't even read an expression, I think it was a joke the whole time for whoever's pulls levers here or there, however that works. I don't know. Not been claimed to, but I think it was a joke. That's obviously unverifiable, but
I don't think it's funny joking about Stephen Hawkins.
Also, he hadn't upgraded his voice, the speak and spell voice, since 1976.
Yeah, it was like that, right? Yeah, it was like his trademark or something. Oh, goodness.
I guess they lost the technology for that software.
Hey, Godric, have you ever heard of that band called the Flatter-Day Stephen Cobit Hawkin Band?
No. Want to put a link in live stream?
I was just wondering if you'd ever heard of it. I'll post the link for it.
Well, just to say it, no human has ever measured Earth curve directly, meaning looking at the ground to measure it. And the images that are available are verifying that the geometry doesn't fit the claim at all. Nowhere near. Hey guys, I bought a Nikon P900. I think I told you everybody, but I'm gonna try and get between two black swans of some variety, figure out what the location of the thing I'm looking at is, and be on Might be on an island in Lake Superior. Maybe put out things to image and verify that the water is showing up behind them. Maybe I'll do something like that.
You said you bought a P900?
Yeah, and what I'm going to do is take images 180 degrees from each other and possibly 90. Maybe a third image I might get on an island on Lake Superior and then set up possibly something to look at. Yep. And yeah, that's the plan. I know it'll be poo-pooed by anybody who's a glober. It doesn't really matter, but it probably, I mean, it's going to, in my estimate, double the distance of missing curve, a verifiable missing curve, as the water line will be up and behind the image.
You can make a video of it, it'll start out like, oh my God, Becky, that water is so flat. It looks like one of those flat earthers pictures or something. And then it'll start out like this from Mix-a-Lot video. Doom, 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 doom,
Yeah, right.
doom.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an absolute preponderance of evidence that you know, and I think somebody recently said it, and I'll say it now. It's a humbling thing to realize how wrong it was, because every single thing about it that their claims are just not. I mean, they have to double speak on every one of them.
Lumpy, sometimes it's really fun to have your ass handed to you, though. Like, imagine every time you played poker, you knew 100% of the time you were going to win every hand. Like, you keep getting all this money, but pretty soon, why would you even play if you know you're going to win every hand? And everybody at the table is going to resent you, and you're going to start thinking, why are these guys playing? They're either masochists or robots, right? So you're winning every single hand. Eventually, it feels really good to lose a hand. So
you think who's lost lately? Maybe like Dave, but Dave's kind of out there, you know. In my opinion,
I'm just saying,
that's that
theoretically,
Twilight Zone. So the Twilight Zone with the guy, he thinks he goes to heaven, so he's gambling, he's winning, and he's like, "Why can't I lose?" And then he goes, "Well, you're not in heaven, you're in the other place." Remember that Twilight Zone?
That's a true allegorical statement. I go with that. If that's what you meant by that, I believe it is. Yeah, this place is run by something not good. Pretty evident. I mean, we're blessed. I'm not saying we're not blessed. Don't get me wrong, but the system that seems to operate, man, is not the model I had imagined when I was about 12. By model, I mean just the whole societal structure, not what's actually going on with people's opinions and stuff. How that gets there. A good amount of people are just people trying to be somebody. You know what I mean by that? Modeling things. And a lot of that comes from the media. Kind of thing. I don't know. We'll get back to the flat earth though. And that would be if the horizons are parallel 180 degrees from each other, and you're seeing beyond what the geometric constraints of a sphere would be with the radius 3959. At some point, you got to accept that you're not on a hump of water and that these horizons are parallel, and there needs to be a hump of water between them at that point. And there isn't. Then I'm going to go prove it because it's going to happen. It doesn't even need to be far. I could be seen 6 miles each way. You know what I mean? It's gonna happen. Maybe even a third direction. But I'm going to come up with something to be able to verify that the angle doesn't change on the image. Probably build something with a water level in it. I'll probably make it out of aluminum. I'm a machinist, so I can do these sort of things. I can design it on SolidWorks. In fact, my only video on SolidWorks is showing how you can't measure an angle if a line is curving. It's just SolidWorks, you know. Again, they miss. Oh, yeah, guys. I don't know if I said this, but this is an important thing that all the anti-flat earthers have trapped themselves with their interpretation of the sextant, and that is, if you have an 90, the way they're describing it, they need to make 2 triangles, and none of them have. They need a 90-degree triangle. They can't have it if the baseline's curving, but they're just claiming it without making it mathematically feasible. You can't use SOHCAHTOA without a 90 degree. You have to build more triangles out of what you have to work with, and they didn't do that. And it's like literally 11th grade math, like maybe higher level math, or 10th grade higher level math, but it's really not that far of a reach to know that from what you're looking at. You know what I mean? And I haven't heard anybody confront them about that either. So it is something to be brought up, I believe. I work with geometry way too much and do too many measurements to let that get away. It's an important little factor. Another one is the next time, I just said I like hearing him. Matthew Lawrence is around and he starts talking about the moon, because he will bring up about the landing again, and then ask him about where the image is on the picture, and then bring up he's 90 degrees off from where it needs to be, because the moon would be on the z-axis of the moon because the moon's tidally locked according to their claim. Now, do I expect them to, pay attention to the fact that they can't imagine within 90 degrees of geometry? But I don't know. They'll deny it, but it gets to the audience because most people can envision that without total cognitive or just lying. Because I was the other day, I was trying to get on, and I thought Matthew was talking. They said he just left. I said, darn. The moon landing was being discussed, and that hadn't been brought up. It's a huge dagger to the moon landing. It's literally a killer to the idea that I didn't catch it though when I was younger. But when you're tidally locked, the claim, same base mass, the Earth would have to be not on the horizon. It had to be above them, directly above their head. Am I taking too much time here? Well, I'll just repeat it again, because this one's another, severe problem for people who believe they live on spheres. The problem is no human has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth, and the claimed geometry has been debunked via the Black Swan and all the other Black Swans, and that mountain of France, that one's a big one. I mean, that's a whole mountain tree when the sun gets behind it. And that's a long, long distance, guys. You are not on a sphere. You believe it is really insanity when you hear these things, and I don't know what you hear when you hear them. That's the problem. I don't know what you're hearing. Are you arguing with yourself the whole time people talk, and then just make up your thing? Because it seems that way sometimes, often, when foreigners especially.
Lumpy, who are you talking
to? The audience, hopefully. Because nobody was saying it, and so I figured I'd just bring up that nobody had ever.
Your conversation made me hungry to go eat a pear right now. I think I'm going to go eat a pear.
Oh, you're fortunate. You have pears where you live. I can't have them.
Well, they're pear-shaped at least.
All right.
No, but pears are good. I like buying pear juice. That stuff's so good.
Yeah, I like
you can get it at Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon company or a Mason company.
Yeah, or Masonic Television that don't play music ever again.
I think that stands for Masonic Temple Vision, bro.
Yeah.
But if you're the best rapper that year, you get the Moon Man Award. That's worth its weight in gold and props too. That street cred, you know what I mean?
Right. It plants in the mind the NASA of the folks of that thing. It's pretty insidious how they do it. They're smooth operators. I've heard it said one
all
time.
By the numbers, bro. It's all in the numbers. You know what I mean? They got a formula that's been working for a long time.
Yeah. And then I think they're trolling folks that are paying attention too with some of the stuff they're doing. Stuff like allowing the homeless tweaker camp be an image of the supposed lander.
Yeah.
That one's kind of funny. Then it's like what second
Well,
in
the whole
line
thing
or
with that,
something.
with the tinfoil and everything, they still have to kind of keep up that tinfoil image today. So whenever you see the SpaceX launch and you're looking at a camera angle from their burners, and then you see Earth in the background, you'll see that like the thing right above their burners is kind of fluttering, and it looks like a really high grade tinfoil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just
That's why they have that on that there, because they got to keep up that image from back in the '60s, you know. Because if it worked back then, it's got to work now. It's just more upgraded now. Back then they used to use the generic like store brand tinfoil, and now they use like that extra good like industrial strength heavy duty foil. You know, the kind that you
Yeah.
wrap corn up in when you're in a barbecue.
Well, the significance of the homeless speaker shelter is that it's an algorithm for searches. That's what gives me hope that there's a lot more people interested in this than and that maybe there's a whole slew of people that come to YouTube via no sign up, and they can't comment or interact, but they can view the material. I'm hoping for a lot more of that. You know what I mean? Because if
Yeah,
that's the second,
I think you missed that curve by like a year and a half, because their algorithms are really good now. Those days of pop ups are kind of almost over, but the heyday was like in 2016. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I
that was the
learned
Wild
something.
West of pop ups, bro.
Yeah.
I always feel like when I'm talking to anybody who doesn't believe in flat Earth, that it's like a Mentos commercial. Like no matter what I say or what they say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in life. No matter what, no matter what, how much wrong you say or do, at the end of the commercial, if you turn around and show them that you're holding Mentos and everything, they're like, oh,
They go,
okay.
the fresh makeup.
That was hilarious.
You remember those Mentos commercials?
Yeah, I totally do.
Dude, every
Exactly.
time as a kid I'd watch one, I'd have a religious experience. You know what I mean? I put my faith in Mentos. I can get away with anything as long as I have Mentos. You know?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You must be about my age then.
Well, yeah, like okay, so like let's say my chick finds out that I hooked up with her sister and everything, all this drama, and then I just turn around and go Mentos, and they're just like, okay, it's cool. You know? That Mentos has got me out of a lot of shit, dude.
Yeah, that commercial
Basically, what they're
ran for a
saying is
while too.
all the people who work for NASA carry Mentos in their pocket.
Right? Well, they'll punch you if you ask them. Jesus.
They don't pull it out till the end, though.
Right? I
The
can't
trick is though,
understand.
the trick is right before the end that you pop one in your mouth, and then at the end you show what you popped in your mouth, and then like it makes sense. Everybody understands. Okay, level means curve because you just showed me Mentos. I get it. You know.
Right?
No, but that really
That's what
makes
they
sense though.
claim. They do claim that now. They're like hijacking
Yeah.
words for the past like 3 months or
Yeah,
so
and if they
now.
don't have their
Yeah,
Mentos, dude, I'm gonna be like, well, I'm gonna argue with them. As soon as I see the Mentos, it's like, what can I say? You know what I mean?
and then
You can't beat that.
every time we kill them with a point, it's like respawn, and then they redefine the terms. It's so bad.
It's because they have the Mentos and you don't, bro.
I know. The respawn concept has been just really a blast because it's
Well,
so.
in your mind, you're trying to defend that Butterfinger. You're like, nobody better lay a finger on my Butterfinger, right? You know. And other people are like, well, it's kid tested, mother approved, but no, it's Mentos, bro. That's just the truth. I'll just lay it out bluntly. You gotta have that Mentos. Dude, I remember when I could take my food stamps as a kid to the store, and with $1 I get 3 packs of Mentos. Now I take my Chick's EBT card to the store, and it's like almost $2.65 for a thing of Mentos, man.
Do you remember when they were paper? Yeah. I'm
Do you
old enough
remember
where I
when
can
the
get a
EBT,
letter
when
from.
food stamps used to actually be paper food stamps? Those were the days, bro.
Yeah,
These kids have no idea how good they
That's
have
how
it
I
nowadays.
I think yeah, because of the Mentos. I figured that's what
Oh,
it's about, right? Yeah, and
yeah.
yeah, I used to be able to get a note from my mom to buy her cartons of cigarettes. It was life like that, man. And the concept of wearing a helmet on a bike was like you were a dork for sure if you did that. And this whole do-gooder push is just went nuts behind like my age of 10. Like when I went to high school, you could have a rifle or a shotgun in the back of your truck. I saw it. I remember it
Yeah,
for
what
sure.
state do
There
you
was
live
no big
in?
deal.
What state do you live
Yeah.
in? Not California.
No, I'm in Minnesota.
Yeah, I was going to
We had a
say,
lot
that
of
never was like that in California, the way you described it ever.
Oh,
But
Bologna up north. Yep, you go up farther north and you'll find that in small towns.
yeah, like
But
how
yeah,
many years ago, though?
nowadays, yeah, it was a small town too.
I don't know,
2008.
20. 20 is the last time I
Really?
was up in that
Like some
area.
rural.
20, 20 something.
Yeah, there's towns in Northern California that are rural and like no other part of California.
There are, dude. You'd be surprised at how hillbilly and hick they are.
I've been up to like a lot of places by like Red Bluff in that area, and it's like a totally different world than where I live right here by Hollywood. It's like a whole different world.
That's what makes Paradise so devastating. Because it was just a small
Dude.
town of small time people, bro.
Bro,
How's
that
Hollywood?
affected me like in so many different ways, bro. Oh my god. Don't make me go off about that, dude. I'll
Still
go
does,
off about
bro.
that.
It still does. It still bothers the crap out of me and nobody talks about it.
Dude, yeah, I'll go off about that. I'm not even gonna say anything. You hear me? Yeah, if in fact, if you want to jump down with me in private chat, dude, I will break something down for you that'll be like, holy shit. I found out some Aaron Brockovich type
I'll
stuff,
go down
bro.
with you, but it probably won't surprise me. But yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll follow you because I suck at going into those things.
Should I
I'll just
come
follow
too,
you.
or
Whatever one you jump into, I'll go into. Yeah, if you want to.
all right, come
If
listen.
you have sensitive ears, I wouldn't though.
Well, yeah, I don't need trauma going into my head too much. You're right. I don't even watch TV or news. It's always negative.
Okay,
Yeah.
here he is. Okay.
You're cool though. I'm not judging nobody. Well, guys, if I'm here alone, I'll just have to say it because it's just devastating for people who would believe you're on a spirit. There's no human that has ever measured the curve. No military. No, there's never been Earth curve directly measured in all of human history. All governments, all independent investors or government agencies, there's no report of any Earth curve measured. That's a problem. If you believe you are on a sphere, there should be measurable curvature, and the horizon's always horizontal. You can look out over a lake and put a level on it, and you'll notice this water's level. Because as you look into the distance as well, you're seeing a much compressed image. It's kind of why a plane appears to go slow in the distance, because it's not going slow if you were right next to it at all. It would zip past you like you wouldn't believe. But because there's compression in the image, in the Z and the X axis, which would be across, say, your shoulders, and then vertical from, the middle of your eyes down between your feet if you're standing upright. That's your that's a problem for the globe. You guys, I wish you'd come on and give us some kind of challenge. And, any Bob the science guy, if you're lurking around as some kind of, trying to pick up points on arguments. Hey, Bob, your way of triangulating won't work because, buddy, you don't have a 90-degree triangle in the imagination pictures you've drawn. And you're missing the ability to use SOHCAHTOA, but you're claiming you're using SOHCAHTOA. You can't use SOHCAHTOA. The function won't work if you don't have a 90-degree angle, Bob. Bob, you're too dumb to understand. You need to do, pretty much a geometry feature function, which is just make two triangles so you can have a 90-degree and a 90-degree and then work from that. But you didn't do that, Bob. You did entirely incorrect math. Entirely. You're a numpty clown that constantly actually says some of the most outrageous things that are really dumb, laughable. Things like, what did you claim? A curved path is shorter than a straight path? You said that on Bev's channel, Bob. You repeated it 5 times. Each time it was pointed out because one of the guests understood how significant the claim was. You're claiming a curved path it'd be linear. Well, not linear, but you would have to draw a line that would the traveler would be on. And you're trying to say that a straight line is longer than a curved line. Bob. That's just basic retardation because everybody knows the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, Bob. How the heck how do you even do that? I don't get it. What's your deal? How do you say things like that, Bob? I hope you're lurking. Because, man, and again, back to your triangulation little image you made. That was wrong, Bob. And any audience member of Bob, the science guy, any of you guys lurking, you should have a problem because you know you need 90 degrees and the curved line needs to be made at least made into a correct function for SOHCAHTOA. Sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. You know what I mean. Cosine adjacent over hypotenuse, and tangent adjacent over opposite, or opposite over adjacent. I mean, and you can't use them functions. The waveform's wrong, and you would be lost at sea for sure. Because you guys are just making stuff up as you go. You suddenly become an expert of any point brought up that is basically murder to your claims, and then because then suddenly you're experts in all these fields. All you ever do is wiki pair, man. It's ridiculous. Because wiki's not a source. That's what the reason does, and it never is backed by anything that had anything to do with the experiment ever. Just parlor tricks. Like here, if I call pendulum, what's the mechanism they're attached doing them? Why is nobody allowed to be back there? I'd like to know them. A couple of questions. Regardless, it still wouldn't prove the claim that you have. It's just a parlor trick. But the mechanism back there is probably the thing that really needs some attention. You should really be concerned about what that mechanism is, and that you let I don't even know. I mean, the person that would be allowed to be some kind of faker come up with 15 degrees rotation. Thanks, Bob. Not really. That was sarcasm. Bob, sorry. A little critical of people who get on TV and help help the liars in any kind of way. That's not cool with me, but it's all right, man. I'm not that important. I don't know. Maybe there's still love here for folks that do that sort of thing. But I should have already known you. This is the deal. If you're on TV, you're obviously something's wrong. You can get on TV without something. I don't think. Besides, they have a delay there. Ain't nothing going to get said without that delay approving it. Yeah, back to flat Earth, man. Air pressure differences create a lot of force. If I were to build nozzles, I could lift like skyscrapers off the ground with air for sure. And to have pressure at all, you need containment. I mean, that's really undebatable. And to claim that the gas has a falling down aspect would be a decrease in entropy, which is impossible. You can't have gas falling down as it because it violates entropy for sure. Gas expands in all directions. It has elastic collisions and is really affected by temperature and things. And there's other factors involved with the dynamic system that I can't even explain, but to guarantee there's got to be a container. But next, the claim that the globe has is 10 to the negative 17 core vacuum, and that's absurd. That's an absurd claim because that's what all the globe claims are. Stuff like there's Coriolis, 2 reference frames, except for sometimes not 2 reference frames, or whenever it's convenient, there's not 2 reference frames. And then parlor tricks and explanations for things that aren't related, like hurricanes. That's never been a factor to be considered. It's not an apparent deflection. That's not it's not a physical thing in the sky. It's just an apparent deflection because Earth is turning. That doesn't have an effect on hurricanes. And you should be buttered that you ever were told that it was. You should, if you're a globe believer, because it's a verifiable false claim because it's not a force. It's an apparent deflection. It's a second reference frame. what would anything in the sky, except for deviating, would be going on? Except for the deviation isn't happening, except for the lights in the sky, but that's not evidence of nothing to do with the Earth moving. Evidence that the lights in the sky move. I mean, something's moving, but that doesn't prove we move, because you would need to have other deflections happening. You would need it. You don't have that. Oh, it's just another claim with that unverifiable, like all the claims of the globe. Ah, Lord. Man, I didn't want to be on here alone, really. But if there's nothing and no one, then it's just going to be quiet. And you know what I'd like to learn is if it's quiet for long enough, if automatically the bot will play. Because I don't know that. Because I don't know how to. I'll ask sometime, because that'll help me decide what to do next. Because I'm thinking of having a cigarette, just listen to some music, because that's kind of what I want to do. But it should be a problem for anybody here that wants to try to defend the globe, or at least, I don't know, maintain the belief that there's a sphere under your feet. I mean, there's so many reasons that that's not really going to work, because you have to believe that something's holding you down, and there's somebody standing 90 degrees from you on a sphere, and somebody at 180. And there was a time in life where I believed that, but you don't have a force with the descriptions we have, and I'm heavier than air, or denser than air, I should say, rather, or if that's the right word for that. But I'm going to fall in air, and I won't fall through a rock. I know that. So, and you can drop a rock in water, and I can't drown in the Dead Sea. So what's the things that are changing, causing, what would either be not falling or falling? There's only one variable that you can consider, and that would be the buoyancy of the medium that I'm in, or anything's in. And iron axe head will float in mercury. That's a real devastating fact for anyone believing in gravity. But what do you invoke? Special buoyancy rules all of a sudden? What about, okay, then fine, you have special buoyancy rules. That's not actually fine at all. It's your made up stuff. But to add to that, then what about like steam? Because then what do you got? You got special rules for other causes of effects and things that can be observed as a phenomenon, and it would be gas going up, which is opposite of down. You can't be going up and down at the same time. I remember Rumpus trying to claim that it had a velocity up or something. Yeah, I can't remember that argument well enough, but it was hilarious because it really was some word salad. And that dude is a word salad expert. And then the "You Don't Understand," which Bev made a wonderful song about, because as Rumpus says all the time, "You're a moron. You don't understand. You don't understand." I started typing in comments, "Don't understand me." That was my response, because I didn't know what else to say. The Rumpus. I'm really glad, actually, Nathan got him off there, but I'll debate him. He'd have to go hostile, because that's what he does. Unless he's, pointed out that he rage quit the last time or something, then they're trying to be civil, so he doesn't become a constant rage quitter. I've seen that out of him too. But he's a character. I don't know what he's strange fella. Strange way of thinking. Not very honest. I gotta think. I guess it'd be my creator that he allowed me to have the position I have, and opinions that are definitely reflective of truth, not lies. That's a healthy thing for a human. So if you're a glober here and deal with anxiety and depression or something, maybe there's a reason for that, because with God there's no fear. So that fear might be an indicator of something. I'm going to drop that right now. Sorry. But it's hard to be it's hard to deal with having to believe lies because that's not healthy for anybody. So, and the globe really is nothing but lies, and it's got to be difficult because, I mean, how do you be just making stuff up and have to respawn so many times and do it for years? And how do you do that? I mean, when you get to respawn point times 1,000, some point you got to say maybe I should really reconsider at least how I'm arguing because it's not going well for you all. Anyone, Simon, Dan, you and your reference frames are ruined. That's really not a right thing to say when you need reference frames. And and all of y'all, all of you. That blue marble, he's something. I don't know how somebody could. I don't know what the problem is with the thinking. Huey does say numpty that bad, and he'll make his points when he needs to about how it isn't just lying. And I've heard him do it a number of times with people and what they had said. And when he does do that, it feels like it's hitting the nail on the head. Now, again, it's kind of subjective. So, but he does a good job of. I think he's right when he says that they're just that dumb. And thank God I'm not. I think eating a lot of probiotics helps the brain, and iodine, and filtering your water, and trying to eat not organic. And then these few things I think help, and a lot of fat and animal. I eat animal, but sorry if you're vegan or vegetarian, but I think it's healthy to do that because it seems to me to have having that in my life. But seems I'm pretty sure I'm better off. Pretty sure. What else to say about? I don't know. Yeah, but having confusion on the level that the anti-polar Earth they must have. I mean, they just got to be grasping at whatever straw they can imagine, and you're trying to do a con game when they bring what they claim to be new evidence, because that's usually how it's being heard. Again, I can't read the mind, but there's cues people give, and the bravado and things when you talk, it kind of comes across, the fake. So you guys, I don't know, man, if you're depressed and all that, and have fear and are anxious and all that, I think there's a thing to be said for believing in truth and not defending a lie as part of a way of life. I strongly suspect it's not mentally healthy. I really do. I don't see it as healthy, but it could be, like you has said, that level of numbing. I don't know. I don't know what, or it's by the power of God, and it's a matter of pride, and it's that sort of thing. I can't speak that I know what the intentions of the Most High Creator are, so that's not a verifiable claim. But there's something wrong because there's a disconnect when there's conversations happening with the anti-flat Earth crowd, and they really do got to respawn all the time, and they're just losing. And there's and their audience. How do you people not catch them out, and then at some point say this person, the king of logical fallacy and interruption and rudeness and always a victim and all these sort of things that are just manipulations, and the claims made are usually, well, they always are. They always involve. Ultimately, when you break down the claim, it involves a logical fallacy. And usually, two or three wrapped inside, trying to build credence for the next one. How long can you tolerate that as an audience member of that before you challenge it and say this is I'm going to call logical fallacy a logical fallacy, and I'm going to say this person is not trustworthy because when it's being said and described, and the reason why the logical fallacy is identified, and it has to be because you got to have logic in discussion. You can't go into things like I believe the moon is, purple cheese feet under it. We can't see it but it's there because I detected it with this thing I built. These sort of things can't be known. You can't know what it is up there unless you physically touch it. You can't know. You have to have it. I can't look at the moon when I measure a part to be within 5,000ths of a dimension. I have to put a tool on that to get that number and know I'm right. I can't look at the moon. So talking about lights in the sky, you guys, isn't helpful either for you. To believe in the globe at this point, you're really in bad shape. Mentally, there's no way around it. If you've heard this argument for a while, it's got to be God. Or there's a commitment behind the facade, which would be probably spiritual. I don't want to go into that. I have ideas, but that's not what this platform's about. What this platform is trying to tell people that from a foot observer height, if the globe is sphere, it needs to have a location where there's an obstruction. And that's been discredited. And that means your geometry is not conforming to the claim. And at some point, you need to admit that the geometry is more verifiable or more important in consideration than your feelings would be, or your identity as a person who wants to just get along or do whatever, or wants to be a troll. But you need to have geometry if you have a plane shape, and you don't have none of that. And then you start to try to say some stuff about gravity shifting the water around and making you have a disco ball Earth and water's up and down. You guys, you just pile poop on top of poop. That's a really poopy way to argue. I'd like to, and then there's no way to measure it, is the claim as well. Well, you got gravity to deal with first, which is untested. It's a speculative thing. It's kind of a religious dogma, kind of. It's an imaginary thing that you get to account for a lot of different things that are. It's like a shield to your idea or something, and it's not even science at all. It's literally a fairy tale by definition. I mean, if it doesn't go through the scientific method and isn't tested repeatedly and falsifiable and verifiable of cause and effect, with the structure of the hypothesis set up correctly, and the independent variable must be manipulated and controlled by the researcher for the purpose of determining if it's causing the effect. You don't have any of that with the gravity. You don't even have an observation, because I can observe things going up. So you don't even have any. Yeah, something falls down, but something falls up too. It does. If I swim 30 feet underwater and drop an apple, that thing's going up. I don't care. And now you can't make a special plane fallacy out of that. It's not pulling the center of mass. It needs to be. But if I drop a rock, it will fall in the water, right? If I bring both under and 1 each, there's a problem for the globe, in my opinion. And that's all the globe has is problems. I don't know how to. I mean, like, talking to a flat earther as like third person or whatever it is I'm doing right now isn't really the purpose. It's literally trying to be kind and gentle to anybody listening, either on the fence or globe troll, all y'all, whoever. If you're listening, no human has ever directly measured the Earth curve, and to claim any kind of knowledge on Earth based on light in the sky that is intangible by definition is really mental sauce, man, because it's a salad or it's a mental trick. It's not. There's no way to know what the light in the sky is or where it is or how big it is. There's no way to. All you have are some colors and a light and and there's no way to verify any other aspect of it. And then if you say that you're seeing the light from whatever 100 million years away, I thought of a question the other day that where does that? So if you say you're using spectroscopy or whatever to try to get information from the light, some kind of patterns that you probably come up with some kind of formula that this is that and that and this is, and who knows what the heck the the supposed telescope is actually seeing. I mean, all you get are data sets. So I mean, it's kind of foolish to believe in data sets. I believe that now. That's a foolish concept. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, y'all. Like, it's intangible by definition. And then the other thing I thought of asking was, if it's so far away, at what point does the light become a focal point or whatever? Are you looking at something from far away, or is the light traveled? So, like, well, how far is this thing based on what you're seeing, and where's the point it's like stopping to be seen in your model and your idea? Because either it is far away or it isn't. So if you're getting spectroscopy from some point this light apparently has in the sky, it's either got to be, I don't get how it could be both close enough to gather some kind of information but not stream through me as light. It has some kind of focal point out there in the sky. It seems weird that would be the claim. I think it has one location. That's kind of what I think. If it had two locations, I would think there'd be like light streams going to the second location, kind of maybe a laser beam sort of thing. But what makes it focus its attention at that spot we do see it? I have that idea? That don't make sense. That I thought about it. I don't even know if I'm on base at all. It really doesn't matter because lights in the sky are unverifiable. There's no way to know anything about them except you can see them. There's no way everything about them is a made up story. And you might not believe me when I say that, but how do you use scientific method with light in the sky? You write that out for me and hypothesis and submit that someplace and show us how you controlled and manipulated the cause of the phenomenon. Because that would be the interesting part. I'm a smoker and I'm stupid for that. Just like back when I was learning about the globe, I would begin smoking. I think at my age I should quit, but I got this anxiety problem if I'm not smoking. The devil in time. And you get stuck with these things, these different things in life, and they just scare you. Especially when I'm on that level, when that there's a time coming. Back to the flat Earth and the fact that the claim of the globe is that there's Coriolis and not Coriolis at the same time. That you can witness a not actual effect have actual consequence, like make hurricanes or have whatever effect when it's an apparent deflection. Apparent meaning visual, meaning not actual. Where's the integrity of the people to say then what is meant by two reference frames? There needs to be integrity in your heart or something. Because if you can't ask that question, where's two reference frames and how can it be and not be at the same time? Even a dog knows it either has the bone or it does not have the bone. And the dog will watch the bone if you have it in your hand. It'll go get the bone if it wants to, if you throw it. But it knows when it doesn't have it. How do you believe you can have something and not have something at the same time? I don't understand that belief. Or the gall to defend that belief. And the lack of integrity and chivalry to admit that there would be two reference frames when they say there's two reference frames. I don't understand the lack of ability, willingness, or just basic human chivalry in the denial of a thing. Do you not understand what that one reference frame is different than two in the sense of things appearing to move? What's the disconnect? What could possibly be that hard to understand about two reference frames? One move, the other not move. Things appear to drift is the claim. But I mean, like, to say something like you and your reference frames are ruined, and then to be a fan of somebody that would say that when they need to defend the reference frames, not ruin them, is, man, if this stuff is up for history, you know what I mean? Maybe it'll be said in humanity during the 1,000-year reign. Maybe this stuff will be on TV for good humor for people that are totally here with you know what's good, and if things are fixed and everybody want to help everybody else, and they all want to do what is commanded and asked of, and long suffering for, but that humanity would be under that millennial, and maybe there will be a flashback as to how these lies were. And lies are not of God. They're not from God. It's not or good or a positive energy is the result of lies. That's not true. That's not true, because that's not true. It's an inherent truth that lies are unhealthy. There's in socially as well, and also in within yourself speak. You can't have a lying heart and get away with it, really. There's especially as a lifestyle. There's no way that an anti-flat earther can respawn so many times and really not understand that they've been defeated every time they speak. I would say maybe there's some special cases where people are on various claiming flat earth broadcasts, and then people facepalm that are, say, debating someone like Aaron Ra, completely blow it. I've seen that. But yeah, that doesn't mean that somebody who's, trying to discredit from within, does that mean that they're the face of the movement? When you see don't prop that up in your mind as the reason to not trust things that are coming out. The best place on earth for flat earth is here, because it's 24/7 and you can interact. So here, and if too much wild stuff is said, I almost always hear QE popping, which is wonderful to know that and it is a teaching moment each and every time. I wouldn't join in. I wouldn't say a word, because there's nothing I can add, and it's only I can learn, because it's important, because that guy has training I don't have. It's got to be at least partly training, because it's an acquirable skill to identify and name, and we're getting tight on it. Like the guy helped me earlier with his help. I think he went to bed, and what he said was that they would wrap a logical fallacy inside of another to prop the other up, and that is a tactic. It's all they got, a tactic. But globe defenders here, anybody satelliting here with their mic, their headphone on, audio on, and you want to, I don't know, maybe garner some kind of way to argue points. I don't know what your motive is, but you got a problem, because you need to have two reference frames, and there isn't. And you need to have them, and it's in the definition. I don't know what you're going to do about not having, things drift away, apparently, at the rates that are claimed of the globe, the actual miles per hour, the numbers we've been given, and there'd be two reference frames is the claim. How do you have something and not have something? Can a dog, hey, Glover, here listening, can a dog have a bone and not have a bone at the same time? Do you believe in that? Would you defend that concept? Is that a concept that you would go into the public square, get on a milk crate, and explain to people how the dog can have the bone and not at the same time? I mean, physically holding control of, separate from any other means of control, or no control and no connection to the bone, no mechanism of any variety. Don't come up with any imagination right now. That's important. It seems what you tend to do. You got two reference frame problem, bro. You got a serious problem there, because there isn't any two reference frames, and only special fleeting fallacies and just complete diversions and causes of the effect, and what we would witness. And you got it happening but not happening. Like, sometimes snipers need to worry about it, I guess. That's the story. I don't think so. I think they aim at the target, man. I'm very certain they aim right at the target. I'm sure of it. I've shot rifle a lot. And then you got people like your guy Bob, and saying the distance between 2 points on a curved path is shorter than a straight path. 5 times. And then only would reply to anything said was, check my math. You don't trust my math. Oh, that's another thing, lovers, guys. Math is by definition abstract, even if Google changed that recently, because they did. What an annoying thing, right? It really is annoying. I never thought they would actually change that. I can't find it on Google. I could try DuckDuckGo, but I'm always blown away when I can't find it on Google to the point where it's like, I don't really care. But anyway, geez. Yeah, and it's enough of that. Another spirit problem. Okay. I don't know how many,
Hey, Lumpy, you need to get a sip of water or something, man. You're doing good, but you got to take at least take a breath for a second.
All right. Yeah, I got water over here.
Wet your whistle a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go up and fill up my water thing, and you guys, you can play music or do what you do. I just didn't want dead air. And since you're here, I have a question, real quick. If it were to be dead, does the music box automatically kick on?
No, somebody else to play it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I just don't want to leave too much dead air. I'm gonna go get me water.
Our lovely member KJ, the illustrious DJ KJ, usually fills in when that's happening. Otherwise, a lot of people have perms and they post a lot of stuff all the time.
I was just trying to give him a break, take a breath, get a sip of water or something.
I know, man. Yeah. It's good. It's like consistent critical thinking.
He was on point. But
yeah. Consistent critical thinking.
All we need is the Earth curvature. The rest of that stuff is just icing on the cake, isn't it?
Yep. There's not a single conspiracy that matters. Just Earth curvature. And I'm not kidding.
I know. It's just the way it is, man. To have a ball in the first instance, you need to have curvature measured of the ball.
Yep.
Full stop right there, right?
That's right.
We got Leo EZM with no rolls. You want to take a chance? Take a chance.
I really do. I really, really do.
Let's see if I can figure out how to unmute Leo EZM. My laptop Discord doesn't work very good for some reason.
Dude, is that Jim 777?
He was just in here. Now he left.
Nah, man.
Okay. Is Leo EZM going to talk to us?
I can't unmute him yet. Hold on. Can't find the live stream here. All right, Leo EZM. You've been unmuted. You got control of your mic. Welcome to the server, Leo EZM.
Yeah. What's up, man? Yo, where do I claim my roles at?
So you're given roles out of the blue if somebody thinks you deserve one.
Yeah?
Yep. You can't ask for roles.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you for the warm introduction.
You betcha. What brings you in tonight?
One of my guys sent me here, Mr. Hightower. And I'm just interested and intrigued to learn more. I was in here earlier for about an hour or so. Just listening and hearing what other people think.
Cool, man. Cool. So you're genuinely looking into the topic then?
Yep.
Awesome. How long you been looking into the topic?
About 3 months.
3 months? All right. Yeah. Well, neat. And what's the most compelling item of information that you came across regarding the Earth being flat?
Fuck.
Which one stands out that you're just like, whoa, that's crazy?
That people think that there's some type of gravitational pull in the middle of the Earth that brings everything down.
Right. I mean, I can see if the first story you were told was that it's a magical force pulling everything down, but if you had never been told about gravity and only taught about fluid dynamics and density, then you wouldn't even want to say something like gravity. It wouldn't make sense.
Mm.
So everything is fluid dynamics, right? Everything is interacting with each other in a fluid. Everything, like gas, air, you know what I'm saying? That's all fluid.
Yeah.
So that's kind of... So it's all fluid dynamics. It has nothing to do with gravity. In fact, if there were a force, it would be pulling a lot of different things down to the ground that usually wouldn't want to be there. Like you could put a 15-ton elephant in water and they'll float. Now, if gravity's strong, it should pull it down through that water. Strong enough to have it stand on the ground, well, it should, shallow water. But anyway, gravity's very hard to prove. You can't see it. You can't measure it. You can't detect it at all. You know the best argument for gravity is?
What is it?
Well, we can see the effects of it.
Okay.
Right. So I'll put it to you this way. If I've got an apple, a rotten apple, somewhere in my place, but I don't know what a rotten apple smells like yet, and it starts to rot, and I don't know where the smell's coming from or what it is, then I guess I'll never know that the consequence of an apple rotting is that smell.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Anyway, I don't want to go down a bunch of crazy roads. I want everybody to get a piece.
You're so funny.
Oh, go ahead.
Vlad, I'm honored. Can I ask him a question?
Absolutely. Get to it.
Here's a quick example of gravity, too, is also like, let's say you get pulled over and the cop thinks you're under the influence of something, right? Well, how does he know what, they have a bunch of different tests to determine if it's alcohol, pot, or yada. But if he were just to guess, that would be admissible in the court of law because he's just speculating at that point. So gravity's kind of like that. And also, I was wondering if gravity could pull magnets off my fridge, but I don't think it can. So I was going to ask you, were you the really nice gentleman I spoke to about a month ago that said you were just trying to get out the hood?
No.
Okay, never mind then. I'm sorry. You just sounded like
I've only been in this Discord for about 3 hours.
Cool. So like what did you watch, like an Eric Dubay video or something, or did your girlfriend one day tell you the Earth's flat and you try to disprove her? Or?
Nah, man. I've just always, since like probably like 7th grade, I've just always been into conspiracy theories and just always been intrigued by the flat Earth conspiracy.
Really? So you've researched it, I'm sure, like intermittently through the years then?
More briefly, just like 3 months ago. Yeah, more briefly than these past 3 months. But throughout the other years, no, I haven't. I just thought it was bullshit until you just find out everything from NASA is bullshit.
Yeah, I've pretty much felt the same way. Like when my chick first told me about it, I'm like, I don't have time for this. I wasn't listening to her. Then one day a video played and something in it hit me. But from that moment on, I changed and like I spent every waking moment trying to. And by midnight, I was like a diehard flat earther. So like I always wonder, like, if certain people hear about it, like enough for them to pay attention, and they do. I guess not everybody's like full force like I am though. But like I'm just wondering, like after 3 months, has it sparked your interest enough to like dig fully into it and be like, I'm not going to do anything else until I come to a concrete decision, one or the other. Like I don't like being in a gray area. Like if my chick's cheating on me, I want to find out, and either she leaves me or she's not cheating on me. I don't want to be like, oh, I think she's cheating on me, and like have an upset stomach all day. Like, nah, I want one or the other. I was just wondering if you feel like that, or are you cool with like not knowing?
I mean, fuck. I mean, I'm just mostly here just to hear what other people think, But
obviously to benefit you though in some way for your mind, right?
Yeah. Fuck, man.
Well, I mean, if that were the case, this is not that interesting. There's way better stuff on Netflix than just like listening to us talk.
No
I mean,
shit.
I'm just saying.
This is bullshit. Netflix is just a bunch of bullshit too.
No,
Well,
I'm
it's
saying it's more
bullshit.
entertaining.
It's entertaining though. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, sexier chicks on there, you know.
No, that's not true. You watch that.
Well, okay, yeah. There's brighter colors though.
Like, I can't even watch sports because I just feel like sports is rigged too. Like, fuck
It's all
sports.
rigged, bro. And that's the
all
thing.
rigged, man.
If one game is rigged and the rest are not, how are you even going to know in the first place? Moving forward, you know,
So
being a
I
fan
can't-
forever.
Poison tree.
I can't even just watch sports anymore, man. Fuck it.
Right. Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
Ooh, this is cool. Something in our community. There's someone going around with you have to be a registered voter and sign a petition about how everybody who votes has to present ID because we've had like a shitload of dead people voting and like people who haven't, you know, like infants voting and all kinds of things that. Anyway, so now it's no. They haven't always asked for
now it's
ID.
going to be real and legit. It wasn't legit before. Now it's going to be real and legit, huh?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's another way to get your information. See what you're doing.
Yeah, totally. And at the same time, make people think like if they had any doubts about conspiracies about voting, they're like, well, they're cleaning it up now, you know, some QAnon type stuff.
Right, it's a Band-Aid.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Right. Some diet woke.
Band-Aid, dude. It's an already bloody, scabby Band-Aid that they've used over and over and over, and people just keep buying it.
So Leo, let me ask you something then. So if you're not if you're just sitting here to listen to people and you're not like trying to like make a definitive decision for yourself, how do you go amongst the village people every day and when they're all under their sports, rocking them J's, listening to Shakira or whatever mumble rap? How do you go along and meld with them if you know it's all fake? Wouldn't like? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just wondering how you could have.
Like, what do you mean?
Okay, well, so you're saying you've heard about Flutter for 3 months, right? And you just come in here to kind of listen. It's not really like to make a definitive decision for yourself, so you can, make your life like knowing that the globe is fake. Because I think it would change your life, but I might be wrong. But what I'm saying is, if you're just amongst the village people, like the main majority of the people, they're listening to mumble rap, watching sports, talking this and that stuff that you said is fake, and you're not into. So do you just not have any friends?
Nah,
Do you have some friends that are flat earthers? Or?
That's fucked up, bro.
Nah, man.
No, does it make sense though? No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I'm
I
sure
know.
most of your friends are into like the mainstream type of stuff, sports, whatnot, right?
Nah, man. Just the music and sports, and I'm not into sports, man. I play billiards, man. I'm a billiards type.
Not you. I'm saying you're the majority of your friends. I'm sure they're into mainstream things that people are into, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how do you argue with them about that stuff's fake, or do you just like go along with it, and not tell them that stuff's fake, and you know in your mind it's fake, but you're cool just hanging out with them? I'm just curious.
Yeah. I know it's in my mind it's fake, and I'm just cool hanging out with them.
It would just be strange to me. Like it would be like me going to I don't know, like I've never drank alcohol in my life, right? And I don't even think alcohol is real. And I go to AA meetings all the time and kick with these people, and they talk about AA all the time. But I'm like, well, I know it's not real, but it's like, why would I even be there then in the first place? That's all I'm saying.
You just say alcohol is not real?
I'm saying theoretically for the example I'm giving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's probably the funniest thing I've heard all day.
How about this? Here's a better example.
My man goes, hey, did you just say alcohol's not real?
Yeah. Here's a better example, bro. Imagine
crazy.
Imagine you're hanging out with a bunch of people that all believe in Santa Claus, and they their whole life's about being good and getting on that list for every Christmas, right? Well, it's not real, right?
Like a kid. Yeah, sounds like a kid.
Yeah, you're hanging around with those people, so it's going to dictate and necessitate actually actions that you take and do every day. So knowing that it's not real, are you cool with being led around kind of like in a dog and pony show just for the exercise, or like is it just to know in your mind that it's real and or fake, and everybody else is like? Seeing as why would you hang around with those people if you know it's not real? That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I'm not gonna go up to my friend and be like, "What's up, dog? So let me bring it down to you about the fucking glove. It's not a fucking ball flat. I'm not gonna tell him that shit, bro. No one's got time for that shit, nigga.
Well, how about this? If you knew your homeboy's lady was cheating on him, and that was his righteous lady, would you say anything to him then?
Yeah, but like,
I remember this guy
bro,
now.
that's not important, bro. Fucking, bro,
Wait,
we don't have the money to
cheating
find
on him is
out,
not
bro.
important? Is lady cheating on him is not important?
I'm talking about the glove, dog.
No, but I'm giving you a lesser example that's not as significant, and I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
it's important to tell him. Okay, but I'm not gonna tell my friend. You know the fucking world. The world's not fucking a ball. It's fucking flat. No, dude, I'm not gonna tell him that bullshit. No one's got time for that, man.
Okay, well then, how would they have time for the littler things? Then that's the most significant thing. And even if you don't agree with that, why would you continue putting yourself around people that are living a lie and you know it's a lie?
What
all I'm saying.
lie?
Well, you just said that the Earth is not a ball. Are you speaking theoretically, or do you really believe that?
I believe that it's not a fucking ball. It's not.
Take that thing out of your mouth so we can hear you.
I think it's not a ball. No.
Okay. Because I mean, I don't know what shape it is, bro. I'm not going to definitively say it's completely
I
flat.
also don't think it's a flat Earth, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what shape it is. I just know it's not a spinning ball in space, right? Because I look at mountains. Mountains go up,
And then,
valleys go down.
as much shit as we'll do, we'll never find out. So that's why I'm not going to tell my friend, because we'll never find out.
Okay, that may be true, right? Like, in the same on the same sense, though, like you would still tell your friend, like even though you guys both know you'd never find out who she cheated on with, wouldn't you still want to tell him?
God, bro, completely different, bro. No one gives a fuck about the Earth being flat or not. Fucking outside.
Well, then why
So,
are you in here if nobody cares about that? Then I'm just
because
curious.
that's my personal. I'm intrigued by it. That's my thing, not my friend, dog. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm just saying, it's like
got any more fucking stupid shit to ask me?
Nah, it's cool, bro. I think the defense rests.
Oh yeah, man, you really asked me. I'm gonna ask tell
You
my
have any
friend what the
questions
world's
about
about.
Can I be heard?
No, man,
Can
I
I be
don't.
heard?
Go ahead, speak, dog.
Yeah, so if it's not important, then why do they put it on every Universal Studios movie? Why is there a globe on every desk at every teacher's, desk? Why is it on the newspapers? Why is it everywhere
He's
you
talking
go?
about
You turn
telling
on
my
Google.
friend. He's talking about telling my friend. Were you here for the whole conversation?
Yeah, I heard that part. But when you say it's not important if the Earth is a globe, then why do they put it in your face every day, all day long? Every time you turn on mainstream media,
Because it's a
you turn on the
fucking lie,
news,
but
it
I'm not gonna
circles.
tell my friend that because no one fucking cares. We're not gonna find out. Have you found out if it's fucking a ball or fucking flat? Have you found out? Tell me.
Yeah, I went to the ocean, Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I saw Ingleside on the bay with the water up to my armpits. There should have been 66.6 feet of curvature between me and those beach houses. Those beach houses were only 3 stories tops. I could see the lights at night
I need
from
it
the
on
street
paper, dog.
lamps.
Paper
The
don't
street
lie. I need it
lamps.
on paper, dog. Paper. I need it on paper,
No, it
dog.
ain't about
Paper
on
don't lie.
paper. You go to North Beach and do it yourself. You go to any
He's talking about
beach.
money. He's talking
Wise
about
guy.
money.
No, I need it on paper. Paper. I need it on paper. I need fucking
Yeah, you need
statistics.
paper
What
to
are you
get out the
talking about?
hood. Right? You just trying to get out the hood, dog. You know what I mean?
You got me mixed up with the other dude.
No,
I only
not
been.
you. I'm just saying in general. You got to get out the hood. One day through with paper.
Who said I'm in the hood?
I didn't. I'm just saying for me, I'm in the hood. I got to get out with paper, make that money, that scratch. You know what I mean?
Cool, yeah.
I'm sure you live in a really nice area, probably better than where I live.
Nope. I'm just saying who said I live in the hood.
Everybody lives in a better place than you.
I know, dude. There's rats in my walls. Seriously, the cities came by 3 times in the last month to
You
try
live in LA.
to serve us to get up the garbage out of our front yard. So yeah, we're like an eyesore of the neighborhood, in a really bad neighborhood. We're the worst in the bad neighborhood. It's classic. Hey,
There enough
Leo,
for
what are you
everybody
eating?
now?
That sounds really good.
I'm eating Charlie's sour crawlers.
Nice. I like the sound of that wrapper. It's really soothing.
You
Mhm.
you won't hear it for long.
My favorite rapper.
Yeah, it almost sounds like wind chimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's that rapper? He's like a white guy. He's like blind as fuck, but he's like doing all the rap battles on YouTube.
Called Rap Hard,
Skittles.
man.
Is that the guy that goes, "I'm just trying to buy something tampon"? That rapper?
Just pulling the string.
It's fucking nice outside.
And inside, too.
Hey, you know what? That's a good idea. I'm going to go out there now. See you guys later.
Later, bro. That dude lives in the big sky country. I'm so jealous.
I've been out there I've been outside all day.
You know what I mean? The big sky country, bro. I think they call my state the big chem country because you don't see much sky, dog.
Well, ain't
They
nothing
should
but
call it
chemtrails.
ice because it's just ice crystals.
Right.
It's nothing but chemtrails. It's chemtrails. It's something in the water making the frogs gay. It's all that.
Leo, you live near Los
Yeah,
Angeles?
making the frogs gay. That's it. Yeah.
No, man. I live in Sacramento, man.
Oh, Sacktown from the Bay Area and back down.
Oh shit! You only live a stone's throw away from it.
Sac is not a part of the Bay.
No, it's a rap song. Sacktown, the Bay Area, and back down.
Yep. Yeah, man, Sacktown.
Do you like rap?
Depends on where you live. Most of Sac is
I
next
like
to
I like
water,
a bit of everything, to be honest.
next directly to the bay.
That's cool.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of Northerners up there, huh? Where you live, but surprisingly enough, though, there's a lot of Southsiders there too for being in Northern California, huh?
Yes, it's a mix of both, and a
It's
lot
a
of
mix.
black people.
I'd dare to say that there's actually more Southerners up there. You know what I mean? Possibly, I might be wrong.
Yeah, there is.
You know, there's areas that are predominantly like Crip or Blood or whatever, but they're like mostly sets that are from down here. But as far as like the Southerners and everything, there's Southerners even as far as up as like by like where Pelican Bay is, almost by the border. It's a trip. They've never even been to LA, but they're repping that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's not really Crips and
How many
Bloods in
people are still doing
Sacramento.
that
It's either
stuff?
Diamonds or the Stars, which I guess Crips or Blood or whatever. But like, yeah, I guess they're not blood, but they just rep the colors. Yeah.
So does any of your homies ever come into the Discord and listen with you?
Nah, man.
Yeah. That'd be kind of weak sauce, huh? That'd be a little bit weird, huh?
Nah, a little weird, yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, you guys ain't trying to talk about no club and stuff, like, especially you're out there sipping a lean, like hot chick come over the pad, and your sneakers are clean, you know what I mean? Maybe mama's out of town, dog. You got, you know what I mean? Talk about no club, flat earth, huh?
Yeah, we ain't talking about no flat earth,
right?
I was like, nah.
In fact, if you meet some chicks in the club, dog, the fastest way to get them to leave is start talking about flat earth, or be barefoot, one or the other.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious, dog.
No, you start talking about astronauts, bro. That'll get away.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pennies falling on the floor when I talk about space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Fuck, man. You're funny.
I try to be. I'd rather be funny than depressing.
Why would they put astronauts in the ocean? Didn't they hit the water going like 88 miles an hour?
Most of all the astronauts
Go
that
with the
went
song.
the first quotation marks fucking moon landing, weren't they all Masonic people?
Allegedly.
Yeah, they were all
allegedly.
Hey, be careful. Careful now.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yes,
Yeah.
allegedly. My bad.
All that is somebody who's basically a bricklayer, right?
Yeah, dude.
Sons of bitches lied to me.
You know, it could bring up a big question mark anytime you ever ask somebody if they're that thing and they don't deny it. They'll say something like, how could I be that? I charge for everything. You know, the free part.
Yeah.
I've had them answer me like that a lot.
I've never had nobody deny it. Not yet. I guess I've been the right people, I guess. I don't.
Well, it just depends on how you come at them, how they feel. I mean, they won't get in trouble for denying it. And they don't like to deny it. They like to just leave it open, basically. They know if you're asking them like that, you're not that, though. So, you know, they judge you like, why are you asking that? Like, maybe you're asking them to join and they could benefit,
Well,
but if you're not,
that, you'll just shake their hand.
Yeah, like there's so many different ways, you know what I mean? So I even heard one where one person goes like this, and the other person goes, you know what I mean? They can't. No, you can't resist the shaving the haircut. Even Roger Rabbit couldn't resist it.
Hey, bit.
You have any other questions, Leo?
We're in a fucking simulation, dog.
I studied theoretical astrophysics for 19 years, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Until September of 2001, that's when I stopped studying it. But yeah, any questions you got about outer space or black holes, time space, warp time? I'm your man, bro.
Earth, flat Earth,
Black
hollow
holes don't
Earth,
fucking exist.
concave, convex. We get it.
Black holes don't exist, dog.
Black holes don't exist?
Yeah, I thought they don't exist. I thought Albert Einstein proved that.
Well, what's your definition of exist? You know, we could debate that. I mean,
We're not going there, dog. Fuck. But
and
yeah,
the
didn't
definition could change tomorrow.
Albert Einstein do some calculations to prove that shit's not real? Yes or no?
Well,
Yes or no?
Wait, what was your question? How did Albert Einstein do what?
No, didn't Albert Einstein already say that's fake fucking black holes?
I'm not sure. I mean, to me, I think of Albert Einstein as more of a theoretical thing, like Tom Sawyer. I don't know if he's ever actually real, you know, but his name will live on.
Yeah, like Tesla,
through the lyrics that
Nikola
you hear in a
Tesla.
song. Yeah,
Nikola
Tesla, all those
Tesla.
people. Yeah.
He's fucking.
Yeah.
What if I doubt
Like
Nikola
the cat in the
Tesla's
wheelchair.
real.
Oh, that guy in the wheelchair. Yeah. No, I think he was actually real. You know what I mean? And not only
Nikola
could he
Tesla.
give you
I know
advice
he was
about
real. He was a real person. I meant, like, was he really
yeah,
a
and I know.
scientist like they claim he was?
Not only could he tell you about outer space, he could also tell you the quickest way to change the transmission fluid on your car because he had experience in
And
it.
all
Because that's
with
what he
just
did.
a
He's a
straw.
mechanic. Yeah. Right. Yeah. They actually at one time at 7-Eleven
I
they
think
came
he's
up with
Superman.
they had a 6-month period where they were like, you know, you could buy an extra like a liquor straw with the Slurpees for like $1. They had a Stephen Hawking straw for like while supplies last, you know, with the Slurpees. It's pretty cool. It was space colored, space flavor, I think. Well, actually, it might have been it might have been what do you call it colonoscopy flavor, but I'm not sure. I can't remember.
What's that taste like?
You see some of the homies walking around with a bag on the side of their hip because they were putting in work and they got caught slipping one time. You know what I mean?
Colonoscopy with corn syrup flavoring now. Get your coffee while it's hot on the International Space Station.
Hey, Leo, you ever caught one?
Explain.
Huh?
Explain.
Like you ever caught a hot one? Like like up like a little charge, you had to do it a bullet or two, or like maybe you got clipped one time. No.
No, man. Fucking. Yo, guess what though? I just graduated high school today, man. Fucking.
Today?
Crazy.
Oh, today was the last day of high school?
Yeah, man, graduated. Perfect.
Today was graduation, huh? Friday the 13th. Oh, okay.
Yes.
I didn't know they graduated in May. That's interesting.
I
didn't
swear to
graduate
you,
high school, so I don't know.
I could
No,
tell
I
the
believe
truth.
you. Yeah. Well, maybe where you live, that's where graduation time is. I don't know. I don't know much, bro. I didn't graduate from high school.
No, I didn't graduate like out of school. It's kind of like a GED kind of thing. They graduated on
Oh,
top
kind
of
of
me
like a tough
34.
guy, kind of like a tough guy school, like stand and deliver, like an after school thing where like tough kids go.
Yeah, kind of.
I went through a bunch of those schools too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Actually the last school I went to, you had to go through a metal detector. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, just graduated.
Yeah, well,
That's
I
it.
always went off through it because I one time when I was younger, I got hit 9 times, dog, and a couple of them are still in me. So I have to explain, like, hey, dog, I mean, I caught a hot one. It is what it is. It made my voice sound better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, what'd you major in, Leo? What was your interest of subject?
Bro, it's high school. What are you talking about?
I mean, when I was in high school, I majored in stealing car stereos and catalytic converters. I was really good at it.
No, man, I fucking just sold weed on the side while I was going to high school.
Oh, that's
for
cool.
like a year. I made it
Yeah,
15 G's.
So you were getting it right out of the ground, huh? And I used to do that too. I always had to have my hose with me to get out of the ground. You have to have a nice hoe, you know what I mean?
Yep.
To get that out of the ground. I'm just saying, you're not gonna want to do it with your hands.
You're right.
If you have a really sharp hoe, you can get that weed right out of the ground and sell it.
Your hands get dirty when you do that.
Right? So clean but so dirty.
Vagina.
Right? Here comes Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, right? Babe, can I have a cigarette?
Potato, cheese, potatoes, tomato, steaks.
Oh, what? You know that song?
And by the way, you're being way too loud. You're being way too loud. She said.
Yeah, honey,
well,
shut
you're
up.
way too loud.
You tell him, girlfriend.
All right, babe. All right. Sorry. I'm in compliance with whatever you want. Okay. Babe, this person right here knows my songs. He quoted one of my lyrics right now.
Not better than
Oh, she said you can't quote it better than she can. She's probably right.
because I wrote most of them.
Cap.
Hey, tell us because you what?
Because I wrote most of them.
Yeah, she wrote like 75% of my lyrics.
Truth comes out, don't it?
Yeah. She's my biggest fan. She even had the underground stuff I did with Stan. But she don't know the flat earth like I know it. No one does. She don't know what it was like.
Yeah?
Do it.
A vagina. Are you the best flat earth rapper?
I mean, I don't want to brag, bro. Like, I don't know. I won't. If somebody says I am, I won't argue with them. But if they says I'm not, I will argue with them. But I'll never say that stuff myself.
Yeah, he's the best. Yeah, you can count on that.
I'd like to say I'm in the top 20. You know.
All right.
I'm in the top 20 in a field of about 9 people.
Who in here remembers Tiger Dan? He was the first flat earth rap guy.
He rapped?
I don't know much about it.
Yeah,
Tiger Dan.
Bad, but he was so brave. He was so brave and did it, even though he's like extremely British. You know, he's like whiter than
I think
he's whiter than sour cream.
Say.
But he did it though. He had the balls to do it, so I can't say shit, right? Because I don't have the balls to rap about flat Earth.
Yo, Saint, can you sing me Astro Coffee?
You like that song? Wait. Astro Coffee or made of piss?
Astro
no, you're right. You're right. Astro. Oh, damn, you know all my stuff, huh? That one I put back way back in the day, like one of the first ones.
Yeah, I need to hear that line.
Now we know why he's here.
Right? Hey, so that line is just the first verse on that newer song, Made from Piss. But I named it Astro Coffee back then. Well, did you hear the first one called Flatten the Curve?
No. The one I need.
It's horrible. Don't listen to it. Please don't listen to it.
It's horrible.
I shouldn't even have said it. Not. Yeah.
So bad.
So bad.
I'm gonna look for it though.
See where you were when you started, and then where you ended up. Actually, it's good for that.
Yeah.
It shows how bad you were.
I know. I suck. I know. Yeah.
Everybody starts out bad.
It's not, but like I think it's horrible. I cringe when I hear it. I'm like, oh my god. The only good part is like that little clip from Michelle Fowler in the song. I think.
You know, when you came back with that song, I was just like,
yeah. When I first started writing songs, they were like only about Craig and McToon, and I'm like talking all kinds of crap about him in the whole song. And my chick's like, "Yeah, I don't think maybe one or two people might get that, but she's like, you're just writing this for some weird thing for in your own head." Like, and so I tried to write all these songs, you know, with these weird messages talking shit about him. But then I was like, yeah, I'm kind of over that now. And then I got into the whole, you know, what do you call it, medical information songs, and I'm over that now too. So.
And you didn't know what you were doing as far
as
like technique.
Yeah.
You were, like, totally offbeat, just horrible.
Yeah.
But then after like a couple songs after that, she did really good. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Possibly. And then when you came home with what is it, Flat Nasty?
That was a song I had made right when I got out of jail. Flat Nasty.
Oh my god.
Because I wrote that in jail.
Flat and Nasty?
This is it. I
Yeah.
was like, this is it.
I wrote that song when I was in jail.
I'm gonna listen to
I
it
was
right
like,
now.
he's gonna blow up.
Oh, you like the co-vagina one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Friday days listening to it right now.
That's right, bro. I'm flattered.
So September 19th.
Dude, I actually give Glaps Flobo a shout out in one of my songs. I don't know if he even remembers. Yeah.
That's messed up, bro. You didn't
Hell no,
mention me.
I know.
You got your toes over here showing in hell of shit, boy.
That's wrong, bro.
Hey, I gave QE and Crack Villain a shout out in one of my songs even, but I don't think they know either because it's like in the middle of the song. That was when I first started coming to Discord. And the QE and Crack Villain were the only people I knew.
Yo, you're a menace for going on the other side of the escalator stairs, going up and you're going down. Jeez, you're a menace.
Yeah. Well, I'm a menace to sobriety. That's about it.
He told you, bro.
About as harmless as a butterfly. You know what I mean?
Do you go up to people
But if
telling them they're flat?
If you ever need anybody to ghostwrite lyrics for you, bro, I'll kill the script. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I guarantee you, bro. Anybody you know, I could probably battle rap them freestyle better than them. But you know what? Who's to say what's better or worse? Since you can't measure, it's all in the eye of the beholder. So
Well,
that's just
what if I
theoretical
told
too.
you that I actually know the world's best flat Earth rapper, and I was asking you to check you? So, and if you said yeah, I was about to get him in here. So, all right, man, I'm gonna get the world's best flat Earth rapper in
Wait,
here.
whoa. Hey, you know Steve Grant?
No, man, no, I know even better.
Honestly, to me, I think Steve Grant's the best flat Earth rapper, in my opinion. Besides, Flat Earth Mafia, that one song they made, spank him with Van Allen's belt, but they didn't really put nothing else out. But I mean, ODD has some good ones. Don't get me wrong, but Steve Grant's Diet Woke, like, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody top that. That's just my opinion. He hasn't put nothing out in a while, though. And if you're listening, Steve. I know he probably doesn't. Most people don't go on Discord. You know, only the really cool kids go on Discord. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Only the
I'm
quarterback of
one
the
of them.
football team. Yeah.
I can't even get Discord to work.
If you ever see Jackie, is it Jackie Day Saints or Jack Nasty? Jackie Day Saints, you guys, moderators, let her in. Jackie Day Saints. She probably won't say anything the whole time. And she's probably only listening because I'm not answering my phone. She hasn't heard from me for a couple of days. So, but I'm just saying, you know, if you ever see her, let her in.
Yeah, what do you think about the drone birds?
The drone birds?
Yeah.
Just as real as like drone insects or like drones that people fly in the sky that they buy. I mean, you know, or electric cars. Like there are those. You know, it's a fact. Now I can't point to a bird in the sky and be like, that's a drone bird. You know. Yeah.
You got any proof of one? Like taking a party or something?
No, I mean
What
I've
about
seen
the
drone
Incredibles?
dogs. I've seen drone motorcycles. You know.
Yeah.
There's even drone bicycles. They're called electric bikes.
Whoa. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm using the term drone really openly, you know, because I mean, drone is just a theoretical word. So.
My motorcycle still takes gasoline.
Thank God, right?
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. He's just trying to get out the hood. No, he's not. No. Oh, you think so? Hey, Leo, have I ever met you before, bro?
No.
No. You're okay. You're not. You're not. Your name's not Matthew, is it? Matthew Mitchell.
My name's the same as Discord, man.
Hey,
Okay.
Flat Earth Day Saints.
What up, yo?
I was trying to Google Flat Earth Day Saints, and the only stuff I come up with is some Mormon stuff.
No, you go on YouTube, man.
YouTube.
Yeah. It's this app that it's like a red square with like a white arrow button in the middle.
What's that? Red.
It's just an app. Have you ever heard of application for the internet, like your phone and stuff?
Internet.
Like flashlight apps and stuff like that.
What is
You're talking about Wi-Fi or?
Yeah, Wi-Fi or Li-Fi or hardwired Fi.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. I know you're telling me.
I know.
Okay,
I know you joking. You keyed.
Flat.
Wait for it. I keyed. It's because of the use injury that I went and spent a half hour Googling things about Iceland the other day. And then I went down some rabbit hole and I forgot I was even on. Anyway, long story short.
Oh.
Remember that, man?
Oh.
I was on
Okay. I hope you learned some stuff about my country then, right?
Yeah, I learned a few things, you know.
Your country doesn't
I learned a
matter.
few things. Huh?
This country doesn't matter. They do nothing for the world.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Or your country's Black Lives Matter.
You're a worthless piece of shit. Go back to where you come.
Sindri, you matter to me, Sindri. You matter to me.
No, I mean, the United States Navy is spending so much money to have a base here, so.
When you say Navy, do you mean like the beans or like the people?
Yeah, I got a fucking an email.
Hoagies and grinders. Hoagies and grinders.
They're giving out
You got a
millions
what?
to join, 25,000 to 50 G's.
Yeah, to join the army, what you can do for the Navy. You're just a baby getting recruited at 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And I'm seeing some of these babies here in my country.
I'm not one of them fucking. Hell no, I'm not joining the fucking scapegoat ass army.
Well, if you ever sign up for any military organization, even if you leave either honorably or dishonorably, anytime you go to court for any crime in the future, you'll go to what they call Veterans Court, which is the flag with the fringes around it. Yeah.
Whoa!
Batteries not included. Each show separately. Void were prohibited. Yeah, she does it with passion. It's like blah, 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 blah.
No, tell me more.
I could tell you less.
So, Flat Earth Day Saints, then, since you were Googling my name previously, you are aware of my
Not your name, your
position.
country.
What is
Not
wrong
country.
with you? Huh?
Yeah, okay.
What is fucking right? What's wrong with you?
If you don't live in America, you don't matter, okay?
I don't live in America.
Yeah.
USA.
USA.
Yeah, for
Then
sure.
Black Lives Matter.
I always take a knee before the game, you know what I mean? And it's just because I'm trying to tie my shoe.
The United States of America is a very powerful coalition of 50 states.
No, it's
But
powerful.
it's far from being the only country in the world.
China number one, America number two, as they used to say in H1Z1.
I think Lithuania is number one, homeboy. I think Lithuania.
I mean, we're getting pretty
Lithuanian.
close to all the Western countries to becoming like close to a single state. I mean, we have NATO, European Union, the United States.
NATO your face.
Yeah, but do you guys have Gary, Indiana? Do you have Gary, Indiana? No? Well, then you can't say nothing because that's like the number one state in the world, Gary, Indiana. That's like where major deals are made, you know what I mean?
Do you have a town called Hveragerði? Because it's the best thing in the world.
Something like that, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Hey, guys, why the childish things? Can we talk about something interesting?
Yes, please.
Talk about something interesting.
Because on the server, we are definitely people all over the globe. You can't like.
No, there's some NPCs in here.
Am I an NPC then?
No, I'm just saying there's some NPCs. The ones that are muted are NPCs.
Okay.
Hey, you said all over the globe, right? Well, I think it's Hollow Earth. So didn't you mean all inside the globe?
Your face.
Oh, okay. I get this now. You're clowning me, right?
So you believe the Earth is only hollow, not also the outside thing?
My beliefs aren't even relevant because that's just what I believe in. So I try to stick to the facts if I can.
Yeah. I totally respect that.
I mean, I still believe in Santa Claus, and my girlfriend always makes fun of me. So you know what I mean?
I understand why she makes fun of you, but I also have my own beliefs that probably contradict yours.
Maybe not. Who knows? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I'm really accepting and open. Like whatever your beliefs are, like I just want us to be all inclusive. When it comes to me and you. So you could let's put it this way: you could identify as a bumblebee, right? And so you're living 5 days every human year. Well, if you had to do a prison sentence for that and you got sentenced to 15 years, you only have to do a couple minutes in jail. You won't even make it through booking because you're a bumblebee. And if they don't respect that, it's against the law. That's factual. That's not theoretical. That's factual.
You're
so,
retarded, dog. Fuck.
Oh my god. It reminds me of that guy in Netherlands who went to court to identify as a 20-year-old and he is 64-year-old or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost because it would mess up the whole system of accounting and census and everything.
Dude, I lived in a graveyard for free for 6 months because I identified as a corpse. It was like one of the best times of my life.
Are you japping at the current trans culture going on?
Oh, is that what the kids call it nowadays? I can never keep up with the current terms. No, I've always been into this. I've believed in identifying as whatever you want way before I'd even heard about it on the news. In fact, I'm a pioneer of the subject, dude. You know what I mean?
Your face.
Mm-hmm. No, Leo's got some good stuff to say. He really does. When he's repeating my lyrics.
Fuck you.
When you say that, you mean fornication under the consent of the king? We don't go by those rules anymore, bro. You can go do it to anybody you want without asking.
Or you can come to me and meet the queen.
Or you can get the Queen James version of the Bible. We could argue about in Gomorrah, did the people really think that they were men, or did they know that they were spiritual beings? And they knew they were spiritual beings, so therefore they weren't saying that they were men, and that's not why they burned down the town. It's all been changed to protect the innocent and to prove the guilty.
Hey, Flat Earth Saints, are you religious?
Like, do I have a lot of beliefs and stuff that I believe in that I can't prove? Yeah, a lot of stuff. I wouldn't call myself religious, though. I'm a born again flat earther.
Yeah, I'm not talking about flat earth or that kind of stuff. I'm more talking about like these typical religious stuff like Christianity, Catholicism, Muslim, Hindu.
No, I don't claim any of that. But although I do take the Bible completely literal, like
here's the best part of that. We're not going to talk about any of that.
Thank you.
I'm back.
Okay.
Not a single bit. We're not going to talk about religion at all in this channel.
What?
How's that? How's that grab you?
Very well.
Religion is a slave. It's a slave mindset.
Sorry, what?
Religion is a slave mindset.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm a Catholic. But
I don't care.
Bad.
So the Earth measures flat. That's the topic.
Oh, Jesus for you.
Go vagina. Can you tell me some facts out of my fucking head since you're fucking?
I'll tell you a fact. If you ever want to lose weight without doing anything, you go from the equator to the North Pole, and you've lost like 9 pounds. Or you climb a high mountain, you lose like 4 pounds. Take an airplane flight, you lose 8 pounds. Just a little, a cheat, a life hack for you.
Yeah.
According to Globe Belief, yeah.
Wow.
If you want to mix weight with mass, then yes, absolutely.
Hey, Sindri, what's mass? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a difficult question?
Yeah, because I'm drunk out of my fucking mind.
You need a more than cursory glance at this material. I think that you should look into it further and come back.
Sindri, you could take some pictures of mass, and they would be called a mass da-da-da.
No, if I would take out my phone and take a picture of a mass, I would be like sued for sexual harassment or something.
Yeah, see, you're just being stupid.
Yeah,
for no reason.
Yeah.
You're a comedian. You're a regular comedian. You know that. You should take that shit on the road. Why are you here with us? You could be making millions, kid.
Millions.
Oh, I would not make millions.
Well, you'd make EBT million. You'd make food stamps. That's for sure.
There are no food stamps in
They
my
have
country.
no food stamps in this country. It's fucking piece
Well,
of
you
shit.
take the EBT card, whatever. You know what I mean. Tomato, same thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you one good thing about food stamps. When you go to Subway and you buy your sandwich with the EBT card, at most places when you have a credit card, it'll say like what percentage tip do you want. The girls stand there like looking like you feel like a dirtbag if you put no tip, right? So with the EBT card, it never says that. Dun dun. That's winning, baby, all day long. You know what I mean? That's having your cake and eating it too.
I can add to that. In my country, we don't tip. It's not part of the culture.
Cool.
It's not part of American culture, but we still do.
You can't use EBT cards at like restaurants, I don't think. Otherwise,
but you
they
can
would
use it
all
at
be
Subway
doing
where I
it.
live. They do it at Little Caesars and Subway where I live, though. In the hood, you can at fast food places.
No way. There's no way.
No, you can't. No, you can't, bro.
Bro, trust me. In the hood, you can.
You
No, you
can't.
can't,
No
bro. I
hot
live in
food,
the
bro, on
ghetto,
EBT.
bro.
That's bullshit. Otherwise, that shit would be fucking flooded on the first.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you, in the hood, you can, dog.
No, you
And I'm telling you,
can't.
there's no fucking way. There's not possible.
I mean, I've done it.
cannot buy
I've done
hot-
it like at least 500 times.
You cannot buy
You know
hot
what?
food.
You know what? Hey,
You
just
know that,
for
right?
that, I'm gonna go make a video of me doing it and post it on my YouTube
You
channel.
cannot buy hot food
Because
with
last night I
EBT,
posted a
you know
video
that, right?
about how to get a job at Blenders. I'm gonna do it.
You can't buy hot food with EBT, you know that, right?
You can buy cigarettes with EBT.
Yeah, but you can't buy hot food. So this
You
guy's
can buy
capping.
anything with EBT as long as the store owner is cool with it. And some store owners,
Exactly, yeah.
they let it slide under the table. They don't care. You can buy anything you want in the hood with EBT.
No.
Even some people that have
not hot
signs that
food.
say
You
that.
cannot buy hot
In
food.
Massachusetts, you can buy cigarettes with
Cannot
EBT.
buy hot food. Cannot buy
You can buy
hot food.
singles. You can buy
Cannot
singles.
buy hot food. Cannot
You're
buy
not even
hot
supposed to
food.
sell singles with, you know what I mean? You can buy single cigarettes with EBT. You
That's
can literally
fucking
buy whatever
nuts.
you want. Listen, it depends what state you're
I
from.
actually used my EBT card to bail out of jail once, bro. So I'm just saying, you could use it for a lot of things, you know. In Vegas, you could use it to get a girl. You know what I mean?
But yeah, legally you can't.
So are you, Flutter says, are you saying that if I have enough food stamps, I can have a good time in Vegas?
I'm not saying anything. Like whatever you do in Vegas stays in Vegas, and don't talk about that too much. But you can do whatever you want, bro. You know what I mean, all I know is you're closer to the North Pole, so you get the best gifts first. You know what I mean? On Christmas.
Yeah, first I have to de-thaw them.
Okay.
Light on you stink.
Okay. All right.
Whoa.
My bad. So anyway, you're talking about like aliens at the gas station letting you use EBT, huh?
No, I'm saying not every. It's participating stores may vary, homie. You know what I mean? Void where prohibited.
You can't buy hot.
Just
You
honorable
can't buy
people.
hot food with EBT.
Yeah, you're not supposed to legally.
Okay,
you're not
well,
supposed to
whatever.
legally
Okay.
buy hot food. You're right, but a lot of things happen that they're not supposed to.
I mean, like I know the dude down at the 99-cent store, he'll trade for power tools for stuff. And most places will be like, we don't trade for power tools. Or like some places in British Columbia or like down in Africa, you could come in with a pocket full of oatmeal or yams and get a lawnmower. I'm saying most places on paper they don't, but like you'll never know until you actually go in the store and try it. And don't wear shoes when you do it, I suggest. It's fun.
Dude, I know. I see you walk around barefoot. You crazy?
No, I'm actually extremely smart. I'm adding years to my life, so I don't care what anybody thinks. Like,
I really like Flatter Day Saints. He's what we call in my country Orthepin. He's very quick with very accurate words.
well, you like me more than I like myself. I'll tell you that much. Thank you. I don't get no respect.
Yeah, you get respect for me. That's absolute.
And at the end of the day, that's all I do it for, bro. Thank you.
Why? Is it because they got you stuck on webmasters? Okay, now you're quiet again.
No, not because he got me stuck on masses.
Then why?
I just said because he has a very quick word follow-up.
I was going outside to smoke a cigarette. You want to come? Well, come on then, babe. Gee, I'm not going to sit here and wait while I want to smoke. Huh?
Come where?
You're hot mic in there, Saints.
I'm sorry, sir.
Hot micing is hot.
Think it's not?
There's nothing hot about hot micing. I'll tell you that.
No, it's not. Unless it's like something sexual's happening. Has anybody ever hot mic'd and like jerked off by accident?
Hey, did you guys know that the Earth measures flat when you go out and you measure it? There's no drop over distance. Yeah, no drop over distance can be detected, measured, seen, found anywhere. No curvature.
Can you swear down? Can you swear down on that?
Can I do what?
Can you swear down on that?
Swear down? What does that
you
swear down? I don't
swear
know.
up on it, yo.
What's going on? What do you want me to say? I don't understand what you're saying.
I've only heard of swear up and down, the expression.
I swear up and down that I'm here talking to you.
That's pretty much
even if you don't curse. You know what I mean? When you don't curse, it's just right in the middle, glad.
When I don't what?
Yo, glad.
When you don't curse,
I clicked on your SoundCloud.
when you don't curse, it's right in the middle. You know what I mean?
Your music's giving me epilepsy, even though it's fucking audio.
Well, cool.
Yeah. A lot of people tell me I'm retarded. I'm like, how could I be retarded? I was never retarded to begin with. You know what I mean? Come on, homie. You know what time it is?
A lot of people tell you you're retarded.
Co-vagina.
But I was never that to begin with.
Co-vagina. Hey, where'd you come up with that word, co-vagina?
Hey, stop talking about that. Go.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll stop.
Not appropriate.
Do you want to talk about anything that matters? Perhaps Earth isn't a globe, and here's why.
Oh yeah, dude, that sounds really interesting. Talk about that, please.
It's actually the most interesting thing on Earth. No pun intended.
That wasn't sarcasm.
Hawkeye, I can't hear you. Is there any way that you can get close to your mic?
No, I'm close to my mic. It's my
There
input.
you go. Way better.
Dude, I'm the same distance. I just turned up my input.
Oh, good. Well, it sounds worse and better.
Worse?
Yeah, there's static. There's like grains of sand in your voice now, but it's louder.
Static, grains of sand. How about, is this better? Shit.
Yeah, no, that is good. That's good. You just had the input up a little too hot.
Okay.
Coming in hot, boys. Coming in hot.
Okay. Please don't do that again, too. That'd be great.
Whoop.
I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request. No.
That's not up to you, partner. I'm afraid.
I like. Is your last name NWO?
No.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it? No? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mispronounce it.
Sure.
Is the W just silent then?
Whatever you like.
I'm just asking.
It's New World Order. I think you understand that it's an acronym.
I'm just messing with you, Hawkeye.
Hey, Hawkeye, what is the Earth a globe or not?
I can't be entirely sure.
Okay, that's honest.
If you're looking to try to like bombard someone and like bother someone.
No, I'm just picking on you because you're in here. See, it's a voice channel, so we're gonna speak using our voices with each other. I know it's a novel concept, but
yeah, you can speak, but without being a condescending cocksucker. So there's a difference. So
Ooh, wow, damn.
Offense is only taken. Offense is only taken, not given. Offense is only taken, not given.
Okay, well, fences are also erected around yards.
You can borrow it too.
So, does the Earth measure one way or the other? Have you tried to measure it?
The entire circumference? No, I don't.
I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that.
That's why
I said, did you measure the Earth? That's the question. Those words.
I don't have the money, time, or resources.
Okay, so no, that's okay.
And like I said, you don't have to. You can attack somebody else, bro. You're fucking with the wrong person.
Ooh, damn.
And then that was.
So he's fornicating under the consent of the king with the wrong person?
I was just trying to have a conversation about the Earth.
Yeah, have it with somebody else.
Damn.
I think there's a therapy channel further down somewhere in here.
Not necessary. I've just dealt with this from some people before, and I just don't have time for it right now.
You should just change your name to speak only when spoken to. You know,
I can't even hear him anymore.
Else, I guess. Try to troll.
Okay, yeah, no. If you want me to move on, I'll do it.
Yeah, cool.
Enough said.
If you want to be serious, then we can be serious later.
Hint taken. Well, what do you want to talk about? I'm always serious in here.
Nothing.
Even when I'm joking.
Walk away for a second. I want to come back and listen.
Then go.
To you
Get
guys
out.
Talk.
Then fucking go.
I want to listen to you guys talk, not someone to try to attack me the whole time.
Oh my god. Wow. It's like trying to drive and push the brake at the same time, bro. God, my lady does that all the time, dude. Jesus, killing me, man.
It's actually pretty easy to do. It's actually pretty easy.
You guys see that picture in the live stream voice text that I posted? It's a CGI image of what we should be seeing from space, but a satellite image has never shown us anything like that because they don't.
That's so beautiful.
They can't show us sideways buildings. Okay.
That's a really pretty picture.
Yeah,
know, right?
it's a
That's
great picture.
Gorgeous.
That's gorgeous, and you'll never see that.
No. You mostly see a big white blurs, like clouds are covering 90% of the Earth at all times. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Flatty posted a GIF.
Wow.
Dope.
I didn't know that you knew every inch of the Earth, my friend. Bravo.
See, what was that? I don't know what that kind of thing was, but it's just not necessary. So.
Well, you said.
It's not.
I'm sorry. 90%. Not you know 90%, right? Because you said clouds cover 90% of the Earth at all times.
The word "like" was right before that. Jesus
what?
Christ. What?
The word "like"?
Yeah.
That's a faux pas. The grammar error.
No. Some composite photos is like you look at them. There's cloud coverage over a lot of the planet.
You know, if you want to take this seriously,
inconsistencies. They're there to hide.
Yeah, right.
Inconsistencies.
I mean, I would if I could hear him.
Take this seriously. Let us know.
Yeah. We're like Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you, bro. You know what I mean?
Why can't we see that view? Did you see the voice text? Why can't I see that view ever from NASA? Why can't they ever show me anything like that? For a side view of the globe. It's always just the top. What the fuck's that about?
I don't know, but if there's any Globers who actually want to win an argument, don't forget to bring the thing of Mentos. So at the end of the argument, you say Mentos, and it debunks everything we've said at that point. So bring your Mentos in here, fully equipped, and all we can do is duck and cower at that point. That's all I'm saying, though. Because it's a fresh maker. I know you said not to talk about religion, Glap, but like Mentos is like a religion, and I subscribe to it. That's all I gotta say.
That's a religion you can talk about. Yep, that's fine. It's allowed.
Dude, some of the flavors are actually really good. I don't like the mint flavors, but the fruity flavors are pretty decent. I just don't like the texture of the candy. You know?
It is a weird texture, yeah. But I agree. The flavors are excellent.
if you ever want to drive like a maniac down the freeway and get pulled over, make sure you have some Mentos with you, because by the time the cop gets to the window, you just stick that out the window and he's already back in his car and you're good to go.
He's like, "Oh, Mentos. Forgive me, sir,
okay.
as you were. Carry on."
He's like, do you know how fast you were? And you're Mentos. He's like, all right. He's just like, oh man.
He goes, gotcha. All righty, take care now.
That's what the movie Fight Club was really about. Was about Mentos, and all these people secretly had Mentos in their pocket. That's what Fight Club is about. An underground Mentos club.
Fight Club's about everything in the entire world ever.
Dude, Fight Club's so true. Yeah, I've watched that movie like 500 times and analyzed it. I've broken it apart. I'm over it. I actually read the book, and I was really unimpressed with the book. And then I read 5 more of his books, and I couldn't even finish them. They were so ridiculous.
You know what? I was pissed at the end when we find out the curveball. And for those who haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it, but at the end of Fight Club, where everything gets revealed, I'm like, shit, really? I don't know about that. I didn't like that twist.
Spoiler alert, he says, Luke, you are not my father at the end. I was like, I could swear that was his baby's dad the whole movie. I thought Darth Vader was his dad, and at the end he says, you're not my father. You know what I mean? It turned into a Jerry Springer show.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Yeah. You know what I mean? The whole movie was about going from planet to planet to get a paternity test, and then he could have just told him the truth at the end. But he didn't. You know what I mean? And if he was his father, who did he knock up to have Luke Skywalker? What kind of chick would mess with Darth Vader? You know, was it consensual? I don't think it was consensual. No chick would consensually. You know,
it was
I don't
Anakin
think no
Skywalker before he became Darth Vader.
Yeah. Her name was Padme Amidala. She was a senator from Naboo.
Correct.
Classic. Okay. I always remember as a kid CP or 3O or whatever.
C3PO.
Or was it R2D2? I can't remember, but he had a silver leg.
R2D2.
Yeah, I love that silver leg. I remember it vividly as a kid, you know?
Don't do that.
I'm sorry, bro. All right.
Yeah. The Mandela effect. That shit is still ridiculous. I know
I didn't say that.
Yeah, it's really bad, really dumb.
You said that.
And what it is people have seen parodies and not the original, and then they think that the original was what the parody said, and that's all it really is. It's fucking ridiculous.
I think it was created solely to make conspiracy theorists look like fucking morons.
Why isn't it called the Woman-Della effect? Why the Mandela? I'd rather it be called the Woman-Della effect. You know what I mean?
Oh, shit.
Or gender-neutral effect.
What does Mandela effect have to do with flat Earth?
Nothing. Excellent point.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So, since you interrupted, Sindri, is the Earth a globe?
That is my belief.
Alrighty. And what empirical, physical, direct evidence do you have the Earth is a globe?
You got me there. I will never provide any evidence of whatsoever, as I have said so many times before.
Okay. Gosh, that's honest. He's honest.
You could win with Mentos, Sindri. I'm telling you. I'm giving you a cheat sheet here. I'm throwing you guys a bone, and you guys don't want to take it. Bring some Mentos, and you'll shut Glatflow up. He'll have nothing to say. He can't refute it.
I'll never not have some shit to say. GE Platypus, welcome. What's SAG A? Sagittarius A, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about? Just get in the voice chat, Buster. Come on now. Let's hear that sultry, sexy, velvety voice you got.
I'm in voice. I'm eating a cookie right now. Is doing you the service of not talking with my mouth full.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Is it a gluten-free cookie?
No. It's a
Is it a Mentos cookie? Oh, I was hoping it was a Mentos cookie, because that still counts technically as Mentos. You win all arguments, even if it's in cookie form. Like instead of an M&M cookie, they have Mentos cookies. As long as one of the Mentos is still intact in the cookie, you win the argument. One time and one time only. While supplies last, void where prohibited. Batteries not included. Each sold separately.
Back in the 60s and 70s, you could have made Pretty Penny talking like that. Shit.
Dude, you kids nowadays have it so lucky. All you have to do is go on Google Earth and it'll tell you where to drive, where you're going. Back in my day, we used to have to carry a globe around with us for directions. They didn't even have Thomas guides. We just had globes. You know, so it'd take us. We'd have to pull over and check our coordinates. We'd get there, but it's just like you guys have no idea how easy you have it. You know, seriously, man.
Fucking perfect.
You know what I mean? And sometimes like the rotation, like this, it would need to be oiled and it wouldn't spin enough, and like you just had to kind of like push it really hard. You know, you'd have
I
to spend
feel like
money
we're
on
not talking
oiling
about the
globe.
Earth anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
So we should talk about the dilemma that it can't be both ways. It has to be one of two ways. Either the Earth is too big to see curvature ever, or you saw a ship go over that horizon just over there. Which one is it? You can't see the curvature, but you can see a ship go over it.
I know, right? That's so inconsistent.
Gotta have one or the other. Gotta have one or the other.
Now, Glatt, would you consider that indirectly seeing curvature or directly seeing curvature?
When I look at a basketball, I know that it's a basketball because I see its curvature.
When I look down a train track, I see it disappear because of perspective.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce. She's here. I love
Hey,
you.
Shanna. What's up?
Hey, guys.
I see a rattlesnake, I run away.
I see a rattlesnake. I break out the crossbow.
I catch him and I bite his head off.
I break out the crossbow. Boom.
He takes one lunge at me. I got my sleeve in my hand. He takes one lunge at me. I get him inside my sleeve. Then I bat his head against the rock, and then I take a bite of his head so that all of his reptilian brotherhood can see.
Please don't ever let him inside your sleeve.
Oh, I know. I'm just kidding. I would let him in my pants first. Just get down and dirty. No, I'm kidding.
You're like a snake in the pants. Uh-huh.
That's funny. You're a little snake in the grass, aren't you?
What about snakes on a plane?
Snakes on a plane.
Yeah.
Screw that.
Actually, that was one of the best movies Samuel L. Jackson's ever been in. He won so many awards for that. That's actually, they actually made it a Broadway musical. It's so famous. It's such a good, you know what I mean? Like Rocky Horror Picture Show, Snakes on a Plane, you know, Cats.
Are you joking?
Bellas.
Cats.
Huh?
Are you joking?
No, I'm not. Of course not. No.
Well, it is one of his most popular movies. I will say that.
I have to tell you, my favorite movie. I have two. Pulp Fiction. That's one of my favorites that he was ever in. My other one is A Long Kiss Goodnight. I don't know why. I really liked him in that too.
Globe, I gotta correct you on something you just said that was misinformation. You said it was one of his best movies, but technically it's a film.
No, I didn't. I said it's one of his most popular films.
Oh, popular. Oh, you said
Doesn't
film.
mean it's
Okay.
his best. Yeah. No, I didn't. I just now said film. You're right. You corrected me on the film part.
Oh yeah, because that's a film, you know.
I don't want to be offensive to the creator of the stuff.
It said Finn at the end. It was such a good film.
Okay, and
Fiend. It said Fiend.
Y'all probably disagree with me.
You know? Fiend.
My favorite was Pulp Fiction. His role in Pulp Fiction was great. Here's what happened.
What's Quentin Tarantino freaked out at how impressed he was at his character Samuel L. Jackson, and he said to him, don't ever not play that character. And so every time you hire Samuel L. Jackson, it's basically him doing a different version of the character in Pulp Fiction.
Have you ever seen A Long Kiss Goodnight with him?
Oh
no,
yeah.
Is it a horror movie?
It's not
Julia Roberts,
it's
right?
actually no, it's not Julia Roberts. It's
the one that looks like you're from Thelma and Louise, right?
It's Gina Davis off of
Gina
Davis.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Well,
that
was
lady.
Yeah.
But that one was a little weird, but what was crazy, the whole storyline, you know, where when they're drowning her and telling her what they're doing. She's like, they're actually you're gonna fake killing this many people, and they're like, no, we're actually gonna do it. You know, talk about a truth drop. You know, and that movie came out like, what year did that movie come out? It came out right before
96.
It came out right before what we all know.
Oh,
You know?
well, it was a few years before that, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was a huge truth drop. They're like, "Yep, we're gonna kill billions of people," or whatever.
Well, they didn't kill billions, which is
Not
nice.
billions. I know. I'm exaggerating. I'm sorry.
They could be so lucky, right?
They wish they could get away with that.
Fucking losers.
Fucking
Hey,
losers.
remember what Samuel L. Jackson said in Pulp Fiction? He goes, you know what? He goes, you know why they call this a flapjack in Paris, and they call it a pancake in the United States? And they're like, why? And he's like, because everybody over there knows the Earth is flat. The metric system. You know what I mean? Look at the big brain on Brad.
Hell yeah. Hey, why is everything measured in square miles if it's the globe?
Yeah, because square miles are flat.
No,
I'm saying,
doesn't
like,
square mean round?
get out of here with that.
No. In my world, everything is in square kilometers. You can't just.
Okay, it's square.
It's still square. That's flat. That's still square.
Well, yeah, but square means round, though. Like level means curve. So square means round. One of the definitions of square is round. You know what I mean?
I
Come
went
on.
to space and I saw it myself. Is a globe.
Yeah. According to mean sea level, it's round. Yeah. I'm just saying.
No, GE platypus, if we're going to see any curvature in front of us, we're also going to see it side to side at some point. And that's just a little snapshot right there of what you'll see from the beach.
Explain that to me.
There is no curvature on the ocean. You need to explain that.
Why would you see?
Stop it. Where's the Earth curvature? I'm not going to fucking talk to you about anything else but Earth curvature, dude. Nothing.
What I typed.
Nope. No. Never. I don't give a shit what you say. It doesn't matter. You can say I don't have anything all day, but you still haven't measured the Earth.
Think, McFly. Why would you see the ocean curve?
I'm not asking you about anything. See, when I post stuff, it's information that you can either absorb or shut the fuck up about.
You posted a picture
You
of a
really care
question.
about something that's not true that much. That's
One person at a time. What, GE?
You posted a picture with a question on it. I assumed you wanted that question answered.
Oh, I don't care if you can. It's a rhetorical question if it's in a meme, right? Fucking idiot.
Hey, unless you have to pay money to see the meme, and the only way you can see it is if you answer it back.
Oh, also, it's rhetorical because the question is, if ships go over the horizon at 3 miles, then why doesn't the water curve from side to side? Because it's not a globe.
Why would, even if it, okay.
What do you mean why? Even if why? Go measure it. Go measure it. Nope. Go measure it. I don't care about any of this.
Here's another good question. For long distance photography, why don't we see buildings leaning out from each other in long distance photography? You know, because they should totally be doing that.
Here, check it out. This is what we should be seeing, a version of this in the Livestream voice text if Earth were curved. And then, here, GE, come in and say, oh, that's not to scale.
Forget about scale. I don't care about scale. What I care about is...
You shouldn't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It could just be theoretical. Eyeball it.
Who am I going to talk to? Am I going to talk to Glatflope or
I'm shutting up. Sorry.
About that one?
You could talk to both of us about that.
Let's just keep going.
I'm waiting.
Keep going. I can talk. Okay. So,
that's you, sir.
If you were standing on a globe, let's pretend you're standing on a globe.
I can't pretend. I can't do it. I don't know what that's like.
I can totally pretend because I did it for like 30 years.
Dude, I can pretend I'm a heart surgeon, but that's not going to be very healthy for someone. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying I can pretend to do it because I did it for 30 years of my life.
Hold on. Let me talk to GE.
Okay, all right.
I really relish this opportunity. So Go ahead.
It is the mark of an intelligent mind to entertain an idea without accepting it. I'm just.
I entertain it my whole life, dude. I used to believe it.
You can't entertain it for 30 more seconds here?
No.
Okay.
Because it measures flat. Why do you want me to entertain something? You just want to go down into a bog so we don't hold you to task.
You asked a question. I was trying to address it.
I'm curious where he's going with this, so let's please
What was the question that I asked?
Your stupid meme picture question.
Oh, see, I didn't ask a question.
Well, what'd you post it for then?
That is supposed to spark critical thinking in people. Not, hey, I need this answered now.
Like, express that critical thinking to you, but you don't want to hear it.
I mean, I would DM you if I wanted to have a direct, conversation about something with you. I wouldn't just post it in the chat.
On the live stream? Why did
What
I
for?
live stream the content?
The only thing this live stream is for is to obviate that the Earth isn't a globe because you can't find curvature.
You do realise the Earth's a bit bigger than the fucking picture, right? Like the things that would curve are too far away for you to see.
Go ahead.
You have to use your man
guys.
voice.
I gotta do something. I'll be right back.
You got to use your grown-up voice. I couldn't hear you.
No, like you're not just retarded as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, somebody else called me retarded earlier. How could I be retarded if I was never retarded to begin with? Duh. Huh. It's like calling refried beans that are whole refried beans. They're never fried to begin with.
I'm loving your reasoning, Flatter.
Dude, Flatter. I gotta go. George Carlin did a bit about how he hates that the words flammable, inflammable, and non-flammable exist. Why?
Right?
I've never seen that. I gotta look that up now.
Yeah. He's like, don't you think two words should be able to describe that condition? Like either the thing flams or it doesn't flam.
Right?
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Do they not have a thesaurus? A thesaurus, where they can use like different words for it's the same thing. Like
funny.
what?
It's funny you brought up flames because it had to do with my joke. When I was in fire camp, I told my fire captain, I go, what do you call a hot ass chick with Down syndrome? Fire retardant.
That's sad that I'm the only person that laughed at that.
Yeah, it was kind of offensive. Kind of negative too.
I actually miss offensive comedy. I actually have a nephew with Down syndrome, and he's awesome. He's like 12 years old. He's hilarious, and I love him. He's the sweetest child I've ever known, and I can still take that joke because it's.
If you can't laugh at stuff, then what's the point?
You got to laugh at shit. It's people are they're way too fucking sensitive. They really are. People are way too sensitive, and you need to like lighten up and just go with the flow and laugh at shit.
Yeah. All these people want to brush their teeth with Sensodyne toothpaste, and sometimes you just need to use borax to brush your teeth with. Really.
Absolutely.
Better for
Listen,
your mouth.
break out the borax, man, and the baking soda and
Dude, I've been rocking borax, dude, for like 4 years now. Even before I did the barefoot thing, I was doing the borax.
Me too, borax. 20 mule borax. Been rocking that shit for like 6 years.
Oh yeah, 20 mule team, baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah, baby. I
Made
drink
from the
that
best
shit.
stuff on earth. So do I. I bathe with it. I brush my teeth with it. You know what I mean? I clean with it. Sometimes when Jackie's gone for a long time, I sleep with it.
I actually, I feel the same way about vinegar.
Oh yeah, like apple cider vinegar. Vinegar.
Well, not just apple. I use the white vinegar too for cleaning and stuff. I vinegar in any form, fashion, what way, I don't care. Balsamic vinegar, any type of vinegar is good stuff.
Whenever I hear the word vinegar, I always think of like that one dude in the mafia who's like half African American and his nickname's Vinegar. They call him Vinny though, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's hilarious. You're totally joking. His name is not Vinegar. His name is not Vinegar.
I mean, that's what his name would be, though. If like like Jimmy 2 times they called him that because he said everything twice. Like, I'm gonna go get the flat earthers.
Y'all are being pretty funny tonight, you guys.
Do I remember when I came home as a teenager and my mom goes, Flatty Day, you look like a flat earther. And I was like, well, ever since I could remember, I wanted to be a flat earther, And you know what? One time, all the kids, they carried my mom's groceries home all the way back to the house. You know why? Out of flat earth. That's why.
That's too funny.
Yeah. I walk down the street and all these people are tucking their globes. They're like, oh my God, here he comes. I'm like Debo. You know what I mean? You're wearing that globe around your neck. You better tuck that shit. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, though. Or get a peel real quick.
Oh my gosh. You're hilarious.
Mm.
I don't know why nobody else is laughing, but that's freaking hilarious. That was what do they call it? Oh man, I don't know what the word is, but
Asperger's. It's called I have Asperger's.
No, that's not Asperger's. That was like you just dropped some lines, great shit. That hilarious. Hilarious.
This meme is for you, hon, right here. I just posted a meme for you.
I got back out here and go find it.
Better back that thing up.
She got the flux.
She got the foe. It's pronounced foe.
I'm sorry. I had this song stuck in my head all day. You got the baby. You got the only thing in the world. You know what I'm talking about? It's an old school song.
Yeah. I might have butchered the lyrics and you might have just set me straight. I'm sorry. I do know what you're talking about.
She got the
when I made the meme, I
in her hands.
Mm-hmm.
She got the whole world in her hands. Yeah, the faux world in her hands.
Yeah, she does.
Great.
Look at those fingernails, man. She's a well-bred human being. You know what I mean? She comes from a good livestock.
Yeah, you don't want to see my fingernails right now.
Dude, when I first met my girlfriend, the first thing I did is I lifted up her gums to look at her gum line, peeled back her eyelids so I could look at the white of her eyes, checked her hair, checked her reflexes, and I'm like, all right, you can move in. You know what I mean? She's an actual human being, and she's of high thoroughbred breeding. You know.
Does she have some dirty fingernails?
No. I mean, like, I don't let her wear makeup anymore. She's not allowed to wear makeup or perfume, and I strongly suggest she doesn't wear shoes. So, like, 65% of the time she goes barefoot. But yeah, so like, no makeup in as far as like being with me, no perfume, nothing like that.
Ugly and she stinks.
Yeah. Basically, now she only uses borax to wash her hair with, which I highly recommend to anybody, female or male.
It's actually, I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but
I'm dead serious. When you use borax on your scalp, your hair will feel softer than any shampoo product you have ever used.
I know this. Borax. You know, borax has on the side of its box saying how poisonous it is and everything. Listen, you guys, borax is actually in the same. If you use borax on your food just as much as you do salt, it is actually less poisonous to you than salt. Borax
the thing on the side of the box is for insects. It's poisonous to insects. That's all they're speaking to is insects. So if you're an ant or whatever, borax is going to kill you because you have an exoskeleton. You know?
Exactly.
Do not eat this.
Just like DE, diatomaceous earth. Diatomaceous earth is very good for me, but I can put it and sprinkle it on bugs and stuff, and it is like fiberglass to the exoskeleton, and they will die on my plants. You know?
Dude, I just thought of a really good. You could sell your own diatomaceous earth. We call it DEFE, right? Diatomaceous earth flat earth.
Diatomaceous earth just soda ash.
Or FEDE.
Oh, I like that even better.
I like flat earth, diatomaceous earth. Yeah.
Damn. You better go patent that right now, because there's a lot of ears on this thing, a lot of hungry eyes. You know? Seriously.
Hungry eyes.
Hey, but
No,
the
I
love the meme you posted. That was pretty good.
Any mod, go delete those last 15 seconds, please. I gotta go. I gotta go to the patent office before it closes. Talk to you guys
Oh
later.
no, we're gonna record that
Hey,
one.
Saturday, real quick,
What
Saturday.
up?
Were you able to buy
What
those
up?
Aspergers on your EBT card?
Oh, hey, you know what? From White Castle, yeah. You know what I mean?
Nice.
I would have had more. I would have had more, but I had to sit on it for a little while. You know what I mean?
Otherwise, they're not Aspergers.
Right?
Hey, Flyer Day.
What
My
up?
dad actually has some patents on some cookers he built, which is pretty. Whoever's listening, they're pretty freaking cool. My dad, he's a super genius. I swear. And he
Like Bill
built
Nye,
these.
but way smarter.
No, Bill Nye's an
I'm just
idiot.
joking. I'm joking. I know I'm joking.
Hold on. Bill Nye is somebody's dad, you know.
And I'm sure all y'all got the availability to Google stuff. Google like Hutton cookers. My dad built these cookers. You can put like 2 or 3 logs of wood in these cookers, and he literally he's got the patents for this thing to open up inside there that gauges. You can cook a brisket on like very little wood. It's amazing. It's amazing. I I cannot actually tell you exactly how it works because it's so insane, cool. And I've been talking to him to try to build me a cooker refrigerator because I know that is probably sounds stupid, insane to a lot of people, but used to back in the day, a lot of refrigerators worked off of propane or
propane? Did you say propane?
what?
I'm just joking.
What'd you say?
Continue. You know, that's not propane. That's cocaine.
But used to refrigerators, they worked off heat, off propane, and it was like super weird. And I'm trying to get him to work on a patent for a wood cooker refrigerator. Yeah, I know that sounds insane to a lot of people.
What?
I'm picking up what you're putting. I see what you're saying.
Because
yeah, it could be possible.
oddly,
Actually,
it is very possible because like you could put elements inside the refrigerator and heat can make those elements come alive and it will actually cool. It's so bizarre that through heat you can cool a compartment. I don't even know how it works.
That's what they do in space. Everything's so freezing cold yet boiling hot at the same time. It's just like the perfect level, but it's not level because level's curved. You know what I mean?
Well, I will tell
get what I'm
you.
saying.
Listen, I will tell you. When I moved to my house on the farm, there were 5 propane old school, like from like the 40s or 30s. There were like 5 refrigerators out there. They're heavy as hell, but they had all these coils running through them, and they ran off of propane. How does propane cool
you
a
don't know how a
refrigerator?
refrigerator works with propane?
Yeah, they did that experiment on the ISS and they figured it out. That's why we have everything we have because of the ISS. They deserve way more than 66 million a year. Seriously, we should give them double the amount. Even then, would be they'd be very humble in accepting that. But yeah, they just deserve so much more than they get. They brought us Tang and Dawn Pettit.
Oh, when you said Tang, I was thinking you were talking about like Tang, like the orange drink.
Yeah, supposedly because of astronauts, we have Tang. Now, if that's not worth 66 million a day, I don't know what is.
Tang came before that.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? You know what I mean? I'm just siding on the side of the more probable.
Are you playing the
reality.
devil's advocate tonight?
No, I don't play around with the devil. You know what I mean?
Sounds like you are.
Nah.
Anyway.
When I say level means curve, I speak of the devil. I'm just saying, though.
I wish I could.
Shannon, I better be careful because Jackie's going to get jealous if we keep talking. Just me and you, you know what I mean? She already is jealous of you because I talked to you one night for like 3 hours. I haven't talked to Jackie in 3 hours for like 3 years.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm talking to you.
I don't know who Jackie is.
My girlfriend.
Oh, well, is she here?
She's here with us in spirit. You know what I mean? She's always whenever I say a buzzword, she's like, "Oh, I heard that." You know, I'm like, "What the hell? I haven't seen you for like 6 months."
Well, Jackie, if you're listening, you have nothing to fear because I've been married to my high school sweetheart. Well, right out of high school sweetheart for 24 years, and we're super happily married with our one child that's also 24.
Shane, I
Anyway.
posted how a propane refrigerator works in the live stream voice text for you. It gives a rough explanation.
Well, I mean, my dad's tried to explain it to me, Ricky, and how cool would it be if he could make one work with wood?
I don't know about that, but you know, hey, who am I to?
Who are you to judge, Rookie?
For the pressure involved, because you're boiling ammonia, and I think that builds up quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, there is a pressure. He did tell me there's a pressure issue, and because there in the propane there's ammonia and a lot of other stuff going on. Anyway, his wood burner cooker, he sold like a couple of these that are like they're only like 2 feet wide by 2 feet tall, and got like 2 racks in them, and he's selling them like for $5,000.
Wait, when you say 2 racks, so it already has $2,000 in it. So he's only making a $3,000 profit right then, right? Plus the expenses of making it, because it had 2 racks.
No, there's 2 racks in it, like that you could place
Yeah,
food
a
on.
rack is $1,000.
I'm talking about the.
She's talking about the rack that you barbecue on. The grill.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Metal grate.
Everybody says racks nowadays, and they mean $1,000.
I know, I do not mean that. I don't mean that. And he also gets these racks, the racks that are in the stove. They're what's that stuff called? Lined. They're like lined with the old school. What used to line your sinks?
Asbestos?
No, it starts with a P.
Lead?
P.
Pneumonia?
A P word.
Pneumonia.
P.
Yeah, pneumonia is spelled with a P.
What are your tubs? The old school tubs.
Porcelain.
Ceramic. Porcelain, yeah.
Porcelain. They're porcelain lined racks, so nothing sticks to them. You can scrub them off clean, cool. Very cool.
Okay. That would explain why they're so
expensive. What if you were afraid of those? Would you have arachnophobia?
No, you'd have a phobia
I'm
of
just
rack.
playing, Shannon. I'm just playing, Shannon.
It's Shayna.
It's Shanna.
Oh, Shannon? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Shannon. Shanna?
It's Shanna, like Anna.
Okay. Or like Shanna Montana. Formerly known as
I like Shayna better. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not good. Listen, I don't ever correct my name with people, but since you were trying to correct him, I wanted to set the record straight. It's Shanna. I really don't care when people.
The way you said it, the way you told
name.
me how to remember it and then I've just remembered that. Maybe that's why.
Well, it doesn't bother me when people will say my name wrong because, like, literally, my uncle has known me forever, and he
So it's
still
like Shannon
pronounces
without the end. So it's Shanna it's like Shannon without the end. Then Shanna.
Shanna.
So Shannon.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I won't get it wrong next time.
It's like Anna with sh at the beginning.
With an ace. Yeah.
Like Shanna Montana.
There's no
like
Shanna Montana. There's Hannah.
No, but there's Hannah Montana. But if you had an S, then you get Shanna Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Hannah with the S at the beginning.
It's
and then
just
you'd
a
be like,
boy.
I
It's a
came
guy
through
thing.
like a
Guys are
wrecking
retarded.
ball.
Don't feel bad.
But seriously, I really, if you mispronounce my name, I promise you, I really don't care. I never even correct people about that shit because there's so many. You will rarely actually meet a Shanna. Most people are Shana or Shauna or Shannon. There's very few Shannas, which I think is cool. My name's kind of
Yeah, it
unique.
is. That's why I thought it was a cool name. That's what I told you
Thanks.
when I first met you.
My name's Shanahan.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Mike Shanahan?
Mike Banahan?
Mike Shanahan. He has a son now too that's following in his
That's his last
footsteps.
name. And it's
Yeah,
Shanahan.
Shanahan.
No,
Yeah,
I ain't never
Shanahan.
heard of him.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I think he was a coach for
Can
like
you
a little
imagine
league
being
football team.
Shanahan?
That would really suck. I'd be like, what were y'all thinking, parents?
Then they just call you Shanahan. And be,
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I would really probably ask that to my parents one day, be like, what the fuck were y'all thinking?
I'd be like, I plan to give Shanna a hand when she's planting plants in the garden.
I know a guy
in
named
the
Alex
garden.
Alexander.
I mean, it's almost like that's almost like a porn name or something. I don't even know.
I remember I remember when I was in jail. I knew this dude named Mason Masonry, and when he got out, he was free. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was free.
But
I was one of those. That was one of those late retention jokes. It takes everybody 3 minutes to figure.
Yeah, it took me a minute.
It's called a delayed reaction joke.
Yeah.
Like you tell the joke, and then 2 minutes later you leave, and everybody starts laughing, and they're like, "That was a funny joke." I'm like, "Where'd he go?" I'm like, "Oh, I gave up."
Yeah,
yeah.
all the ones you started off with, man, I was laughing my butt off. Nobody else is laughing. I'm like, you were like laying down some bars, man. Like I was laughing my butt off.
Yeah, I was trying to lay down some racks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I loved it. It was great when I first came in. Like you had me rolling. It's very rare that anybody actually gets me to laugh these days. So thank you for that.
Like really laugh, right?
Yeah, like really laugh. And he had Saturday had me laughing.
Right on.
Well, you know, my job on the side is I'm a stand-up comedian on the side.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No wonder.
Yeah,
See, that explains it.
I don't get paid anything, and usually people walk away. But I tell jokes all the time in like the line of the store, like whoever I'm around. You know, in my
That's what
mind, I'm
happens
like
to
a
every
famous
comic.
comedian.
Hey,
It's the people
in
who laugh
my
at
mind,
them.
you're a
That's
comedian.
really
You're a comedian too.
I'm a flat earth comedian.
I think you're very funny, and
comedian, yeah.
You're a
Hey, when you say
comedian.
funny, you mean like I'm a clown? Like I'm here to amuse you? What do you mean funny? Like I'm here
you're
to
a
amuse
flat,
you?
yeah, like funny, haha, or funny, like I amuse
fun.
you.
Yeah, like what do you mean by funny? Huh? Like I'm here to amuse you?
I mean,
I
you
amuse you?
you entertain me, and I find it wonderful.
I'm just fucking.
You
I
want to
know
hear
you-
something funny? Last week, this prick asked me to christen his kid. I said for $7,000. Pow, ping, boom. You guys can laugh now if you want.
No, it went over my head, man.
It's from a movie called Goodfellas.
Between my legs.
I've never seen good.
I
I've
know,
never
I'm giving you
seen
a hard
Goodfellas.
Well.
Really? Wow. You better go watch it, man. You better go watch it. You're missing out. It's funny. I mean, it's a comedy. It's a gangster movie, but it's a comedy. It's pretty good. I don't even remember what it's about. I just know it's fun.
It's funny. Is it supposed to be funny?
Well,
I thought Goodfellas was supposed to
it's more
be
of a
like a
dark comedy,
serious,
so maybe
like.
it's not supposed to be.
I thought it
It's
was like
supposed to be. Well, if you figure every horrible thing in the world that happens, somebody can look
It's
at it and
funny.
laugh at it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's funny to somebody, right? Well, at least later, after like all the bad things have happened and all the bruises have healed, then that's when it's funny.
Hey, I got a question for you. This is totally off topic, random. Have you heard The System by Tom McDonald?
Yep, I like him, even though everybody says he's a shill.
I know everybody says that.
Paul McDonald?
Yeah.
Oh, you never heard him make a flat Earth reference in one of his songs?
Oh yeah, he makes them all the time.
Well, no,
I
he literally
actually,
said it.
I
He
really
says,
like the
"Who
System
knows?
song. Did
Maybe
you like
the
it?
Earth really is flat." That's what he says in one of his songs. Buttholes, I believe. It's the one
He
that
doesn't say those exact words, but
But did you like the
I did.
System? I mean,
Yeah, I've
I
heard it
know
once. But yeah, I thought
we
it was
don't
decent.
like the System, but did you like the
Nope.
song?
Yeah, I do. I like all of his stuff. I like the like I don't know. I look at everything differently than most people do. Like he might be a shill and all that and whatever, but you know what? There's a lot of bands that everybody says the same thing about, but I still like their music. I don't care.
Yeah, same here, same here. And I will,
Nice trying to run it
I
for me,
will
but it ain't gonna work.
totally put this out there for this whole. Everybody's probably gonna be like, whatever, Shannon. I loved Mark Sargent back in the day. Everybody says he's a shill, and you know what? Whatever you want to
Well,
say
it
about
would
him,
seem as
he,
though they used all of the original flat Earth people that were putting it out there as
but
shills. I don't know
but
whether they
he
were in the beginning, but yeah, it's kind of weird that way, isn't it?
but he woke me up. I watched his 200 proofs, same as Eric Dubay. You
that
know,
was Eric Dubé's to improve.
I always
these
thought debate was kind
people.
of weird, and I knew Matt Powerling was crazy, but I don't
I
know about the rest
still
of them.
I loved Matt Powerland, man. I loved him. Loved him.
I did. No,
I
don't get
love
me wrong. I
Nathan
mean,
Thompson.
I never met the guy, but I mean,
I
it
love
was
Nathan
interesting at
Thompson.
first, like when he was talking about. Oh, come on, really?
No, I really do. I love that
What?
dude.
Who?
Okay.
Who'd you say?
Well, he's my brother,
Nathan
but
Thompson.
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
I'm
Nathan
missing
Thompson. He used to
Nathan
be.
Thompson. Yeah.
Him
You never
and
heard of him?
Whit were buddies for a while. They went on tour at the beginning
Nathan
of the Town Tour
Thompson.
thing.
He's like a
Yeah.
really biblical flat earther.
No,
Yeah.
No.
he likes to drink though. No, I'm
What's
just
wrong
Yeah,
with
he
that?
does. A lot of us do.
no, I'm talking about
I
water.
like
Everybody
to
needs to stay
drink.
hydrated.
What's wrong with that? I'm
Yeah,
sitting here
But,
drinking a strawberry daiquiri.
that's right. I'm not
But
sipping on your stuff.
I'm sipping on my stuff.
why is he in here or something?
No, you guys are just bringing up old flat earthers, and so I was like, somebody that most people don't like. So I always go against the grain. You know what I mean?
And which one
Oh,
was against the
I'm
grain
friends
for
with him,
you?
so I'm not going to say
I
that I
don't know.
don't like him or nothing.
I forgot.
I'm
I
friends with
forgot what
him.
we were talking about.
Anyway,
Listen,
yeah, that's cool.
I was subscribed to Martin Leakey before
Lead key,
or however you want
whatever
to
his name is.
pronounce his last
Yeah,
name.
over that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong too. I don't
I
know.
was subscribed to Martin when he had like 100
Flat Earth British.
subscribers.
Yeah.
I was watching him back before he had any subscribers.
I like him too. He's a nice guy.
And now it's a little different now.
He's weird, but yeah.
he's kind of weird now. But I was subscribed to him way back when he had like no subscribers.
No, he's not weird now. It's just that we all know it's flat. So now, what information do we need to get into?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm. That's where I'm at. Like I'm kind of done with flat Earth because it's like we already all know it's flat. So, and this is not the right place to have this conversation because this is a flat Earth Discord live stream, and but all of us we're like, yeah, it's flat.
Yeah,
so
we did the
If you're
research.
done with flat Earth, you know where you live, right?
What?
If you're done with flat Earth, tell us where you live.
I live on flat Earth. What do you mean?
You live on flat Earth. Well, Earth is just one substance in this place where we live.
Don't listen to him.
You've got water, you've got wind, you've got fire, you've got weed. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, you could say you live on flat Earth, but that's not where you live.
And you got brains too.
I live where I live. That's where I live. And what I was
Is the
getting
Earth
at,
called the Earth, or is it
Uh,
not
Yeah, if
called
you
the Earth?
think
It's
you
called
live
something
on
different.
Earth, you're mistaken.
what?
Do we live in a simulation or something?
Now, I know the name of the place where I live,
What is
Oh,
it
okay.
called?
called the Paradise of Pleasure.
Terra
Paradise of
firma?
Pleasure? Did you say Paradise of Pleasure?
That sounds like a rap song.
No, it's actually a hotel from Back to the Future 2. He came back and Biff Tannen owned Pleasure Paradise. Yeah.
Well, I
That's right.
personally live where I live. I don't. I live in Eastland County, according
Well,
to my
Shannon,
government.
and
You
Jack
know,
According to
where you live too.
but I consider I personally feel like I live on like a pillow top kind of thing. You know, or
So you have no clue where
possibly,
you live. Okay, thank you.
Possibly.
but possibly the edges are rounded up at the edge of that pillow. I don't even freaking know. I mean, really, none of us.
Oh, I
None
know
of
where
us.
I live. I'm
Hold on.
completely
So
100% aware
nobody
where
knows
I
what
live. Thank you.
it really is.
Oh.
No, you don't know. You don't know
How can you say that?
because you've never
How do you
seen.
know what I knew?
Tell me how you know exactly where you live and what you
Because I
exist
created
upon.
it.
Yeah, because you have Mentos. Did you bring the Mentos for the show? If you have the
Bingo.
Mentos, you're right.
Wow.
He's got
You're the
Mentos.
fresh maker.
Yeah, leave this guy alone. He's right. He has the Mentos. So, that's a get it out of jail free card. I'm telling you guys.
I mean, he does
He's
not have a
fresh and
Coke
full of
on
love.
hand. He's
No,
fixing to throw that
when-
Mentos in that Coke.
Yeah, when they bring the Mentos in, nothing you say matters because he's right. Because he has Mentos. But only if he has Mentos.
Ugh.
Yeah, you didn't know the rules?
No.
Yeah, that's one of the
Gotta be the
rules.
fresh
That no matter what the Glober claims, and we debunk him, he's right at the end. If he has Mentos and he has to turn around and show us, then we all understand. Oh, he's got Mentos.
I
He's got that cheat sheet. You know what I mean?
personally don't like to play games, you guys. I may have to bow out and go to bed because I don't play games. I like to talk to. I don't like doing that.
You don't like talking?
I don't like playing games and talking stupid shit.
Right.
I'm a straight shooter. I don't like talking in riddles and stupid shit. I don't like bullshit.
I hear that.
All right, Shanna, what's your best proof of the globe?
The globe.
I would say long distance photography for me is probably a really good. I don't know how
Yeah, it's
people
easy
could
to see the
argue that
curve
one
from far away. I hear you.
because that is my best argument because it is like and also like long missiles from ships and stuff. They can target things on the ocean like 200 miles away. That's like pretty impressive. And we're talking, this is not using some kind of satellite positioning. They're using long range targeting. So that's also a pretty good one, you know?
And they don't even take Coriolis into effect, huh?
Nuh-uh. No.
With those long missiles on the ocean.
Those are my two best ones is long range missiles on the ocean and
What about the one that when we look at the moon and the sun, they look like flat discs? So why wouldn't the Earth be a flat disc? That's probably one of my best ones.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
I don't like looking at the sky to try to prove flat Earth. I think that's very questionable to a lot of people. So I don't like using either of those.
All of our hands are flat, so why wouldn't the Earth be flat? Because all of our hands are flat. That's a pretty good one too.
Why are you being so facetious, man?
I'm just messing with you.
He's being funny. Come on, he's
I
not trying to
know,
make
man.
that.
I
He's
know,
being
but
funny. It's hilarious,
but
I think, but I'm sorry.
Shanna, I'm almost out of Mentos. But I just used one of my last Mentos. I have 3 more. You hear me?
listen, you're
Don't make me use them.
you're fixing to make me
All
fart.
too.
Make me fart. I didn't expect her to say that.
Give me all those Mentos and Coca-Cola.
Well, if you're gonna fart, make sure you have a vacuum with 10 to the negative 17th torr going right by you. You hear me?
That would come in handy, wouldn't it?
Hell yeah.
It's like rolling down the
Have you
window
seen
from
that new
hell,
Kevin
man.
Spacey commercial where he's selling vacuums now? Kevin Spacey selling vacuums.
Oh no!
I think NASA makes the vacuums. Pretty cool. He really
Don't let the
did
kids
something with
answer
his
the door.
life.
Are you talking about him
Right?
giving BJ's or
About what?
something?
Nothing.
When you say BJ, do you mean blue jeans? Or
No.
biodegradable?
Billie
Or is
Jean.
BJ biodegradable?
Billie Jean. Billie Jean.
Oh, okay. I thought it stood for biodegradable.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Billie Jean's not my son.
Yeah, because when he's saying that, he's talking literal, and you can't interpret his music in any other way but literal. Like most music, it has to be taken literal.
Come on, man.
No, like
gotta
Lucy
be
in the Sky
literal.
with Diamonds literally means what he's
Have you
saying.
heard
Like,
about these
there's
literal people? They're called literalists.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then they're
literally.
throwing garbage out their windows and driving down the street.
They get their feelings hurt. They're like, literally, dude.
Hey, that's just Reaganomics, man. What are you talking about?
Like people that litter, they're literally littering everywhere. It's just despicable.
Isn't that Reaganomics?
Reagan like a gun that shoots lasers, or Reagan the ex-president?
Like Reagan, the ex-president.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, yeah, throw your
President
trash out
Rex.
the window. We will hire people to come pick up your trash." Don't you remember that?
Thank God for Nancy Reagan. She created the DARE program. Good thing Nancy created that DARE program. It helped millions of kids. You know what I mean?
Dare to teach kids all about drugs? Yeah, I know. That was a funny one.
Dare is actually Dare is
What they're doing. They teach them all about it. How to do it safely, so that way they can all try it out.
Drug abuse resistance education.
You remember the stupid commercials back when in the 80s and 90s where they'd open the egg on the frying pan and say, "This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs."
Johnny Depp
Any
did that. Can
questions?
you believe it?
Yeah. Have you seen the one with Pee Wee where Pee Wee Herman says that? He goes, "This is your brain." That's a really good one.
That's like putting Mike
Pee Wee
Tyson
Herman
on for the spokesperson for Anger is Anonymous or whatever.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
What were we told when we were children?
Beat somebody up on a plane.
We were told all of this shit when we were children that was supposed to be coming to fruition basically by our lifetime now. That nothing's changed really. I mean, a lot of stuff's changed, but not as far as these
Not
things
really.
that we were told.
It's just now we agree with our great grandma and grandma. When they were telling us that the world was coming to an end.
You realize the calendar went time, Shannon. They split time with the calendar, so everything pre-Mentos could be debunked, but everything post-Mentos can't. So that's why we have the shift in paradigm. I'm just saying, though.
I mean, really, the only thing that has changed, in my opinion, is that society has gotten way more liberal, and
That's post-Mentos.
There's no liberal anymore. It's the
It's
lack of
post-Mentos.
you know what happens when, as far as, because a lot of us have looked through history because we're, digging into stuff. What we know about history, what we're told that may still be all bullshit, is that most civilizations don't ever live past 300 years. Most of them. And
Based on what?
and towards the end of all of those civilizations, they had a sexually deviant end, like where people just got debased. And anyway.
Yeah, people stop eating Mentos and they started just taking them up their, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When people
then
got
drinking soda afterwards.
Assholes exploded.
And then getting mad because it all squirts out.
Like,
yeah, Mentos only work when you pop one in your mouth.
They get butthurt, literally.
And then you turn around and show that you're eating Mentos. You be quiet, Jackie.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I swear,
my girlfriend
my
tells me
rock
over me telling me to be quiet.
My rock wall
Oh,
pillar
you be quiet or you be quiet?
is smiling at me right now. It's literally grinning at me. It's like, hey, what's up? I'll take a picture of it if you want to see it. You want to see my rock wall smiling at me?
Your Norman Rockwell paintings?
No, I have a rock wall around my rock wall house.
Oh, I thought you said rock. Oh, never mind. Okay, I thought you said something else. At first, I
No.
thought you said Rottweiler, like your Rottweiler was smiling at you. Then I figured it would be more logical if you had a Norman
That's
Rockwell
what I
painting with
heard.
somebody
I
smiling at you.
thought you said Rottweiler because I'm sorry. That's what I
What
heard
is
too.
it called? It's like pareidolia or something, where
Are
you
you
know
talking
you
about
see.
Paraplegic?
No, where you
Oh.
see faces and things.
Yeah.
Paraplegic?
Pareidolia.
Pareidolia. I swear, I have on this rock wall going around. It's pareidolia. And a lot of people in the sky watching community suffer from this. I swear. I
natural.
used
Everybody
to.
sees it.
It's natural. I used to see this, and now I'm like, I still see it. We all do, but I used to actually think it was something going on, and sometimes I still do. So, whatever.
Didn't Stevie Wonder write a song about that? Or is that Ray Charles who wrote a song about that? About something we all see?
Yeah, we all see
Stevie
what
Wonder
he
who
can't
wrote
see.
that song.
Yeah, but he's blind.
Ray Charles, maybe. He wrote that song. That we all see the same thing.
How can he? He can't.
No, I
Oh,
write
really? Oh,
songs
I might
that
have
was
that wrong. Then Jackie said
that
he
was Barry
couldn't.
Manilow.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Because he's blind. He can't see shit.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, then I have it wrong. Then I'm sorry. I was saying somebody else. I must have that wrong.
And
No,
Stevie
the way
Wonder,
you said
they're
it.
both blind. The two blind guys that you mentioned.
Yeah, the two blind guys that know all about what's in the sky, right? Yeah,
I know. What are the odds of me
sounds
mistaking
just
that
like a
twice,
Glover
right?
logic to me.
Yeah.
I thought that was
That's
delivered all the way
hilarious.
down the line. I was like, yeah, go on, spill the beans. I was waiting for a punchline, and then you were like, wait a minute, what did I do? Like that was an accident, really? No.
Yeah. You guys should see when I go get acupuncture from Helen Keller. It's wonderful.
I know, right?
I bet it's super painful.
They put
well,
they put blinking lights on the edges of the furniture so she didn't walk into it.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I go out to the parking lot, my tires popped. You know what I mean? I'm like, no wonder why I didn't get the full treatment.
We should have just got pressure without
Why did they put
in a
blinking
vacuum.
lights on the furniture so she doesn't
Without a
break it?
variant.
She can't see the blinking lights either,
Called fix a flat.
Well,
Hey, Saints.
when she touches my face, she gives me the best.
Who's more hardcore, you or your girlfriend, when it comes to the truth?
Uh-oh.
Hey, I'm
Is that me?
curious. Since the last time I talked to
You're the
any
one
of you,
that has a
guys,
girlfriend.
have you looked into the name that I talked about to y'all of Yahuwah?
Have I heard about it? Yeah, of course.
What was that?
Did you look into it?
What am I supposed to look into?
It?
I actually read a paper that Stevie Wonder, he looked into it, and I just read the book that he wrote about it.
Who was that comedian that makes a joke about him? It's Eddie Murphy. He's like, yeah, when you're riding in the car with Stevie Wonder and he cracks a joke, you just be like, here, you want to show me something funny? Here, hand him the wheel and just be like, here, drive. Show me something. Want to impress me? Take the wheel. That's one of my favorites.
Hey, remember how he talked
says
about how
that it
poor he
cracks
was when he grew up, and like how they didn't have anything,
Mm-hmm.
Dude, like that's literally like my life. You know what I mean? Like we couldn't afford all the good things, the things that the kids get. So my mom would crush up aspirin and put it in a turkey baster, and that was our thing. Yeah, Yeah, we had a Nintendo 63. We couldn't get the 64.
Yeah, yeah, they couldn't quite afford it.
Yeah. No, you know what we had? We had a
They call
hula
it they
hoop
call it
and a
Super
stick.
Famicom. It was 63. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, we used to go outside and play with a hula hoop and a stick. That's what we had.
And it
You know what
was
I mean?
all in Japanese, so.
Yeah.
And we only had 4 games because it came from
These
China.
kids nowadays got Gucci bags and Gucci backpacks. We had leather straps for our books when we went to
They got
school.
Gucci wallets.
I used to have to walk 911 miles barefoot in the snow in September.
Uphill both directions, right?
Yeah, I was free fall to school, but you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I'm not trying to talk about what's that guy's name, baby, who sings that song Free Fall? What's his name? Over the free falling vampires Hollywood Boulevard. What's his name, babe?
Tom Petty.
Tom Petty. Yeah. I'm not trying to be nitpick for Petty, but yeah, his name was Tom Petty. And the Heartbreakers.
Yeah, the Heartbreakers.
Heartbreakers.
If Glapplub was in here,
songs, though.
he'd be able to pick his heart. If Glapplub's a neurosurgeon.
Of course, he never wrote any of them, but, you know.
The first time I ever got high, I was listening to Tom Petty and Heartbreakers.
What?
The song, let's get to the point, let's roll another joint and head on down the road. Yeah.
Keep going.
No, I think that was DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince who sung that song. You might have that mistaken. I think that was DJ Jazzy Jeff.
That was the first time I got high ever.
Okay, well, if Tom Petty made a song about it, he was just doing a cover of DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince because they're the ones who originally made that song. I'm just saying though.
And the next song we listened to was Moonlight Ride, which was really good.
Hey Saints, I saw that video of you in Blenders, man. That shit was kind of funny.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, but I'm right though. Like, dude, if you guys are, it's a way to get it. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna start putting one of those out every week. It's gonna be like a you know, for dummies or whatever. A how-to. That was the first in a series. You know what I mean?
For dummies.
I went to Blenders last night and to get a job application, and I explained to the people if you take the whole stack, it increases your chance of getting the job. You're lowering the applicant ratio.
All those
I had a cigarette in my mouth and it didn't even matter. Because I asked him, I was like, if I get a job here, can I smoke while I'm working or do I have to wait for my break? You know what I mean? And they said, you can't smoke while you're working. I'm like, well, I could just have the cigarette hanging in my mouth, then I won't light it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll just make it like that.
Whenever you go to Blenders, wouldn't you rather buy Blenders from somebody with a cigarette in their mouth than a girl who doesn't have a cigarette in her mouth? I'd rather buy it from an overage guy who has a cigarette in his mouth. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Speaking of Blenders, I will be right back. I'm going to go make me another daiquiri.
Maybe I don't know what Blenders means.
After these messages, I'll be right back. Dun, dun. You guys ever feel like your whole life is just like an 80s commercial?
Yeah.
Constantly, that's all that's going on.
Yeah,
all
you know
the
that
time.
show
You have to like try your hardest not to just spit them out of your mouth, but they come out anyway.
What?
Oh, here comes another one, baby. It's coming out. Ugh. Well, I know, but it tastes like little chocolate chip cookies and milk. Hey, this isn't medical advice, but kicks are kid tested and mother approved. I'm just saying though. I hope I don't get banned for that one. The Jello one? J-E-O. What do you like better, Jello or Jello pudding pops? Which one?
Jello Jigglers.
Jello Jigglers. Now in blue.
Mom loves them. Jello Jigglers.
What about this one? We got the soda, milk, water, purple stuff. Sunny D. You know what I mean? The kid always wants to go to what's his name's house because he got the Sunny D. You know what I mean? I remember when I was a kid, kids were jumping off buildings, killing their grandparents, and stealing for people for Sunny D. It was like crap. Yeah, right? The best part of waking up is flat earth in your cup by Nissan. No, there's still like 3 more minutes left of commercials before we go back to the main show. What other commercials should I put on? Babe, if you were a cheerleader, I'd be like, man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie Mason pom-poms. I'm not even allowed to go back in Vaughn's.
Bonbons.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna pick 3 cards for you right now.
Baby, do you think tonight's the night I'm gonna get my record deal and get signed as the Flat Earth rapper of the century? I think it's coming in. I think they're gonna be knocking on the door any minute. Oh.
That's your question.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave your future up to them, bro. Take it by the horns.
Right? Or if it's a unicorn, just take it by the horn, non-plural, you know? I'm not trying to ring my own bell, but you can ring my bell. I just found some physical globe proof. Oh, no, that's a globe proof vest. Never mind. I thought that was globe proof.
Yes.
I found a globe proof vest online for $49.99.
Yes.
It says it stops all flat Earth arguments, but only 10 times because that's how many Mentos fit in a Mentos pack. So I'm gonna order the globe proof vest, but
It's good.
okay, really
You got all tentacles, which means money. You got 9, 3, and 4.
cool.
Which, so the 9 of Pentacles talks of independent wealth, and then the 3 of Pentacles. The 3 of Pentacles is actually the Mason card.
What about the whole like 9 of 10 maize and milk, 3 turtle doves? Don't you think there's something to that? 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves. Well, what's a partridge in a pear tree? What does that even mean? So does that mean the fruits coming from that tree are earth-shaped? Pear? Maybe that's a tree of life because the earth is pear-shaped, right? Whatever. Act like you don't hear me. I'm not going to pull out this last Mentos and use it on you. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do research right now. I've almost come up with the conclusion to the answer of life. So 5 minutes, I'll have it. You know, so I'm about 5 minutes away from finding out what the answer to life is. Yeah, huh? Dude, as soon as I can open this Mentos pack, which will take me 5 minutes to open it, because I forgot where my hands are, I'm going to have the answer to life.
Oh. Okay, unicorn.
Where's the dogs? Are they all asleep?
All right, I'm back. I got my full 4-cup daiquiri made. Sorry, I'm not your typical person you were asking for to come back.
Yeah, we want the more typical person. Where's that person?
Yeah, I'm not your more typical person. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm probably your more typical person, but I'm not your typical person in here.
Dude, you were philosophizing right now. That was beautiful.
Oh, I miss some beautiful philosophizing.
No, you are the beautiful philosophizer.
No, I'm not.
See, and you're even humble, but you're so humble too. Wow.
What
You
are
know
you
you are,
even?
but
What are you talking? I just got here. What are you talking about?
Oh. I feel like
Can't
you
even
were
take a
this
compliment.
in spirit the whole time, you know?
Well, I have been with you in spirit the whole time. I have been in this movement since 2015. I only started my own personal stuff in 2016. So
You
because
said
back in
movement?
the what?
No, you said you've been in this movement. What do you mean?
I have been trying to convince people that the Earth was not a globe since like 2015 and 2016.
Oh, you're never going to convince anybody, especially if they have Mentos. You got to catch them when they're out, when they're between supplies of Mentos.
Oh shit! There went my whole
Enchilada?
Yeah, there went my whole enchilada, man.
Shebang, I was going to say.
I just spilled my 4 cups of strawberry daiquiri.
Oh, man. If I was there, I'd get down on the ground and lick it like a dog right now.
No, you wouldn't.
I would.
You would.
Yeah, I would. Especially if your ground was curved. If your ground was curved, I would get it. You know?
It's not even moving. It's all like staying where it's at. It's not even running off.
No need to worship
Well, if
the
you got
liquor.
one,
Make another one.
Man, oh, I'm so pissed. That was a lot of ice and a lot of rum and a lot of strawberry daiquiri shit.
no crying over spilt milk.
Yeah, the honeybees are going to be super happy in the morning.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Because they like
But
drinking
listen,
alcohol.
well, the honeybees are probably going to be really crazy tomorrow because they're going to go after
Well, once they
the
drink
red.
it, they'll be buzzed. Get it? Buzzed? Buzz.
They're going to be buzzing all around, man, like super buzzy.
Yeah.
And only because the sugar in it, they will come after it. But
So
I
bees are
wasn't
attracted
saying it
to regular
as a
sugar?
movement thing. I wasn't meaning as a movement. I just mean like, talking
I
to
was
my
just thinking it would be
family
the
and
lack
friends
thereof.
and stuff because it's when I woke up, I was like super woke up and like it pissed me off. I had this like fire in me. I want everybody to know that I've been lied to and we've all been lied to. It hit me super hard. Really, really hard.
Shanna, I heard that when you woke up quick at about noon, you just thought you had to be in Compton soon.
What?
Dude, seriously.
Who just said that? I gotta go make me another daiquiri.
It's our flat Earth rapper.
That's right.
What do you mean who said that?
Second round's on me, girl. Second round's on me. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Throw your
it's
drinks
not.
in the
You don't.
air.
You better start
It
using
can't
your
be.
reasoning.
Well, your first drink was on the floor, so if I go over to your house and I'm on the floor and you spill it on me, second round's on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, come over, man. You can totally lap this up if you want to. It's like on the
Well,
concrete.
I could just suspend myself in midair for a little while, and eventually the globe would spin, and I'd just drop down to where you live. So give me about 5 minutes, and I'll be there.
Do you know
Let me
how
just
to
climb up on
astro?
this
Do
suspension
you know
thing.
how to astro project?
No, I'm just using the spinning of the globe. If it's moving, I could just jump in the air and then eventually land where I want. I have this thing that suspends me in the air as long as I want, and
So
then I
you're
just
gonna
drop down where I want to land.
you're gonna do a whole helicopter thing?
It's not really a helicopter. This thing's just a carpet that I have floating in the air, and I get on it, and then wherever I want to go, I just wait till
Oh,
they're
you
suspended.
got
I drop down.
you got a magic carpet ride?
It's not magic. It's just a carpet that hovers.
That's the magic carpet.
Well, I don't consider it that, but
I
you
keep
can.
trying to reach for my drink and it's not there, and I'm thirsty. So
I hate it when I forget how to use my hands, dude. Every once in a while, I'll be like, "Oh my god, I just dropped my phone or something." Yeah, because I forgot how to use my hands.
Do you smoke?
All the time, like a mad chicken.
Do you ever like drop your cigarette and you're like, "Fuck, what? How did that happen?" It just falls out of your
only when I'm
fucking
driving,
fingers.
though. Only when I'm doing 90 on the freeway. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What the fuck? It's only when you're on the freaking road and it drops down and you're like, "I'm fixing to set my car on fire, damn it."
Yeah, and I have just happened to go pick up a bunch of kindling that's laying all over the car. Yeah, I hate that.
You got hay laying in your floorboards and shit.
Yeah, it's like lights on fire. I'm like, should I pull over or can I just wait till I get to where I'm going? I roll like Cheech and Chong. You know what I mean? That actually rhymes. I reach for the bong like Cheech and Chong. To each his own.
I had to put my microphone up for that one because I was laughing so hard. That was too.
Yeah. On the flip side of that, when I'm really sad
Dude, that
and
was too funny.
drunk, I'm not
Flat Earther
funny at
down.
all. Oh my god. Yeah.
All right, I'm going. I'll be back.
All right. You can go, but just don't come back. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, you can go away mad. Just go away. I'm just kidding. Shanna, Shanna, go away and come again some other day. Yeah. Especially when you got that drink all sold up. I met this girl named Shanna. She didn't have a cup holster. And when she met me, I suppose that I gave her a cup coaster in Costa Rica. Now she never spills a mimosa drinker on the carpet. And I'm walking around with black things on my feet like I walked through the tar pit. Girl, you need to start shaving your armpits. Trust me, I just look dangerous, but I'm harmless. I knew this dude whose dad passed away. I guess his dad had spent his whole life working for some aerospace company in Santa Barbara, and he created a part that went like, you know, the what are they called, mud, like the thing that goes over the tire, like so dirt doesn't go up on the Luna Landa. And he was crying after his dad died, and he goes, "The saddest thing about my dad dying is that I'll never live up to what he did." And I go, "You realize your dad worked for a fake company? Like space is fake." Oh, come on! I hate to burst your bubble, but you know. Anyway, I know we need cigarettes. Girl, you got a hot butt like a lit cigarette. Cigarette.
You mean you love to burst the bubble?
Yeah, well, you know, if it is a bubble, then I can burst it. But if it's not a bubble, then I guess I can't burst it, right? Do 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 do. You know what Globers could say if they ever beat a flat earther? They'd be like, I mopped the floor with that guy. You know what I mean? I really leveled him out. You set me straight after I bent you. Yeah. I really leveled the playing field, which means curve, speak of the devil. Dude, I've been waiting all day for these things to download, and so it's just like a little kid waiting by the window for Santa Claus. I'm just hoping they come. Maybe if I make some cookies, they'll download faster. Seriously?
Yeah.
Dude, you really? He says that they're not downloaded because they're not at his office. When he gets home, they'll do it. He's really waiting for that, huh? Dude, wow. Whatever happened to the honor system? Whatever happened to... Well, you know, I try, I try. If we could make payments and pay for everything with like our intentions, then I'd have an A for effort. Well, you know what I mean? If we couldn't pay with cash or EBT and all we could pay with was our intentions and our word, like I best... Whatever. Any Globers want to say anything? Now's your chance. You got the stupidest flat earther in the world online and you could humiliate him. Now's your chance. Come on, guys. You're not going to get this chance very much. Glatt's going to be coming back any second. And when he does, better watch out. You better watch out. You better not try. Anyway, I'm just saying, trying to throw you guys a bomb. Supplies list. I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. I measured the earth. But the devil, he's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level don't never mean curve. It never means curve. I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. I measured the earth. The devil, he's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level don't never mean curved. It never means curved.
I got my lighter burning for you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, how'd you know I was a pyromaniac? Pyromaniac. Da-na-na.
I think pyromaniacs kind of gravitate towards each other, if you believe in that word.
Well, I don't not believe in that word. So that was a negative quadruple entendre right there. Right back at you.
What is a better word to use for that? Because you know how, like, you
magnetic, like magnetized, I guess. Very attracted to that, like an electric switch.
Magnetically attracted to fellow pyromaniacs.
Me too. You know what's a really weird thing is too? I'm attracted to women that cut their wrists, not like deeply, but have like little slash marks from like a long time ago.
Why?
God, I just feel like I can save them all. I don't know. Like I'm really attracted to that. Like blondes, oh God, forget about it.
I'm guessing you're in your like upper 20s.
Dude, I'm 43. My girlfriend says I act like I'm 12 and I look like I'm 15.
Why would you be I don't even know girls that cut themselves back in the day.
Really?
I grew up, never knew a girl that cut herself in my entire life until my son's girlfriend was doing that.
Yeah.
I never grew up with girls that cut themselves. That's kind of a new thing.
About it.
So if you're like gravitated to girls that cut themselves, are you like a pedophile or what?
Whoa!
That's what the atheists do in California.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably.
I'm
not.
sorry.
Because when you say that, I picture a stack of papers on the table, and somebody's like rubbing their hand over it. They're petting a file. And other than that, I don't know what you mean.
I'm just saying that girls back in my
you want to hear
day
a funny joke? Here, check this out.
They didn't do that. They did not do that. Girls did not do that. They were anorexic and bulimic, but they did not cut
the detective pull? What file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
Sorry, ask again.
What file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
I don't know.
The Geppetta file. You know what I mean? Usually the parents are the first suspect. I'm just saying, though. Latter-day Saints peep the halo over the head. Peace.
Are we trying to speak in code? I shouldn't have said something, and I apologize for that.
You don't need to apologize. God. Never say you're sorry. Jeez Louise.
No, I'm just saying, when I was growing up, girls did not cut themselves when I was growing up. That's a new thing.
You never heard that song? It goes, I don't want anybody else when I think about Drew. I cut myself. Anyway.
Yeah, but that was like maybe Hollywood weirdo. I don't like that did not exist in any form of fashion.
I was just kidding. So I wasn't trying to give any type of medical advice or anything. So I just like normal people to live normal lives.
I'm curious, literally, I'm really curious where you lived because I grew up in a very rural town. Very rural town.
Yeah, I grew up 45 minutes north of Hollywood, right along the 101 freeway by the beach.
So maybe
15 minutes away from Black
So
Pond.
maybe girls were cutting themselves back in the day, but where I grew up in Texas, in a very rural town, that didn't exist literally till like in 2010 maybe when the
Dude,
girls
you know why?
started
Because
doing
of where you grew up, I hang my hat in Tennessee. I bet you didn't know that, huh?
You live in Tennessee now?
No, I said because of where you grew up, and a lot of women I used to date live there. I hang my hat in Tennessee.
Where you hang your hat is in Tennessee. So are you telling me you
live in Texas? That's why I hang my hat on the FE.
Yeah, I knew that was a song, but I wasn't sure if you were being literal or not.
I'm literally usually being metaphoric, literally most of the time.
But seriously, I'm very curious. Were girls actually cutting themselves back in the day when you were in high school?
Well, all of my girlfriends were, but I don't know about every girl
Well,
because I didn't date every girl. You know what I mean?
what were you doing to them?
No, it's more like what they were doing to me. You know what I mean? I just see those things and I just be like, oh, like, I don't know, weird. I would just like, most girls, I don't care what they say or do. Like, I don't give it no thought. But then certain girls, I'm just like, I don't know. That's like they have me hypnotized or something. I don't know. It's hard to
Well,
explain.
I will tell you, here where I live, that was not a thing until like 2010, where girls where I live in high school started to cut themselves. When I was in high
Well, that's
school,
because they didn't have the production company where you live to make metal sharp enough to do that. So until they did, that's why
no,
that's
we
the
had razors.
explanation for
We
that.
still had razors here. You
I
know,
don't know. Was that post Mentos or pre Mentos?
I think that was pre Mentos.
Then that everything pre Mentos is theoretical, and everything post Mentos is literal. Whether you want to believe it or not, it just is. It's like I think the 222nd law of thermodynamics is anything post Mentos you can get away with if you have the Mentos and you pull it out at the right time.
And I'm very curious. I'm very curious of your idea and possible explanation of why do girls do that now?
I mean, why would they lie? I mean, I don't know. I can't really tell you why they would do it. I just wish that.
Is it an attention getter?
Shauna gets my attention. That's all I can tell you.
I think it may be just like for a cry out of attention, possibly.
It's like that video game Far Cry, but like times 100.
I don't know that video game.
I don't know either. I mean, I don't play video games, but I hear the titles every now and then.
Oh, did you say
when I'm in
Far
a store.
Cry?
I think that's what it's called. Either that or Short Cry, or Short Laugh. I don't know.
You love me. I need to
Oh,
feel
man.
something.
Listen, you can't always break everything down into comedy. Sometimes it's okay to literally have a conversation and be serious about stuff. So, I can't tell always with you if you're being comedic or serious. Like, it's okay sometimes to be serious.
Hey, you'd be a really good crime partner because even if I got away and you got caught, you can't tell. So
I'd play
do you want to sign up? Bonnie and Clyde?
I play the bad cop. Okay.
Oh.
You be the good
Yeah.
cop. I'd be the bad cop.
Yeah. Right.
Because I literally, this is a hard thing for me. Is in
what, not spilling your drink?
Fuck, I'm still pissed about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's hard for you not to spill your drink sometimes because you know what? God damn it. Sometimes these hands of ours just don't work, especially when you really need them to work. Like when you're drinking a drink. They work all day long when you don't have a drink. And as soon as you get one in your hand, they stop working.
You don't understand this table I'm working with. It's a stool that has been left out in the rain. It's
so the
all
surface is curved.
It's super curved. The
so
surface
once it was
is
level, now it's curved. I understand.
And
I do.
And it also swivels and
it travels at 1,091 miles
and
and
it's
it's
sitting on an unbalanced surface and
it's called its access.
So it's really the worst circumstance for me to sit a drink on. Okay. I'm super pissed about that. Anyway, that being all settled, I'm working with like the worst circumstances to set a drink down on, okay? But sometimes it's okay to not be joking about things and actually be serious about things. And yeah, I know it's better to jokingly talk about some things because that's how most people actually are acceptable and like they are like, well, okay, maybe, and they talk about things in that way. But sometimes it's okay to be serious about conversations as well.
and
Well, you said people, right?
yeah.
What if I don't identify as a person? Then what you just said excludes me, and you're not being
What do you identify as?
a bumblebee. That way, if I ever get 15 years in prison, I'll have to do 3 days because they live 5 days for every human year. So I just beat the system. Bing bow.
Listen.
And I'm gonna come to your house the next day and drink that drink off the ground too.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Listen, it's okay to be serious sometimes.
Especially while you're on Siri.
Speaking of Siri,
I got kicked out of here the other day because I wasn't talking about flat Earth, and we've been sitting here talking about like nonsense and joking about stupid shit, and I'm sitting here thinking, why the fuck is not any of us being kicked out of here for this bullshit?
Because I have enough Mentos to
This
cover
is
all
my
of us for
point.
tonight.
This is my
Because I have
point.
Mentos,
Is that
that's
why
why.
are we not being serious talking about serious shit?
Well, you
And
didn't have
I got
Mentos the other night. That's why you got kicked out. You know.
But I was
I'm
talking
guessing.
about serious shit.
I
So
know, I am
this
too.
is
Mentos ain't no joke, dude. I'm dead serious. Look at this. You busted a thing of Mentos, and you can make boats go over the horizon and actually pinpoint where the physical horizon is. And no flat earther can say or do anything about it because you have Mentos. You lose that Mentos, you're going to get kicked out of the server because you're just talking hogwash. You know what I mean? So it basically boils down to that. Does that make any sense to you? I'm no theologian, so I try to explain it the best I read it off the back of these instruction manual right here.
So Mentos just means you ain't friends with the right person in the server, and
No, it has nothing to do with who you're friends with.
Well, yeah, it does.
I don't think so. It just has to do with if you have Mentos or not. It pretty much blocks anything, you know.
all right, serious topic, Shanna. What's one thing, one health advice? You have any health advice?
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I looked at your thing. I'm like, wait, what? Okay. Hell yeah. I like how he's talking about. I was all checking the stats. Dude, you're more statted up than I am.
I would say
I told a
drink vinegar.
I told a Glover the other
Vinegar's
day.
very good for you.
Yeah,
You
I was
guys
just
are like
thinking about
spin
that.
games simultaneously. There was like a minute of silence. You guys both start talking. That's very serendipitous, dude. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, my buddy's a hardcore Glober, and I was
Nice.
telling him you should squeeze lemons in the morning, and he was like, "That's bullshit, man." I'm like, "All right, you're fucked, buddy."
Like in like to drink, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Squeeze
I know what you mean.
lemons
Like,
and use
My
some
best
whatever else.
advice to
It's healthy
anybody
stuff.
literally is to drink vinegar. I think vinegar is an amazing antibacterial that will go through your entire digestive system, and it does a wonderful job. Like, I don't know, all my life I've suffered from bladder infection type things, and
type things. You're all getting technical now. Look at you all technical.
well,
Shit.
like
All
bladder
hybrid.
infections. It's not a type things, but
Yeah, but
bladder infections.
you're getting all technical. You know what I mean?
And as soon if you're, I don't know how it feels for a man when you
I do.
get a. I don't know how it feels when you get a bladder infection or kidney infection for a man, but for a woman's perspective, I know how it feels. So when
I
you
know
get
how that
like a
feels too, from
pain,
a woman's perspective
when
and
you
a man.
start, no, you don't. Not from a woman because you're not a
Yeah.
woman.
I was identified for one for a week though, and I didn't have Mentos, and it worked out pretty good. You know what I mean?
But when
That
you
was the,
start
that was
getting
the,
like some kind of back pain or something, or like a lower abdomen pain in the front,
yeah,
you're
like
getting
okay. Have you ever felt like you go around and you're losing all these things? Like, let's say, here's a perfect example. You know you're messing up until you meet the perfect person in your life, right? So let's say when I was a woman for a week, I was leaving blood spots everywhere until I met a pause, and that's the day my life changed. And I haven't been the same since. It's been great. You know, it's been a sunshines and roses since the day I met a pause. No more blood spots everywhere.
Hannah, we spent 5, 6, 7 days ago, a week ago, till 5 a.m. in the morning talking, and I know, it's actually antitoxin. It's not that anti-other thing. So we can talk again sometime till wee hours of the morning if you want. But anyway, thanks.
It's whatever it is. I actually think that the whatever causes the urinary tract to become toxic is some kind of bacterial infection. It's definitely not viral because I don't believe in viruses, but something's going on. And I know anytime I feel that I'm fixing to get whatever kind of infection might be coming upon me, and I drink like a quarter cup of vinegar, either the white distilled or the apple cider, whatever I've got on hand that's handy, I drink that, and the next day I'm fine. That's all I'm
Girl,
saying.
you fine without the vinegar. You know what I'm saying? You fine
What?
any day.
I try to drink vinegar every day, every single day.
I'm just saying you're fine with or without the vinegar. You know what I mean?
I know I'm fine. My husband tells me all the time I'm fine.
Right? Oh shit! I hope I didn't. Hey, sorry, Mr. Shanna. I didn't mean to offend you, sir. I keep forgetting you don't have a husband. You know what I mean? Man. Oh well. It's okay for
Dude,
me to drink.
I've been married for 24 years.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, I guess
We
I'll move
old.
on then. You know what I mean?
We're
I'll move
we're
on.
old. We're old. He knows I'm good, and I love him, and I know he's good. He loves me. We
Sounds like a Barney song almost.
we've had like
You have a happy family?
yeah, super. I grew up I was homeschooled most of my life.
That's cool.
I'm
I
the
was just a homeboy most of my life.
I grew up on a peanut farm, and we also had cattle. My grandfather had like 1,000 head of cattle. Like I grew up on a weird homeschool farm, and like 5 families homeschooled together in one house. Like we had like a house we went to, a schoolhouse where we all came together. All of my grandfather's children homeschooled their kids, and we came together. And
That's anti-New World Order right there. Good stuff.
but we were
That sounds
super
like
not
old world chaos.
we were super not New World Ordered schooled. Like we were old schooled, and like as soon as like noon time came around, school was over. Time to go out into the fields and hoe the fields and get all the weeds out of the fields and change irrigation. Go clean out the pumps on the in. We'd go out in the tanks and water moccasins and shit. Like
Hey,
we.
whenever your hose started acting up, did you ever have to check them hose to make sure that they function properly?
Well, no, these were hose on the end of a stick with a
Yeah, I'm
sharp
saying sometimes you
tool.
have to check them hose though to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know?
Well, we had to
Sharpen them up.
sharpen them. We had to
Yeah,
sharpen
you
them
got to check.
sometimes, you know.
But before you sharpen them, you got to check that hoe, right?
Gotta check them hose.
Gotta check them hoes on the regular. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, I grew up super old school. Like most people have never experienced how I lived.
So you're younger now than when you were growing up. So you're like almost like a female version of Benjamin Button, if you will.
I literally feel younger now than I did when I was a kid. Yeah.
Dude, and you metaphorically sound older than you were when you weren't a kid. So wow, that's really interesting.
I feel way younger than I did when I was like 5 or 10. Yeah. It's really
Right?
weird.
Hey,
Yeah.
Shannon, everyone, should we have an I love you moment? Are we ready to go? Join in. I love you. You love me. We're a happy
We're a happy
family
family.
with a great big hug and a kiss from
Get a
me to
kiss from
you.
each of you.
Won't you say you love me too?
I hated Barney all my life. My son, I never allowed my son to watch Barney. I hated Barney. Now, the Teletubbies, I let him watch them because I just love the son coming up and giggling. The
Oh
cute
yeah,
little
there's nothing
baby.
nefarious about the Teletubbies. Huh.
Oh, it is. I have to agree now. I hate the Teletubbies. But back in the day, I thought it was the cutest thing.
Just to clarify, I'm not giving you cartoon advice. Just to clarify, you know, if anybody's
Yeah.
listening.
Listen, I don't take advice from nobody. I do my own thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I grew up very, very secluded. Very secluded. I didn't know many people outside of my family.
That's not what
And
I heard.
when I went to public school in 4th grade, there was like 12 of us in my family that started public school at the same time in one school in a tiny town like of 3,000 people. That was the town size. So the school size was very tiny. They thought we were a cult that just moved into town.
Well, if there's 45 members in your family, you guys would be a cult 45, right? I'm not giving you guys alcohol advice either, or firearms advice. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, I grew up very different than most people. So
That's not what I heard. I heard you grew up very, very much like everybody else. That's just a rumor on the streets. But I'm glad you're here to clarify it. Cause
so you grew up on a peanut farm, hauling hay and feeding cattle and doing all kinds of shit like that, changing irrigation, going into the tanks and pulling the moss off of the pump.
I
And
grew up hoeing hay and checking my hose to make sure that they were properly working. You know, I grew up doing
so
stuff like that.
you
Yeah.
grew up as a pimp?
No, I was hoeing hay and then making sure that I had to check my hose to make sure they were sharpened. Otherwise, it wouldn't bring in the money they normally could. You know, a hoe left to her own devices is not going to function properly. You got to check that hoe if you're going to make the money off of it. You know what I mean? Tilling that weed. You know. I'm just saying. Don't you think? I might be wrong, but I know a thing or two about hoeing. You know.
How many rows of horticulture have you hoed?
How many rows of horticulture have I hoed? 69. You know what I mean?
In your entire life, over your lifespan?
Well, I grew up hoeing basically from that. You know, all I ever knew was hoeing since I was a little kid. It got to the point where like I could, you know, delegate the hoeing so like other people could hoe and monitor the hoes, and I wouldn't have, you know what I mean? It was like Reaganomics, basically.
I was just gonna say I probably have hoed over 10,000 rows in my entire life. Okay.
Really?
So,
Wow. I wouldn't say one.
You have
I would say you're one shy of
hoeing over me.
9,099.
Okay, so I'm a super hoe. Okay.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Listen, this was actually, you're making fun in light of this, but when we actually went to public school and we still had, when we got out of school, we still had to go do our farming and stuff.
You had to go hoe, basically, right?
We had to go hoe, and the whole school actually called because
we had one brother, but the rest of us were sisters, and they called us the Hutton Hoers.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they called us the
Well,
Hutton Hoers.
you
Yeah,
know what I
they
mean?
called us that.
You have to get it how you live. You know what I mean? And you know what they say? Doing whatever you just said ain't easy, but it's necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody's got to be the hoer.
Mm.
Yeah,
I got
I know what you
99
mean.
problems, but a hoe ain't one.
But literally, that was a joke in this public school. They called us the Hutton Whores. Jamie,
Well, you know.
my brother, he was like, maybe they called him the pimp. I don't even know if they gave him a joke or not. But all of us sisters, they did call us the Hutton Whores.
Maybe
And
maybe they called him a gigolo. Maybe they called him a
it wasn't
gigolo.
actually funny at that time because I was a child. I was literally in 4th grade. But
You
my
weren't
older
metaphorically
sister,
in 4th grade? Because usually most 4th graders only metaphorically in 4th grade. So if you were literally, you had a lot more going for you than most kids. Yeah.
I was literally in 4th grade. I don't know what you mean more metaphorically. I was in
I think
4th
that's
grade.
amazing that you were literally in 4th grade. That's really cool. I must have metaphorically gone through 4th grade like 5 or 6 times before I went to 5th grade.
I was in 4th grade and they were calling me a whore because they were like, ha ha ha. Shanna grew up on a farm and she's out there hoeing the fields. Yeah. You know, it was actually pretty brutal growing up, literally.
Better hoeing the fields than hoeing on the corner, you know what I mean? Because the cement really, there's only a couple of weeds in the cement, and you really dull that thing quick. But on the field, you can hoe all day without having to check it, you know what I mean?
I have no response.
Hey, Shanna, what does THC make you feel like? Like when you're as high as possible, what do you feel?
It's been a long time since I smoked. I mean, it's been many years, many years. But when I did, I actually got super paranoid. But that could have been like the strain of whatever I got my hands on, you know. I have no idea, but it was like super really good pretty buds. Like what do they call the top?
It was
I
illegal,
got
right?
oh
In
yeah,
those
super.
days.
It was
So
super
there you
illegal,
go.
but it was a tops. It was like it looked like a corn cob, man.
Oh, that's called the Chronicles of Narnia, isn't it?
I don't have a clue. I just know it. You know, a lot of people top their plants off so that you get more production, but I got from somebody that didn't top their plants off, and I got the top, and it was like a huge, big, huge crystal, beautiful thing. purple, beautiful corn cob. And
Dude, Cyber Blitz, if you're listening, I love that meme, bro. That's so funny. Low birth tool to prove curvature. That's hella hilarious.
But I was super paranoid, and you know, I just I hadn't smoked since I used to back in my 18s. Well,
I heard you used to spill your drink all the time when you were younger.
Shut up, man. I never spilled my drink before. It's only now that I'm older. That's
Yeah,
I
when you
told
forgot
you
how to use your hands.
my
From
table
all
is a
those years of
piece of
hoeing, Shanna. Your
my,
hands are tired from hoeing all those years, you know what I mean?
yeah. All those damn hoeing jobs.
Yeah. After, I mean, you know, your body, parts of your body just give out after a while from hoeing for so long. So things like holding your drink, stuff like that, you know what I mean? They come naturally to most people, but it's just a sign of that you've been hoeing most of your life, you know? Like people who are welders most of their life, they go blind when they get older. So
I used to be when I graduated high school, back in the day, I was the second best welder in my class.
I thought you're gonna say the best hoe.
I could run a beautiful bead, a beautiful too. It wasn't just pretty. I could run a beautiful bead, and I don't know. A lot of people probably don't know what that means, but a beautiful bead means you're welding a beautiful pull. You're pulling, and yeah, probably that's not the best word to pull. Like it's
I think you're getting too technical with some people. You got to simplify it for most of the listeners right now, Shannon.
So
You're looking way too technical.
a pull when you're weld is like when you're pulling. Okay,
You got to
when
stop
you're
using big words.
dragging when you're dragging the stick along, you're running a it's melting behind that, and the metal is pulling up and like pull. You know.
You're talking too. Can you slow down a little? You're talking a little bit too fast. I can't
Anyway,
keep up with you.
I was the second best welder in my class, and the number one welder in my class was actually the teacher's son. But I could weld like a motherfucker.
That's right. So you went from hoeing to welding, huh? That's right.
I am a creature of all sorts of trades. I can do a lot of plumbing and handiwork around the house. I was cleaning
Really?
a house. I was cleaning a house the other day, and he was like, "I don't know. I'm sorry, my sink's not draining." And so I was like, "Well, I got this." I cleaned
And
out
you used
all of
your hands and
underneath
you
his
reached in there and got
sink.
all the stuff, huh?
No, I took everything out from underneath his sink, took out the U trap, and put a bucket under there and drained it. And oh my god, there was like a gallon of dog hair stuck in his fucking drain. And